Welcome back, legends. And if you're new here, welcome. This channel is all about powerful Harry Potter what if stories, where we explore alternate destinies, hidden power awakenings, and the darker secrets of the wizarding world. Quick note before we begin. This video is self-recorded and created in line with YouTube's latest policies. Every story here is originally written, creatively edited, and made purely for storytelling and entertainment. What if Harry Potter awakened as the Vampire Progenitor and Hermione and Luna bound their souls as his dark queens? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, make sure to subscribe. Now, let's begin.
Chapter 1. The cupboard under the stairs was not a place. It was a swallowing. A thick, dusty dark that pressed its weight into his lungs, a silence broken only by the skittering of something small in the far corner and the distant, tinny laughter from the television in the living room. Harry Potter lay on his thin mattress, every one of his 13 years a solid, aching weight on his chest. The Dursleys had outdone themselves. A week locked in, Miles slid through a crack in the door like he was a dangerous animal. His crime, a whispered incantation in his sleep, Lumos, that had flooded his cupboard with a soft, silver light and woken Aunt Petunia for a glass of water. Freakishness, Uncle Vernon had snarled, his jowls trembling. Under our roof. We'll beat it out of you, boy. They hadn't, of course. They'd just locked the door. The bruises from the earlier cuffing had faded to a greenish yellow, but the deeper ache hadn't. It was the ache of the long summer, of magic feeling like a distant dream, of Hogwarts seeming a fiction. It was the ache of being so utterly, profoundly alone. He was so thirsty. The single glass of water from this morning was a memory. His tongue felt like old parchment. His head pounded, a slow, relentless drumbeat against his skull. He stared into the blackness above him, imagining the stairs, the door, the hallway, the kitchen tap. The cool, clear stream of it. The sound it would make in the glass. A different thirst stirred. It wasn't new. It had been a shadow at the edge of his senses since the Dementors on the train, a cold hollow behind his ribs. Now, parched and feverish, it uncoiled. It wasn't for water. It was deeper, older. A craving for something to fill the void the Dursleys had carved, to quench the desert of his loneliness. Thirsty. The thought wasn't his own. It was a vibration in his bones, a whisper in the marrow. He shut his eyes tight, but the darkness behind his eyelids was worse. It pulsed. It moved. Visions flickered, not memories, but sensations. The iron-rich scent of rain on pavement. The rapid, fluttering pulse in the neck of a bird he'd seen Dudley torment. The warm, living vitality of the giant snake from the zoo, so different from the Dursleys, cold, dead souls. His own heart stuttered. A sharp, icy pain lanced through his chest, stealing his breath. He gasped, curling in on himself. His fingers clawed at the thin blanket. The temperature in the cupboard plummeted. His breath fogged in the air, a ghostly mist in the absolute dark. Cold, so cold. Then, the fire. It started in the pit of his stomach, a single coal of agony. It spread, up through his ribs, down his limbs, into the very roots of his hair. It wasn't a burning, but a changing. His bones felt like they were melting and reforging. His skin stretched taut, every nerve ending screaming. He tried to cry out, but his throat was sealed shut, locked in a silent, endless scream. Images, sharp and brutal, tore through his mind. A towering figure with eyes like burning blood, standing on a mountain of bones under a dead, black sky. A whisper that shook the foundations of worlds. My blood is the first thirst. My will, the eternal night. The progenitor. The word branded itself into his consciousness. It carried the weight of epics, of a lineage that began before wizards, before history. It was his name, now. A truth deeper than Harry Potter. The pain peaked, a white-hot supernova behind his eyes. Then, it vanished. Silence. Harry lay still, panting. The cold was gone. The cupboard was warm, stuffy again. But everything was different. He could hear Aunt Petunia's heart, 2 rooms away, a quick, fluttery rhythm like a trapped bird. Uncle Vernon's, a slow, sludge-like thump. Dudley's, a steady, lazy beat from upstairs. The skittering thing in the corner, a spider. He could hear the minute flecks of its legs. He could smell the dust, each particle distinct. The damp wood rot under the stairs. The faint, acrid tang of Vernon's sweat on the other side of the door. The distant, tantalizing scent of something, coppery, sweet. It came from the kitchen. Raw beef, left out for tomorrow's dinner. His mouth watered, a sharp, sudden pang. He opened his eyes. The dark was gone. The cupboard was awash in 1,000 shades of gray, silver, and charcoal. He could see the grain in the wood, the individual threads in his blanket, the tiny, glittering eyes of the spider watching him from its web. He sat up, movements fluid, effortless. Strength hummed in his veins, a quiet, terrible power. He felt no thirst, no hunger for food. Only that other, lingering need, now a clear, distinct note in the symphony of his new senses. He looked at his hands. They were pale, almost luminous in the gloom. The scars from years of chores were gone. His skin was smooth, perfect. He brought a wrist to his nose, inhaling. His own scent was different. Like frost and ancient stone, with an undercurrent of something wild, like a forest at midnight. A wave of dizziness hit him, not of weakness but of overwhelming sensation. He pressed his palms against his temples. What's happening to me? Asterisk. The voice in his head was still his, but laced with a new, ancient resonance. Awakening, asterisk it whispered. Fear, sharp and clear, cut through the wonder. This wasn't magic. Not wizard magic. This was something else. Something his relative stories of vampires and monsters hadn't even begun to touch. This was origin. This was primal. He had to get out. Out of this cupboard, out of this house. He needed air, space. To understand, he reached for the door, his fingers barely brushing the latch. Click. Asterisk. The simple lock snapped cleanly, the metal shearing as if made of rotten wood. The door swung open without a sound. The light from the hall should have blinded him. Instead, it was just another layer of information, the yellow glow of the bulb, the dust motes dancing in its beam, the faded pattern on the wallpaper. He stepped out, bare feet silent on the worn carpet. He moved down the hallway, a shadow. The house was a cacophony of sound and smell. The blaring television, the Dursleys, breathing, the stale odor of fried food and floral air freshener trying to mask it. He passed the living room archway. Uncle Vernon was asleep in his armchair, mouth open. Aunt Petunia was sewing, her needles clicking. She looked up. Her eyes met his. He saw it all in hyper-clarity. The dilation of her pupils, the sudden freeze of her muscles, the blood draining from her face so he could trace the map of veins beneath her skin. Her heartbeat exploded into a frantic, terrified drumroll. "V. Vernon," she whispered, the sound a dry rustle. But Harry was already past, flowing into the kitchen. The scent was stronger here, intoxicating. The raw steak was on the counter, wrapped in paper. He stood over it, a strange pull in his gut. He unwrapped it. The meat was dark red, glistening. The smell was overwhelming, both repulsive and irresistible. He reached out a finger, touched the cold, damp surface. A jolt went through him. Not hunger. Recognition. This was a shadow, a pale imitation, of what he truly craved. The blood within it, sluggish and cold, called to the new instinct howling inside him. But it was wrong. Dead. Lifeless. Boy. Uncle Vernon's roar filled the house. Heavy footsteps thundered down the hall. Harry turned, slowly. Vernon Dursley filled the kitchen doorway, face purple with rage and sleep. "Out of your cupboard. Touching our food. I'll thrash you within an inch of your." He stopped. His small eyes bulged. He was looking at Harry, really looking, perhaps for the first time. At the pale, perfect skin. At the eyes that were no longer just green, but held a ring of liquid silver around the iris, like a captured moon. At the quiet, utterly still way Harry stood. What have you done to yourself, you freak?" Vernon breathed, but the bluster was gone, replaced by a dawning, primitive fear. "I'm thirsty," Harry said. His voice was the same, yet not. It was softer, but it carried in the silent kitchen like a bell. Vernon's fear curdled into anger. He grabbed the rolling pin from the counter. "I'll give you thirsty." He lunged, swinging the heavy pin with all his might. It was a blow meant to crack bone. Harry didn't think. He moved. It wasn't apparition. It was speed, pure and impossible. One moment he was by the counter, the next he was standing beside Vernon. The rolling pin smashed into the empty space where he'd been, cracking the tile. Vernon staggered, off balance, confusion wiping his face blank. Harry looked at his uncle, this mountain of a man who had cuffed him, starved him, locked him away. The coppery scent of fierce sweat poured off him, thick and cloying. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic, juicy rhythm. The vein in his temple throbbed, a blue road map under the skin. The thirst roared. It was a tidal wave, drowning out thought, reason, memory. It was the progenitor's first command. Drink. Asterisk. Harry's hand shot out, not a fist, but fingers extended. He didn't touch Vernon's body. His fingertips came to rest, feather light, on the side of his uncle's neck, over that pulsing vein. Vernon froze. A full body paralysis. His eyes widened, filled with a terror so absolute it was almost childlike. A choked gurgle escaped his lips. Warmth. Life. Power. It sang to Harry from under his fingertips. One press. One bite. It would be so easy. It would fill the void, silence the thirst, punish the years of cruelty. Number. Asterisk. The word was a spark in the darkness. It was his mother's smile in a mirror. It was Ron's laugh, Hermione's bushy hair as she bent over a book. It was Harry. Not just the progenitor. Harry. He snatched his hand back as if burned. He stumbled away, crashing into the kitchen table, gasping. Vernon remained frozen for a second, then crumpled to the floor, not unconscious, but shivering, whimpering, a puddle of terrified flesh. The craving receded, leaving a sharp, acidic shame in its wake. He had wanted to. Aunt Petunia appeared in the doorway, one hand over her mouth. She saw Vernon on the floor, saw Harry. Her face was a mask of horror. "What are you?" she whispered. Harry had no answer. He looked from her to the cowering mass of his uncle, to the dark world outside the kitchen window. The clock ticked, impossibly loud. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to flee this house, these people, this fragile, breakable life he had almost shattered. He was a monster. A beautiful, powerful, starving monster. And he had nowhere to go. He turned and walked out the back door, into the warm privet drive night. The door swung shut behind him, the click final. He stood on the perfect lawn, under a sky dusted with stars his new eyes could see with impossible clarity. The sounds of the suburb were a vast, intricate web, televisions, arguments, laughter, the slow turn of the earth. The thirst was a quiet, insistent song in his blood now, a part of him. He was Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He was something else, now. Something that had slept in his blood since a green killing curse had failed to end him. And as he stood there, utterly alone under the indifferent stars, a single, terrifying truth settled over him, colder than the Dursleys. Hatred, darker than the cupboard under the stairs. Hogwarts started in a month. How could he go back? How could he sit in the great hall, surrounded by the scent of hundreds of living hearts beating? How could he look Ron and Hermione in the eye, knowing what he was, what he had almost done? A sob, dry and ragged, tore from his throat. He had no tears. His body didn't seem capable of making them anymore. In the distance, a dog barked. The wind shifted, carrying the scent of dew, of petrol, of the distant, forbidden forest at the edge of town. Of life. He took a step forward. Then another. He walked away from number 4, not running, just walking, into the vast, waiting dark. The night embraced him, and for the first time, it did not feel like an enemy. It felt like home. And somewhere, in the deep, silent places of the world, ancient things that slept in shadow and remembered the taste of the oldest blood. Stirred. Chapter 2. The night was a symphony, and Harry was a deaf man suddenly gifted with hearing. He walked the neat, geometric paths of Privet Drive, each step a whisper on the tarmac. The polished windows of identical houses reflected the orange glow of street lamps, but to his eyes, they were murky, shallow things. He saw deeper. He saw the warm, blurred shapes of life inside, people moving like bright ghosts behind curtains, the pulsing, heart-center glow of them painting the glass with temporary rainbows only he could see. He kept to the shadows, not from habit, but from a new, instinctive understanding. The light felt insignificant. It didn't blind or comfort, it was simply data. The dark, however, was a cloak of textures and whispers. He could hear the earthworms twisting through the soil under the perfect lawns, the rustle of a cat's fur from 3 gardens over, the slow, sad drip of a leaking tap in a garage. The thirst was a quiet companion. It had retreated from its screaming peak in the kitchen, but it was there, a hollowed-out space beneath his ribs. It wasn't for water, or for the sad, wilted vegetables in the gardens he passed. It was a specific emptiness, shaped for something his new senses screamed was the only thing that could fill it. He found himself in the small, sad park at the end of Magnolia Crescent. The swings hung motionless. The roundabout was a ghost ship in the gloom. Here, the sense of humanity were fainter, overlaid with the richer, wilder tapestry of the natural world. Damp soil, night-blooming flowers, the musky trace of a fox. He sat on a bench, the cold of the iron slats seeping through his thin trousers, a sensation noted and dismissed. He held his hands up before his face, turning them in the half-light. They were his hands, yet they belonged to a stranger. The scars from a lifetime of Dudley's games and Petunia's chores were gone. The knuckles weren't scabbed. They were pale, smooth, like marble warmed by some inner moon. He flexed his fingers. They moved with a silent, predatory grace that unsettled him. What am I? The question echoed, not just in his mind, but in the new, vast chambers of his awareness. The word, vampire, floated up from the sludge of Dudley's comic books and late-night movies, pale men in capes, speaking with hammy accents. This was not that. This was no curse passed by bite. This was an awakening, as the voice had said. A lineage. The progenitor. The word tasted of ash and eternity. A memory, sharp and sudden. The burning in his chest when the Dementors approached on the train. That soul deep cold. Had that been them, or had it been something in him, recognizing a cousin in despair? A predator sensing another. A rustle in the hedge beside the bench. A small, quick heartbeat, like a tiny drum. A field mouse, nibbling on a fallen berry. Its life force was a miniature sun, a beacon of warm, rustling energy. Harry's head snapped toward it. His breath hitched. Every sense narrowed to that one point. He could smell the oil in its fur, the sweetness of the berry juice, the vibrant, hot blood just beneath the skin. The thirst surged, a sharp, physical cramp. His vision tunneled. The mouse's heartbeat was the only sound in the universe. Thump 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 thump. A siren's call. Saliva flooded his mouth, not the saliva of hunger, but something thinner, sharper. He was off the bench and crouched by the hedge in a movement that left the air undisturbed. The mouse froze, beady eyes wide with an ancient, recognized terror. Harry's hand, of its own volition, reached out. He could see the delicate tracery of blue veins under its gray fur. The pulse in its throat fluttered, a frantic, beautiful rhythm. This was not Vernon Dursley. This was not a person. This was sustenance. Simple. Pure. The primal part of him, the part that had known only cupboard dark and Dursley cruelty, saw no sin in it. Survival. His fingers were an inch from the soft fur. Don't. The voice was quiet, female, and came from directly behind him. He spun, a snarl ripping from his throat, a sound he'd never made before, low and vibrating with threat. He landed in a crouch, every muscle coiled, vision tinged with a faint, silvery haze. She stood 10 feet away, under the skeletal branches of an oak tree. The streetlight didn't seem to touch her properly. She looked both solid and insubstantial, as if she'd stepped out of a mist. Long, dirty blonde hair hung like a curtain around a pale, heart-shaped face. Her eyes were enormous, a luminous, dreamy blue that saw everything and nothing. She wore a butterbeer cork necklace, radish earrings, and a faint, knowing smile. Luna Lovegood. The recognition slammed into him, a dissonant chord. Luna. A year below him. Loony Lovegood. The girl who read the Quibbler upside down and believed in Crumplehorn Snurkax. But the girl looking at him now was not loony. Her gaze was crystal clear, and it rested on him not with fear or confusion, but with a profound, unsettling acceptance. "You'll frighten it," she said, her voice like the chime of a distant bell. "And its fear will sour the blood. Like when you leave milk in the sun." Harry could only stare. His senses, so violently focused on the mouse, now expanded to envelop her. Her heartbeat was a slow, steady, rhythmic pattern, completely unlike the frantic staccato of the Dursleys or the mouse. It sounded like a calm tide. She smelled of fresh parchment, spearmint, and something else, something like starlight and damp earth. And under it, the warm, living scent of her blood, a melody far more complex and potent than the mouse's. The thirst roared back to life, 1,000 times more intense. This was not simple sustenance. This was a feast. A symphony. Every instinct he was struggling to control screamed at him to move, to take, to drink. He took a shuddering step back, colliding with the bench. The iron rang dully. "Stay away," he gasped, the words raw. He clutched the edge of the bench, the metal groaning under his grip, denting. "Luna, get away from me." She didn't move. She tilted her head, her radish earrings swaying. You're glittering, she observed. Around the edges. Has that always happened? I suppose I might not have noticed before. The Nargles are very quiet around you now. They're usually quite chatty. I'm serious. The snarl was back in his voice. He was losing his grip. The human part of him was shrinking, drowned out by the pounding of her heart and the sweet, maddening perfume of her life. I'm not right. Something's wrong with me. I could hurt you. You could, she agreed. Calmly, taking a step closer. Not in challenge, but in curiosity, like someone approaching a rare, skittish animal. But you haven't. You're holding on very tightly, Harry Potter. I can see the rope you're holding. It's fraying. How did she know? How could she possibly see the internal war, the sheer, exhausting effort it took to root his feet to the ground, to clench his jaw so tight it ached? What are you doing here? He managed to ask, forcing the question out, a lifeline to normality. The rackspurts around my house were particularly thick tonight, she said, as if explaining that it might rain. They make thinking crooked. I came out to clear my head. Then I felt the pull. She gestured vaguely at the air between them. Like a thread on a jumper, you know. One that's connected to something important. So I followed it. A pull. A thread. Magic. But this didn't feel like magic. It felt deeper. You shouldn't have, he whispered, despair washing over him. If he lost control now, with her, he'd never come back from it. He'd be the monster Vernon always said he was. Luna was now within arm's reach. She looked up at him, her silvery eyes reflecting his own haunted, silver-ringed gaze. You're not a monster, Harry. You're just changing. Like a caterpillar. Only your chrysalis is made of night and old blood. She reached out, not toward his face, but toward his hand, which was still white-knuckled on the bench. He flinched, expecting her touch to be the final straw. But her fingers didn't touch his skin. They hovered over his clenched fist. A warmth, entirely different from the heat of blood, radiated from her. It was a gentle, golden warmth that seeped into the cold stone of his being. It didn't sat the thirst, but it soothed the ragged edges of it. The violent, gnawing need softened, just a fraction. He stared at their almost touching hands, then into her eyes. There was no fear there. Only a deep, placid understanding that cracked something open inside him. How? Was all he could say. My mother, Luna said, her smile turning wistful. She was experimenting with spells. Very advanced, very beautiful spells. One went wrong. I was 9. I saw the light leave her. Her voice stayed soft, factual. But for a moment, when it happened, the veil between things got very thin. I saw all the strings that connect everything. I've always been able to see them a little bit, since then. And right now, her gaze drifted to his chest. You have the most brilliant, tangled string I've ever seen. It goes very deep, and very far back. And it's connected to ever so many things that are sleeping. Her words should have been nonsense. But in his new state, with the world stripped bare to its essence, they made a terrible, perfect sense. He wasn't just a thing alone in the dark. He was part of a tapestry, a pattern. The realization was as frightening as it was compelling. The tension in him eased, just a degree. The immediate, violent urgency to feed receded, banked like a fire. He unclenched his hand from the bench. The dent he'd left behind was a perfect imprint of his fingers. I don't know what to do, he confessed, the admission leaving him deflated. I can't go home. I can't go to my friends. Not like this. You could come with me, Luna said, as if inviting him in for tea. My father is in Sweden looking for Snarkakhoof Prince. The house is quiet, and the rackspurts have mostly cleared. The absurdity of it almost made him laugh. Luna Lovegood, offering sanctuary to whatever he had become. Yet, the alternative was wandering the streets until dawn, or worse, giving in to the thirst somewhere public. He looked at her, really looked. She saw him. Not the boy who lived, not the freak, not even just Harry Potter. She saw the glittering edges, the fraying rope, the deep, terrible string of his lineage. And she wasn't running. It was the first act of pure, uncomplicated acceptance he had ever received. A faint pink tinge was beginning to bleed into the eastern sky. The sight sent a jolt of pure, instinctive alarm through him. The coming light felt threatening in a way it never had before. Luna followed his gaze. Ah, we should go. The dawn will be loud for you, I think. He nodded, wordless. She turned and began to walk, Not back toward the main road, but toward a gap in the far hedge that led to a winding footpath. She moved with an airy, graceful step. Harry fell in beside her, his own movements silent and fluid. They walked in silence for a while, the sleeping world around them unaware of the predator and the seer moving through its midst. "Does it hurt?" Luna asked after a while, her voice cutting through the quiet symphony of the pre-dawn. "The thirst. The remembering," she said. "You have old memories in your blood. I can hear them whispering." He hadn't put it into words, but she was right. Beneath his own thoughts were echoes. The taste of winters that lasted centuries. The sound of languages dead for millennia. The cold, vast loneliness of being the first of a line. "Yes," he said, the simple truth more powerful than any detailed explanation. She hummed a little, a tuneless, comforting sound. "I hear my mother's voice sometimes in the wind. It's not a bad thing. It means we're not as alone as we seem." They reached the outskirts of Ottery Street. Catchpole. The Lovegood house, a strange, tower-like structure that looked like a giant rook chess piece, came into view. It looked eccentric, fragile, and utterly welcoming. As they approached the gate, Luna paused and looked up at him, her face serious. "You'll need to learn control, Harry. The hunger is a part of you, but it doesn't have to be the driver. My mother's books, she had many about magical essences and life forces. There might be something that can help. A way to redirect it." Hope, a fragile, delicate thing, sparked in his chest for the first time since he'd awoken. It wasn't a solution, but it was a direction. A path through the darkness. "Thank you, Luna," he said, the words inadequate. She smiled, that dreamy, knowing smile. "The string led me to you. I think it's supposed to." She pushed open the gate. It squealed, a loud, ordinary sound in the quiet. As Harry stepped over the threshold, following her into the odd, round house, the first sliver of the sun broke the horizon. From within the safe, dark doorway, he watched it. The rising light didn't burn, but it pressed against his new senses like a physical weight, a blanket of static, drowning out the beautiful clarity of the night. It was tolerable, but deeply, profoundly wrong. Luna was right. The dawn was loud, and as she closed the heavy, brass-bound door behind them, plunging them into a cool, quiet hallway filled with the smell of dust and strange spices, Harry realized the true, terrifying weight of his new existence. The world of sunlit days, of Quidditch matches and laughter in the Gryffindor common room, was receding. He was a creature of the shadows now. And he had just entrusted his monstrous, fragile secret to the one person in the world who seemed to view it not as a curse, but as a fascinating, if dangerous, fact of nature. The door clicked shut, sealing them in. Outside, the sun climbed, oblivious. Inside, in the dim hall, Luna turned to him, her eyes glowing in the semi-darkness. "The first thing," she said softly, "is to see if you can drink something that isn't alive." She led him toward the kitchen, and Harry followed, the predator in him curiously obedient to the gentle seer, the fraying rope in his hands momentarily secure. But in the back of his mind, the old, cold memories whispered, and the thirst, patient and eternal, waited. Chapter 3. The inside of the Lovegood house was a physical manifestation of Luna's mind. Strange, beautiful, and held together by a logic that was entirely its own. The circular walls of the hallway were painted with intricate, swirling murals of creatures Harry had never seen, spiraled beasts with kind eyes, floating plants that wept gem-like dew. The air smelled of dried lavender, cedarwood, and the faint, ozone tang of old magic. "It's this way," Luna said, floating rather than walking toward an arched doorway. "The kitchen is the warmest room. The chillimists nest in the walls there. They're attracted to warmth, but they emit a cold aura. It's a fascinating contradiction." Harry followed, his new senses drinking in the environment. He could hear the gentle creak of the house settling, the skittering of what might have been chillimists or just mice in the walls. He could see the layers of paint on the murals, the individual brushstrokes. A portrait of a wizard with an enormous, toothy smile, and Luna's wide eyes watched him pass. "That's my great-great-grandfather," Luna said without turning. "He was eaten by a Jarvey, but he left very good instructions on how to ward against them." The kitchen was a cluttered, cozy riot. Dried dirigible plums hung from the ceiling like strange talismans. Pots and pans of mismatched copper and brass dangled from hooks. A large, black stove dominated one curved wall, and in the center was a heavy oak table buried under stacks of books, curious rocks, and half-finished sketches of odd creatures. The window looked out onto a wild, overgrown garden. "Sit," Luna instructed, pointing to a squashy armchair wedged in a corner. It was piled with quilts that smelled of cinnamon and cat. "I'll look." She began browsing the shelves, which were crammed not just with cookbooks, but with volumes like Theoretical Astral Alimentation and Essence and Ethos, a life force primer. Her fingers trailed over the spines with a gentle reverence. Harry sank into the chair. The exhaustion wasn't physical, his body hummed with unused energy, but mental, spiritual. The events of the night pressed down on him. The transformation, the nearly uncontrollable thirst, the flight, the mouse, the terrifying pull of Luna's pulse. He stared at his palms, so unnaturally clean. What am I going to do? The question was a whisper to the quiet room. Learn. Luna's voice came, muffled, from behind a large tome she was pulling from a high shelf. All creatures must learn their nature. Even the crumple-horned snarkak has to learn how to retract its horn, or it would get stuck in all sorts of things. This isn't a horn, Luna. The words came out sharper than he intended. She turned, the large book in her arms, and looked at him with those unsettlingly clear eyes. No, it's deeper, more fundamental, which is why we start with the basics. She thumped the book onto the cleared corner of the table. The title was etched in fading gold, Vascular Vitalism, a Study in Sustenance by E.A. Sanguinus. Harry flinched at the name. Is that a vampire? Luna finished, opening the book to a chapter titled, Substitutes and Simulacra. Oh, yes, but a rather scholarly one. He believed all magical beings share a connection to the same fundamental life energy. Blood is just the most potent, concentrated carrier. She began reading, her finger tracing down the page. He posits that with sufficient will and magical focus, a vampire could sustain itself on other essences, prepared correctly. A flicker of that fragile hope returned. You mean, I might not have to bite people? Probably not forever. But you're very new, Harry. And very powerful. The hunger, it will be a teacher. A strict one. She looked up. For now, we see if you can take a prepared essence. It might take the edge off. She moved to the kitchen cupboards, pulling out jars and bottles. Dried leaves, glittering powders, thick, dark syrups. Daddy's experimental potion ingredients, she explained. He says you can't discover new things without a bit of chaos. Harry watched, fascinated and apprehensive, as Luna worked. She didn't use a cauldron, but a simple ceramic mortar and pestle. She ground together what looked like shriveled blackberries and a silver powder that sparked. She added a few drops of a viscous, emerald green liquid from a vial, then poured the mixture into a large, shallow bowl. This is a confluence of lunar-charged nightshade berries, powdered moonstone, and essence of acromantula venom, not the deadly part, the digestive enzyme, she narrated calmly, as if making a cup of tea. It's a catalyst. It should, in theory, mimic the magical signature of life force passing from one vessel to another. She placed the bowl on the table in front of him. The mixture was a deep, swirling purple, and it gave off a faint, cold light. Drink that? Harry asked, his throat tight. The concoction smelled sharp, chemical, utterly unappealing. The book says to immerse your senses. To draw the essence out, not consume the medium. Luna pointed to the text. A diagram showed a vampire with hands hovering over a similar bowl, tendrils of mist rising into their nostrils and mouth. Harry looked from the book to the bowl, then to Luna's expectant face. He had nothing to lose. He leaned forward, placing his hands on either side of the cool ceramic. He didn't know what he was doing. He closed his eyes, trying to ignore the still present, bass note thirst for the warm, living pulse just across the table. He focused on the bowl. On the substance within it. He reached for it not with his hands, but with the new, hungry awareness inside him. He pulled. A gasp escaped him. A thin, shimmering vapor, the color of a twilight sky, rose from the mixture. It didn't enter his nose or mouth. It flowed directly into the skin of his face and hands, a cool, tingling sensation. It was like breathing in starlight and static. There was no taste, but there was a feeling, a faint, echoing resonance of vitality, like hearing an echo of a song from a great distance. The effect was immediate, but minor. The raging, clawing hunger softened from a scream to a persistent, grating demand. The hollow ache beneath his ribs lessened by a fraction. It wasn't sustenance. It was a placebo with a magical kick. A single sip of water in a desert. He opened his eyes. The mixture in the bowl was now a dull, inert gray, the light gone from it. Luna was watching him closely. Did it work? A little, he said, his voice filled with a weary wonder. It's not enough. But it's something. It helped. The relief was so profound he felt dizzy with it. There was an alternative. There was a path that didn't lead directly to becoming a monster. Luna nodded, satisfied. Good. We can refine it. The book has more complex recipes. Some involve phoenix tears or unicorn hair, but those are a bit hard to come by. She closed the tome. But that's for later. You need rest, Harry. Not sleep, I think. Not the way you used to. But quiet. Integration. She led him up a spiraling staircase to a small, round room at the top of the tower. It was clearly her room. More murals decorated the walls, this time of fantastical forests. The bed was piled with mismatched cushions. A mobile of delicate, enchanted paper birds turned slowly in the still air near the ceiling. The window here was large, and the dawn was now full, washing the room in a pale, insistent light. Harry recoiled. The light felt abrasive, like sandpaper on his new senses. It drowned out the subtle sounds and smells, flooding his awareness with a bland, overwhelming brightness. Luna saw his reaction. She went to the window and drew not a curtain, but a heavy, dark tapestry that was folded beside it. It depicted a night sky embroidered with phases of the moon and constellations. She hung it over the window, and the room plunged into a deep, velvety gloom, broken only by the soft, self-illuminated glow of the paper birds. The relief was instantaneous. The painful overstimulation faded. He could hear his own breath again, the soft rustle of Luna's clothes, the distant call of a bird outside, now pleasantly muffled. "Thank you," he said again, the words carrying a weight of gratitude he could never fully express. "You can stay here as long as you need," she said simply. "I'll be downstairs. The Raxperts are gathering in the garden. I should go and reason with them." She left, closing the door quietly behind her. Alone, Harry stood in the center of the dark, quiet room. The events of the last 12 hours crashed over him in a wave. The Dursleys, the transformation, the progenitor's memory, the flight, Luna, the concoction. He was a vampire. Not a storybook creature, but something ancient and primal. And he was in the home of Luna Lovegood, who treated it as a fascinating academic and existential problem. He walked to the covered window and placed a hand against the dark tapestry. Beyond it, he could feel the sun's presence, a vast, roaring furnace of life that was now, in some fundamental way, antagonistic to what he had become. He thought of Ron and Hermione. What would they see if they looked at him now? Would Ron flinch? Would Hermione try to find a cure in a book, her logic fighting against the impossible? The pain of that thought was sharper than any thirst. A low sound built in his chest, a vibration of pure, desolate loneliness. It wasn't a sob. It was something older. A keen for a lost life, for a sunlit self left behind in a cupboard under the stairs. He didn't cry. His body didn't seem to produce tears anymore. But he stood there for a long time, hand against the fabric separating him from the day, mourning the boy who had gone to bed in that cupboard, and wondering what would awaken in his place when night fell again. The tapestry dark day passed in a strange, suspended state. Harry didn't sleep, but he entered a kind of waking trance, sitting on the floor with his back against Luna's bed. His mind turned inward, sifting through the new sensations, the whispers in his blood. He practiced focusing his hearing, dialing it from the overwhelming cacophony of the entire house down to the single, slow drip of a leaky faucet in a bathroom below. He tested his strength, carefully bending a discarded hairpin Luna had left on a dresser into a perfect, tiny circle without the slightest strain. Mostly, he wrestled with the thirst. The concoction had taken the desperate edge off, but the need was a constant, low-grade presence. It was a lens through which he now viewed the world. He could feel the life in the house, the magical, buzzing energy of the protective wards, the slower, older life of the wood and stone, and, underneath it all, the bright, singular candle flame of Luna's vitality. It called to him, a siren song he had to consciously tune out. As the last rays of the sun began to fade, painting the edges of the tapestry with a faint, orange glow, a new sound intruded on his focus. Not from inside the house, but from outside, on the winding lane that led to the Lovegood gate. The unmistakable crack of apparition. Then two voices. One was brisk, worried, familiar in a way that sent a jolt of simultaneous warmth and dread through him. Are you sure this is the place, Ron? It looks unusual. Hermione Granger. The second voice was gruffer, tinged with discomfort. Yeah, that's what Dad said. Zeno Lovegood's place. Looks like a giant bloomin' chess piece. But why would Harry be here? And why wouldn't he answer his letters? Even you're worried, Hermione, don't deny it. Ron Weasley. Panic, cold and sharp, shot through Harry's veins. They couldn't see him. Not like this. He stood up, his movements silent. He pressed himself against the wall beside the window, his enhanced hearing zeroing in. He heard the squeal of the gate. Footsteps on the garden path. Luna's voice, floating out from the front door. Hello. The Fumblebees said you'd be coming. They're not usually reliable, but today they seem quite focused. Luna. Hermione's voice, trying to be polite but strained with urgency. We're looking for Harry. Is he here? We've been so worried. The Dursleys said he ran away. A pause. Harry could imagine Luna's dreamy, assessing look. Harry Potter is here, Luna said, her voice clear and carrying. But he's not quite ready for visitors. He's undergoing a metamorphosis. It's a delicate time. Metamorphosis. Ron's voice, loud and confused. What's that mean? Is he sick? Has he been cursed? Not a curse, Luna said. A becoming. It's different. Luna, please. Hermione's voice was pleading now. We're his best friends. If he's in trouble, we need to see him. We can help. Another, longer pause. Harry held his breath. He willed Luna to send them away. To lie. To protect his terrible secret. He's afraid, Luna said softly, and Harry's heart clenched at the simple truth of it. He's afraid of what you'll see. The glitter around him is very bright now. It can be startling. I don't care if he's covered in blinking fairy lights. Ron exploded. He's our mate. Let us in, Luna. The decision was being taken from him. He heard Luna's sigh, a whisper of sound. Very well. But you must be calm. And you must not shout. His hearing is very sensitive now. The door opened wider. Footsteps entered the hallway below. Harry stood frozen in the dark tower room. There was nowhere to run. The window was covered, and even if he jumped, they'd see him. He was trapped. He heard them climbing the spiral stairs. Ron's heavy, anxious tread. Hermione's quicker, determined steps. Luna's light, leading footfalls. He straightened up, forcing his hands to unclench. He tried to school his features into something familiar, something less, other. But he could feel the coolness of his skin, the unnatural stillness of his breathing, the subtle, predatory alertness in his stance. The door to the room opened. Luna entered first, a silent, pale figure. She stepped aside. Hermione stood in the doorway, her bushy hair a halo in the dim light from the paper birds. Ron was right behind her, his freckles standing out on his worried face. Their eyes found him, standing in the shadows. For a second, there was only silence as they took him in. The pale, flawless skin. The way he stood, too still, like a statue. The green eyes that now held a ring of luminous, liquid silver in the gloom. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. Ron's jaw went slack. Blimey, Harry, Ron breathed, his voice full of shock and confusion. What happened to you? Hermione, ever the quickest, saw more. Her eyes widened not just with surprise, but with dawning, horrific comprehension. She saw the lack of breath fog, the predatory grace even in his stillness, the subtle tension in his frame as he watched them, the way a wolf might watch unsuspecting deer. Her voice, when it came, was a trembling whisper of disbelief and fear. Harry, your reflection. She pointed a shaking finger at the small, oval mirror on Luna's dresser beside him. Harry turned his head, following her gaze. The mirror was ornate, silver, showing a clear reflection of the room behind him, the bed, the mural of a forest, the mobile of birds. But where his own image should have been, there was only empty space. He cast no reflection. The truth, undeniable and monstrous, hung in the air between the four of them. Ron took an involuntary step back, his face ashen. Hermione's eyes filled with tears of sheer, terrified heartbreak. And Harry, the vampire progenitor, stood exposed before his best friends in the world, seeing in their horrified eyes the final, shattering death of the boy he used to be. Chapter 4 *. The silence in the tower room was absolute, and heavy enough to crush stone. It was broken only by the frantic, twin drumbeats of their hearts, Ron's a pounding, accelerating rhythm of shock, Hermione's a quick, fluttering staccato of terror and cognitive dissonance. The scent of their fear was new to Harry's senses, sharp like ozone and bitter like burnt almonds. It mixed with the familiar smells of them, wool and broom polish, parchment and apple shampoo, creating a nauseating cocktail that made the thirst in his gut twist with fresh, shameful interest. He couldn't look away from the mirror. The empty space where his body should have been was more shocking than any grotesque reflection. It was an erasure. A confirmation that the boy who had caught the snitch, who had fought Basilisk and Dementor, was no longer entirely there in the world of light and surfaces. No, Hermione whispered, the word of broken thing. Her logical mind, the mind that trusted books and rules and the fundamental laws of magical theory, was shattering against the evidence. That's not possible. There are spells, illusions. Ron found his voice first, raw and loud, clinging to denial like a lifeline. What kind of stupid trick is this? Harry, what's going on? You look bloody weird. His eyes darted over Harry's pale, still form, the silver-ringed eyes. Are you ill? Is it something from the Dursleys? It's not a trick, Ronald. Luna's voice was calm, a gentle ripple in the fraught atmosphere. She stood slightly to the side, observing them all with an air of quiet sadness. And it's not an illness. It's a transformation. He's become something older than wizards. A progenitor. A what? Ron spluttered, his fear morphing temporarily into anger at the nonsense word. Speak English, Lovegood. Vampire. The word left Harry's lips. It was flat, toneless, the final nail in a coffin. He forced himself to meet Ron's eyes, then Hermione's. The pain of seeing their horror was a physical wound. She means I'm a vampire, Ron. But not like the ones in defensive magical theory. It's different. Hermione let out a small, choked sound. Her hands were clenched at her sides, knuckles white. Vampires, they're dark creatures. They drink, they kill. I haven't killed anyone, Harry said quickly, desperately. I wouldn't. I almost, but I didn't. The memory of Vernon's pulsing throat under his fingertips rose up, and he saw Hermione's sharp eyes catch his flinch. She was connecting dots with terrifying speed. The Dursleys, she breathed. That's why you ran. He was thirsty, Luna offered, as if explaining he needed a glass of water. The first awakening is very powerful. But he didn't feed. He held on. He's been holding on ever since. Ron was shaking his head, a slow, bewildered motion. This is mental. Completely mental. You can't just become a vampire. You get bitten. There's a whole process. Not for the first one, Harry said, the ancient knowledge rising unbidden. Not for the source. It sleeps in the blood, and it wakes up. He thought of the Dementors, of the profound cold that had somehow felt like a trigger. Something called it forth. Hermione took a step forward, her academic mind engaging despite her terror. It was a heartbreakingly familiar gesture. The immunological properties of Lily Potter's sacrificial protection, combined with the recurrent exposure to soul-annihilating entities, it could have created a metaphysical pressure, catalyzing a latent. She trailed off, her theory dying as she truly looked at him again. The scholar was overcome by the friend. Her eyes filled anew. Oh, Harry, what did they do to you? The compassion in her voice, however fraught, was his undoing. The rigid control he'd maintained since they entered splintered. A tremor ran through him. I don't know, he said, his voice cracking with a desperation that was entirely, humanly his. I just woke up in the dark, and I could hear everything, smell everything, and I was so thirsty, Hermione. Not for water. He couldn't say it. He looked at the floor, shame burning through him like cold fire. Ron had gone very still. His blue eyes were fixed on Harry, no longer just seeing the paleness or the eerie eyes, but the pain, the utter lostness. Ron Weasley, for all his occasional density, had a heart that ran deep and true. He recognized suffering. You really didn't bite anyone? Ron asked, his voice quieter now. No. And you're not. You don't want to. Ron gestured vaguely at him and Hermione. Harry's head snapped up. Never. I'd rather die. The vehemence was pure, explosive, and it seemed to reach Ron in a way logic couldn't. Ron let out a long, slow breath. He scrubbed a hand through his red hair. Right. Okay. So you're a different sort of vampire. And you're not snacking on people. He said it like he was trying to convince himself. What do we do? We was a life raft. Harry clutched at it. I don't know. Luna's been helping. She made a substitute. From a book. It takes the edge off, but it's not enough. Hermione had withdrawn into herself, arms wrapped around her torso. The war inside her was visible on her face. Revulsion, fear, loyalty, scientific curiosity, and a love that was being sorely tested. Substitutes are theoretically possible, but notoriously unstable for true vampires, she said mechanically, quoting some text. The nutritional and magical requirements of hematophagy are complex. Long-term reliance on simulacra leads to degeneration, increased predatory instinct. She stopped, hearing her own clinical words. She looked at Harry, a fresh wave of agony in her brown eyes. I'm sorry. I need to understand. I know, he said softly. We can't tell anyone, Ron said abruptly, practical. Not the Order. Not Dumbledore. Not anyone. His expression was grim. They'd see a dark creature. They might try to put you down, or lock you up. He said it with a fierce protectiveness that made Harry's throat tight. Dumbledore would know something was wrong the moment he saw me, Harry said bitterly. He sees everything. Then we don't let him see you, Ron insisted. Not until we figure this out. You're staying here. Harry nodded, glancing at Luna. For now. It's safe. Dark. Right. Ron squared his shoulders, a general taking stock. We need a plan. We need research. Proper research, not just. He gestured at the oddments in Luna's room, but without malice. No offense, Luna. None taken, Luna said serenely. The Rotfang conspiracy pamphlets are probably not very helpful for this. Hermione finally uncoiled slightly, her mind latching onto the concrete task. The restricted section. There are texts there. Malleus Maleficarum has an appendix on eldritch transformations, but it's heavily biased. Sanguinis Aeternum is supposedly the definitive work, but it's locked in the headmaster's private collection. She was muttering, planning, her fear channeled into purpose. Seeing them like this, rallying despite the shock, despite the monster in their midst, was almost too much to bear. Harry felt a surge of something warmer than blood, more potent than any thirst, gratitude so profound it ached. You believe me? He asked, the question small and vulnerable. Ron snorted, though his eyes were still wary. Course we do. You're a terrible liar. And you look like a haunted porcelain doll. Something's definitely up. Hermione met his gaze, her own still swimming with tears, but her jaw was set. You're Harry. That hasn't changed. The parameters of your existence have. We'll adapt. It wasn't unconditional acceptance, not like Luna's. It was battle-hardened loyalty, a choice to stand by him even in the terrifying unknown. It was the strongest magic he knew. For a moment, the room felt less like a cage and more like a war council. The moment shattered with a sound from outside. A low, resonant hum, felt more than heard, vibrating through the very foundations of the house. The paper birds on the mobile stopped their gentle turning and froze, pointing light compass needles toward the window. Luna's head cocked. The wards, they're singing a warning note. Harry's senses erupted. The world outside, previously a muffled tapestry of night sounds, sharpened to a lethal point. He could hear it now, the crunch of careful footsteps on the gravel lane, not one set, but several. Slow, coordinated. And over it, a voice, magically amplified, cold and bureaucratic, cutting through the night. By the authority of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Beast Division. We have detected an irregular, high-level dark entity manifestation at this location. Zeno Lovegood, or current occupant, you are required to submit to immediate inspection. Open the door. A fist, heavy and official, hammered against the front door downstairs. The sound echoed up the tower like a death knell. Ron and Hermione spun toward the door, wands leaping into their hands from sheer instinct. The Ministry. Hermione gasped. How could they know? We just found out. Harry's new instincts provided the cold, logical answer. The awakening, Luna said it was a big string. Maybe it makes ripples. Or the Dursleys reported something. The memory of Petunia's horrified whisper, what are you? Asterisk. Luna drifted to the covered window and peeled back a corner of the tapestry. In the moonlight, they could see the outlines of 4 figures in dark robes on the path. One held a complex, glowing instrument that swept toward the house like a sniffer dog. An aeromancer, used to track atmospheric magical disturbances. They have a warrant quill, Luna reported dreamily. It's writing in midair. And one of them has a vial of what looks like holy water. How odd. They're not here for a chat, Ron growled, his face set. They're here for you, Harry. They think you're a beast that needs controlling. Panic, cold and slick, coiled in Harry's stomach. He was barely holding on to his humanity by his fingernails. The thought of being taken by the Ministry, thrown into some cell, examined like a specimen, the thirst and the fury rose together, a dark tide. His vision tinged with silver. The hunger wasn't just a need now, it was a weapon, screaming to be used against these invaders. I won't be taken, he heard himself say, his voice dropping into a lower register, a chill entering it that hadn't been there before. Harry, no, Hermione said, hearing the change. You can't fight the Ministry. They'll have every excuse they need to destroy you. They will not take him, Luna said, not with anger, but with simple certainty. She looked away from the window, her luminous eyes meeting Harry's. The house doesn't want them here. And the house has secrets. Another, more thunderous bang on the door. Final warning, open up, or we will breach. Ron, Hermione, Harry said, forcing the coldness back, clinging to their faces. You need to leave. Disapparate. Now. You can't be found here with me. Not a chance, Ron began. Now. Harry commanded, and it wasn't just his voice. It was a thread of the progenitor's will, ancient and absolute, ringing in the small space. Ron and Hermione flinched, eyes widening at the compulsion in the word. It wasn't a spell, but a vibration of sheer dominance that for a second made disobedience unthinkable. It broke the stalemate. Hermione grabbed Ron's arm, her expression torn but decisive. He's right. We're no help to him if we're arrested for consorting with a dark creature. We need to be on the outside. We'll find a way to contact you. Ron looked furious, but he nodded, the logic overriding his heroics. You stay alive, mate. You hear me. The door downstairs splintered with a sound of shattering wood and magic. Go, Harry roared. With one last, agonized look, Hermione twisted on the spot, pulling Ron with her. The crack of their disapparition was swallowed by the noise of the breaking door and the shouts from below. Harry was alone with Luna. The cellar, Luna said, gliding toward the door. It's not on the floor plans the Ministry has. Daddy added it for the heliopaths. Follow me, and step only where I step. They slipped out of the room as heavy boots began thundering up the stairs. Luna moved with ethereal speed, not running, but flowing down a side passage Harry hadn't noticed, hidden behind a tapestry of a dancing crumple-horned snarkak. The passage was narrow and dark, descending in a tight spiral. Harry followed, his silent footsteps a ghost of hers. From above, they heard voices. Search the place. The entity's signature is strongest here. There's a child's room. Empty. Spread out. Check for concealment charms. Luna reached a dead end, a plain stone wall. She placed her palm flat against a specific stone, humming a few bars of a strange, discordant tune. The wall shimmered and dissolved, revealing a steep, rough-hewn staircase leading down into profound blackness. A cold, damp air wafted up, carrying the scent of wet earth, stone, and something else, something old and dormant. The cellar, Luna whispered. They won't find the entrance. The magic is in the singing, not the spell. They descended into the dark. As they did, Harry felt a strange pull, not from above, but from below. A resonance. Something in this deep place was answering the call of the ancient blood in his own veins. Behind them, the wall resealed, cutting off the sounds of the searching Ministry men. The darkness in the cellar was total, but to Harry, it was like stepping into a gentle gray twilight. He could see the vaulted stone ceiling, the packed earth floor, shelves filled with strange, dusty jars. And in the center of the room, a stone sarcophagus. It was plain, unadorned, made of a black rock that seemed to drink the faint light from his eyes. It hummed with a low, sub-audible frequency that vibrated in his teeth. The pull was coming from there. What is that? Harry asked, his voice a husk in the quiet. Daddy found it when he built the house, Luna said, approaching it without fear. He said it was an anchor. Something to keep the house from floating away when the thoughts inside it got too loud. He never could open it. Harry moved toward it as if in a trance. The thirst, the fear, the panic, all of it faded into background noise before this object. This was what his senses had been reaching for since he awoke. He placed a hand on the lid. The stone was not cold. It was the temperature of still blood. A jolt, like a heartbeat, passed from the sarcophagus into his palm. Images, clearer than the ones from his awakening, flashed behind his eyes. A vast, starless sky over a primordial landscape. The same towering progenitor figure, but not alone. Beside him, two shapes, one crowned with woven shadows and intellect, the other with woven moonlight and madness. His queens. Their power was not lesser, but complementary, a dark triad that had shaped the dawn of predation. Asterisk. The vision vanished. With a sound like a sigh from the earth itself, the lid of the sarcophagus shifted. Not a full opening, but a crack, no wider than a finger. From within seeped not a smell, but a promise. The essence of potency, of ancient power preserved. It was the scent of the ultimate substitute, the thing the scholarly vampire's book had only theorized. It called to his thirst not with the frantic allure of living pulse, but with the deep, solemn pull of a communion. He knew, with absolute certainty, that what was inside could sustain him. Not for a day, or a week, but for a long, long time. It could give him the strength to control the hunger, to think, to plan. But it was also a line. To take from this ancient, hidden place was to accept the legacy more fully. To step deeper into the shadow. Above, they could hear the muffled thumps of the ministry team, searching in vain. Luna watched him, her eyes reflecting the deep gloom. You have to choose, Harry Potter. The world above wants to chain you. This might give you the strength to be free. But it will change the song you sing. Harry stared at the dark crack in the stone. The choice was upon him. To remain the starving, fleeing victim, or to reach into the dark heart of his own lineage and take what he needed to survive. His hand hovered over the opening. The voice of a ministry wizard echoed faintly down through stone and soil, sharp with frustration. Nothing. The trace is everywhere and nowhere. It's like it vanished into the foundation. Harry's jaw tightened. His green and silver eyes hardened with a resolve that was all his own, forged in a decade of defiance. He made his choice. His fingers slid into the darkness of the sarcophagus. Chapter 5 asterisk. The essence that seeped from the sarcophagus wasn't a liquid. It was a vapor, thick as smoke and cold as the space between stars. It coiled around Harry's fingers where they rested on the stone lip, a tangible darkness that seemed to pulse in time with the sudden, fierce pounding of his own heart, a heart that beat now not just with human anxiety, but with a voracious, ancient recognition. This is yours. Asterisk. The thought was not his own, yet it resonated in every fiber of his transformed being. The scholarly substitute Luna had concocted was a child's sketch compared to the masterpiece before him. This was the distilled memory of power, the echo of the progenitor's own vitality, preserved in this strange, anchoring stone. It's singing to you, Luna murmured, her voice seeming to come from far away. A very old song, all in the bass notes. Harry didn't answer. His focus was absolute. The thirst inside him, which had been a gnawing, shameful companion, now rose in a silent, deafening crescendo of pure need. It wasn't aimed at Luna's gentle pulse. It was aimed at this. He leaned closer, his breath hitching. The vapor responded, flowing up his arm in sinuous tendrils, seeping not through his skin this time, but drawn into his mouth and nose as he instinctively inhaled. The effect was not a gentle lessening. It was a cataclysm. Power, raw and undiluted, flooded him. It was like being struck by lightning made of midnight. His back arched, a silent scream locked in his throat. His senses, already preternatural, exploded outward. He could feel the roots of the trees in the garden above, tasting the damp soil through their tips. He could hear the scurrying of beetles in the stone walls, the slow, geological grind of the earth's plates far below. The entire house became a transparent blueprint in his mind. Every nail, every current of magic in the wards, every frantic, confused ministry wizard stomping through the kitchen above, their heat signatures glowing like clumsy torches in the gloom of his perception. And the thirst, it was gone. Not sated, but silenced. Filled with something so potent that the mere idea of feeding on something as fleeting as a mortal's blood seemed laughably crude. He felt invulnerable, saturated, eternal. The vision from his first awakening returned, but now it was clear, sharp, a memory etched in obsidian. The progenitor stood on the bone-strewn plain, but he was not a lonely king. To his right stood a figure of woven shadow and piercing intellect, a crown of dark stars hovering above a brow furrowed in thought that could unravel fate. To his left stood a being of liquid moonlight and swirling chaos, a crown of living ivy and lunatic flowers resting on hair like spun starlight. Their power intertwined with his, not as subordinates, but as pillars. The Dark Queen of Shadows. The Dark Queen of Moonlight. Together, they were a trinity. A completed circuit. Asterisk. The progenitor's voice, when it came, was the sound of continents shifting. My blood is the thirst. Their souls are the vessel. Our covenant is the night eternal. The vision shattered. Harry gasped, stumbling back from the sarcophagus. The lid had sealed itself shut once more, the stone silent and inert. But the power thrummed within him, a new, steady rhythm beneath his skin. He felt stronger, clearer, more in control than he had since the cupboard. The desperate, clawing animal was caged, fed a feast of shadows. He looked at his hands. They still looked pale and human, but when he flexed them, the air around his fingers seemed to warp and darken momentarily, as if he gripped the very fabric of dimness. You're shining differently now, Luna observed. She hadn't moved, a calm sentinel in the chaotic aftermath. Before, it was a ragged glitter. Now it's a smooth, dark glow. Like a black pearl. What was in there? Harry asked, his own voice sounding deeper, more resonant to his ears. A memory of blood, Luna said simply. The first bottle of wine, saved from the founding of the vineyard. Daddy always said some anchors need a weightier kind of memory. The metaphor made a strange sense. He had consumed a foundational myth, and it had strengthened the foundation of his own, monstrous self. A heavy thud directly above made dust sift from the cellar ceiling. Muffled voices argued. Clear trace just vanished. Poof. Like it never was. It's here, I'm telling you. The aeromancer spiked off the charts. Something in this house woke up a classification-level entity. Well, it's not in the walls, is it? Lovegood's known for oddity, not for harboring dark lords. Check the garden shed again. And you, keep an eye on the girl. She knows something. Luna looked up toward the ceiling. They're getting frustrated. Frustrated people make poor decisions. Their auras are spiking orange. That's never good. The newfound power in Harry curdled, mixing with a protective anger. They're bothering you because of me. They were always going to bother someone, Luna said. The string you pull on tugs at other things. But now you have the strength to decide what happens next. She was right. The terrified flight was over. The cowering in the dark was over. He had taken a measure of his own legacy. He wasn't just Harry Potter on the run. He was something else, and he was in the home of his only ally. Can they get in here? He asked, his voice calm. No. The door only answers the song. And now, she tilted her head, listening to something he couldn't hear. I think the house is getting annoyed. The Chillimists are abandoning their nests. That's a sign. Another, more violent bang shook the floorboards above, followed by the sound of shattering ceramic. A roared, Revelio. Harry made a decision. The power within him was a cool, dark pool, waiting to be shaped. He thought not of spells, but of intent. Of silence. Of stillness. Of the profound, smothering dark of the cupboard under the stairs, amplified 1,000-fold. He raised a hand, not holding a wand, but palm outward, toward the ceiling. He didn't speak an incantation. He willed it. A wave of pure negation flowed upward from him. It wasn't light or force. It was an absence. In the kitchen above, the lights, magical and mundane, snuffed out. Not a flicker, but an instant, utter extinction. The ongoing chatter of the detection instruments died with a pathetic squeal. The warm, ambient noise of the house vanished, replaced by a silence so thick it felt like pressure on the eardrums. From above, a panicked shout. Lumos. Nothing happened. Lumos. The wizard's voice was edged with hysteria. The spell fires couldn't catch hold in the blanket of anti-light Harry had woven. He could feel their panic now, not just hear it. 4 frantic heartbeats, like trapped birds. The scent of their fear was delicious, but the ancient power in his veins viewed it with distant contempt. They were mayflies buzzing in the sacred dark. What did you do? Luna whispered, her eyes wide not with fear, but with awe. I made a quiet place, Harry said, lowering his hand. The exertion had cost him nothing. If anything, drawing on the power felt natural, right? You made more than that, she said. You made a statement. Footsteps pounded above, fleeing toward the shattered front door. They were stumbling, blinded by a dark that was more than mere lack of light. It was an active, hungry thing that swallowed their feeble magic. He heard them trip, curse, collide with each other in their rush to escape. Soon, the only sounds were the distant, fading cracks of apparition from the lane. Then, true silence. Harry let his will relax. The oppressive dark in the house above receded, fading back to normal shadows. The Chillimists, he presumed, would return to their nests. He had defended his sanctuary without violence, without feeding. Using the dark as a shield, not a weapon. The distinction felt vital. Luna smiled at him, a real, bright smile. They'll report an unclassified, high-level atmospheric disturbance. Possibly a volatile but dormant haunting. They won't be back. Not without an army. Harry sank onto an old, dusty trunk, the aftermath of the power surge leaving him not weary, but contemplative. This changes everything. It does, Luna agreed. You're not hiding anymore. You're establishing a territory. She said it without judgment, as a naturalist noting a fact. The word, territory, felt both alien and correct. This cellar, this house, Luna's safety, they were under his protection now. A fragile, budding kingdom of one. I can't stay here forever, he said. The ministry will be watching. And Ron and Hermione, they'll be going mad with worry. They'll find a way, Luna said. The string between you is strong. It's one of the brightest ones. She paused, her head tilting again in that bird-like way. But you have another string now. One that's been plucked. When you took the memory blood. It's vibrating. A cold that had nothing to do with temperature touched Harry's spine. What does that mean? It means you rang a dinner bell, said a new, crisp voice from the top of the hidden stairs. Harry was on his feet in an instant, flowing into a defensive stance before the thought had fully formed. Luna merely turned. Hermione Granger stood on the bottom step, her face pale and smudged with soot, her hair even wilder than usual. In her hand was not her wand, but a small, charred piece of parchment, a used portkey. She looked at Harry, her eyes taking in his new, settled power, the easy grace of his movement, the deeper calm in his eyes. Her scientific mind was cataloging the changes. A dinner bell? Harry asked, the predator in him assessing her for threat, the friend in him aching at her fraught expression. Metaphorically, Hermione said, stepping fully into the cellar. She didn't approach him. A careful distance remained. When Ron and I got to Grimmauld Place, the Wardstone Sirius showed us, the one that monitors ancient magical thresholds, it lit up like a Christmas tree. An origin event, it called it. Consumption of a prime relic. She hugged herself, a defensive gesture. Creature started wailing about, the master's old enemy waking. He wouldn't stop. According to him, and the little I could cross-reference in Black's library, taking power like that, it sends out a ripple. Not just to the ministry. To other things that, remember the progenitor's reign. Things that might want to serve the new king. Or destroy him before he grows stronger. The implications settled like lead in Harry's gut. He'd thought only of the immediate threat. He hadn't considered that by claiming his heritage, he might be shouting his location to every ancient, terrible thing in the magical world. What kind of things? His voice was flat. The texts are vague. Children of the deeper dark, old court retainers, harbingers. It's all poetic nonsense, but the consistent theme is that they're attracted to the scent of progenitor power. Hermione's gaze finally met his, and the fear in it was now for him, not of him. You've declared yourself, Harry. In a language most wizards have forgotten. Other things still speak it. Luna nodded, as if this confirmed her theory about the plucked string. The Nargles are bringing rumors. Whispers in the ley lines. Something is moving in the forgotten places. A heavy, triple knock echoed through the house above. Not the violent battering of the ministry. This was different, precise, authoritative, and cold. It was not on the front door. It was on the window of the tower room. Hermione flinched. They're here already. Harry's senses snapped toward the sound. He could see the heat signature through the floors and stone, a figure, tall and impossibly thin, standing outside the glass, suspended in midair. Its heat was not the warm yellow of a living human, but a cold, deep blue, like the heart of a glacier. And it smelled, even from this distance, of frost and forgotten tombs. Stay here, Harry said, his tone leaving no room for argument. It was the voice of the protector, the king in his territory. Harry, you can't, Hermione began. He must, Luna interrupted gently. It's his door they're knocking on. Harry moved toward the stairs, the dark seeming to part for him. The power from the sarcophagus moved with him, a silent tide. He was afraid, but it was a clean fear, sharpening his senses further. This was his first real test. Not against bureaucrats with sniffing instruments, but against something from his own world shadowed past. He ascended through the house, a silent ghost. He passed the kitchen, where overturned ministry equipment lay in the now normal gloom. He spiraled up the stairs to the tower room. The tapestry was still drawn over the window. The knocking came again. Knock, knock, knock. Asterisk. Not impatient. Relentless. Harry took a breath he didn't need, and pulled the tapestry aside. Outside the window, hovering in the night air, was a being that made the Dementors look like cheerful nursery spirits. It was tall and wraith-thin, draped in robes of faded gray that might once have been royal finery. Its skin was taut and colorless over sharp bones. Its eyes were sunk deep in its skull, but they glowed with a faint, hungry silver light. Long, skeletal fingers ended in nails like chips of obsidian. It held a staff of pale wood, topped with a carved, unblinking moonstone. It did not look human. It looked like a story left untold for 1,000 years. It inclined its head, the motion stiff, ceremonial. When it spoke, its voice was the sound of wind through dead leaves, yet it carried perfectly through the glass. "Hail," it intoned. "The bell has tolled. The blood has remembered itself. The court of shadows hears its sovereign's call." It extended its bony hand, palm up. On it lay a small, black lily, perfectly formed, exuding a scent of grave earth and night-blooming jasmine. "An offering," the creature whispered. "And an invitation. The old places await your return, progenitor. We have kept your throne, dusted." Harry stared, the cold blue aura of the creature washing over him. This was no enemy. It was a servant, a retainer from a court that hadn't met in millennia. And it had felt his power and come to kneel. The sheer, terrifying scale of what he was becoming yawned open before him. It wasn't just about controlling thirst or hiding from the ministry. A legacy was falling onto his shoulders, heavy with the dust of ages and the expectations of creatures like this. He looked from the wraith's glowing eyes to the black lily in its palm. A symbol, allegiance. He knew, with cold certainty, that to accept it was to step onto a path from which there was no return. To reject it was to insult a power he did not yet understand, potentially making an enemy of a being that had waited centuries for this moment. The wraith waited, silent and still as a statue of ice. Down in the cellar, Hermione and Luna were holding their breath. Somewhere in the world, Ron was waiting, and Dumbledore was wondering, and Voldemort was plotting. And Harry Potter, the vampire progenitor, stood at a window between two worlds, his hand hesitating over the latch, while a messenger from the dark held out a flower and promised him a throne. Chapter 6 *. The black lily lay on the skeletal palm, a void against bone. Its scent, grave earth and night jasmine, seeped through the glass, twining with the cold blue aura of the wraith. Harry's new instincts parsed the offer with terrifying clarity. This was no simple flower. It was a sigil, a key. Accepting it would be an acknowledgement, a first step into a courtly dance older than Hogwarts. His own reflection-less face stared back at him from the dark window pane, superimposed over the waiting emissary. The boy who had dodged Dudley's fists in this very neighborhood wanted to slam the tapestry shut and hide. The part of him that was still Harry Potter recoiled at the idea of a throne, of subjects. But the progenitor's blood, now thrumming with the power of the memory essence, recognized the protocol. This creature, Harbinger, the knowledge whispered, was performing a rite. To refuse without cause was not prudent, it was an insult. And in the world this thing came from, insults were paid for in centuries of blood. He did not open the window. He spoke, his voice calm, carrying an authority that surprised him. "I hear the court of shadows. I acknowledge its greeting." The Harbinger's head inclined another precise degree. "The blood speaks true. Will you receive the offering, progenitor?" "Not yet." The words left him before he could second guess. "The throne has been empty a long time. The world has turned. I will come to the old places when I choose, not when I am summoned by a bell I did not mean to ring." A silence stretched, brittle as ancient ice. The silver light in the Harbinger's sockets flickered. It was not anger, Harry sensed, but calculation. This was not the reaction of a waking sovereign eager to reclaim his dominion. This was something new, a predator with patience. "The court has waited an age. It can wait a little longer," the Harbinger rasped. "But the bell has tolled for others, too. The restless ones. The hungry ones who remember the old ways. They will seek the source of the power. They will not knock. A warning, a threat, or both. Then let them come," Harry said, and he felt the darkness in the room behind him stir, responding to the challenge in his tone. "My territory is here. For now. The Harbinger's gaze seemed to pierce through the glass, sweeping over Harry, assessing the power within, the will behind the words. Slowly, its bony fingers closed around the black lily. The flower crumpled into a sprinkle of dark ash that vanished before it hit the windowsill. "We will watch," the creature intoned. "And wait. The offering remains available until the hungry ones make your choice for you." Without another word, it faded. Not apparition. It simply unraveled like mist in a sudden wind, its cold blue aura dissolving into the night. Harry stood motionless for a full minute, his senses stretched to their limit, probing the night. Nothing. The Harbinger was gone as completely as if it had never been. Only the lingering scent of grave earth remained. He let the tapestry fall back, plunging the room into its protective gloom. His hands were steady, but a cold tremor ran through the core of his being. The game had just expanded beyond anything he'd imagined. It wasn't just him against his thirst, or against the Ministry. He was a piece on a board where the other players were legends, and the rules were written in blood and shadow. He descended to the cellar. Hermione was pacing, chewing on a thumbnail. Luna sat cross-legged on the trunk, sketching something in the dust on the floor. "Well," Hermione's voice was tight. "What was it?" "A messenger," Harry said, leaning against the stone wall. The coolness was a comfort. "From something called the Court of Shadows. They felt me take the power. They've been waiting for the progenitor to return." Hermione paled. "A court, like a vampire aristocracy." "Older," Harry said. "The Harbinger didn't feel like a vampire. Not like I am. It felt desiccated. Like something that runs on different rules." "A retainer species," Luna mused, not looking up from her dust drawing. "Bound by oaths so old they're part of the landscape. They tend the empty palace until the king comes home. It offered me a symbol. A lily. I deferred." Hermione stopped pacing, her eyes wide. "You deferred." "Harry, if these things are as ancient and powerful as they sound, insulting them could be catastrophic." "I didn't insult. I established a boundary," he said, and the words felt right. "I'm not their long-lost king, ready to pick up a scepter. I'm Harry Potter, and I have enough problems. If I'd taken the flower, I'd owe them something. This way, the debt is unclear." He saw the logic dawn in Hermione's eyes, followed by a flicker of reluctant admiration. It was a Slytherin move. A political move. Not the reckless Gryffindor charge she'd expected. "It warned me others would come," Harry continued. "Others who felt the power and aren't interested in protocol. The hungry ones, it called them." Hermione's mind was already racing ahead, transforming fear into a logistics problem. "Then this house isn't safe long-term. It's the first place they'll look. We need to relocate you. Somewhere warded, somewhere hidden." "Grimmauld Place," Harry said. The suggestion hung in the air. Hermione blinked. "The Fidelius charm is broken. Snape revealed it. But the Black family wards are still there," Harry argued. "Ancient, dark, and brutal. Creature maintains them. And it's a place of pure blood and old shadows, might even mask my own signature. Who would look for me there? The Ministry thinks it's deserted. Voldemort thinks it's worthless since the Order left. It's full of dark artifacts and a miserable house elf," Hermione countered, but she was considering it. "It's a fortress," Harry said softly. "And right now, I need a fortress more than I need a home." Luna looked up from her drawing. It was a rough sketch of a tall, thin figure holding a flower, with many squiggly lines radiating outward from it. The strings would be very tangled there. So many old, sad spells. It could be a good place to get lost in. The decision, somehow, was made. The three of them, a council of outliers planning a siege. "We need Ron," Hermione said. "And we need to move tonight, before anything else knocks." An hour later, under a moonless sky, the back garden of 12 Grimmauld Place received them. The air was thick with the cloying scent of dying flowers and old magic. The house loomed, grim and secretive, its windows like sightless eyes. Ron was waiting, hidden under the invisibility cloak just beyond the property line. He pulled it off as they approached, his face grim in the gloom. He'd brought supplies, a bag full of Mrs. Weasley's sandwiches which Harry now looked at with detached curiosity, a flask of pumpkin juice, and a determined set to his jaw. "Blimey," Ron whispered, his eyes sweeping over Harry. "You look better. Less peaky. Still weird, but solid weird." It was the best compliment Harry had received in days. They slipped through the rear door, which Creature had unbolted with a series of grudging mutters. The kitchen was as Harry remembered, cavernous, dark, smelling of damp and burnt pots. The portrait of Mrs. Black was mercifully silent, her curtains drawn. Creature stood by the fireplace, his bulbous eyes wide as he took in Harry. He didn't bow. He trembled. The master's enemy, he croaked, not to Harry, but to the room. The blood-drinking sorcerer. Here, in Mistress's house. Oh, the shame. He's not your enemy, Creature, Hermione said firmly, though she eyed the elf warily. He's Harry Potter. He needs sanctuary. Creature feels the old dark in him, the elf muttered, wringing his hands. Darker than the mistress. Older than the house. It pulls on the stones. He looked at Harry, a complex war of hatred, duty, and newfound, terrified awe in his face. The house wards, they sing to it. They like it. That was something. If the house itself accepted his presence, it was a start. They set up a base in the drawing room, clearing away dust sheets. Hermione and Ron began reinforcing the existing wards with every protective charm they knew. Harry watched, feeling oddly useless. His magic now was instinctual, tied to his blood and will, not to incantations. He couldn't help with precise wandwork. Instead, he explored the house with his new senses. It was a symphony of decay and layered history. He could trace the echoes of Sirius's laughter in the upstairs hallway, the cold spite of Walburga Black's magic embedded in the walls, the secret, desperate magic of Order members layered over it all. And underneath, the oldest layer, the foundational wards of the Black family, blood-based, ruthless, and strong. They did indeed hum in resonance with the progenitor's power within him, a dark, familial recognition. In the library, he found Hermione later, buried in a tome titled Lineages of the Nocturnal Realms. She looked up, shadows under her eyes. Anything? He asked. Fragments, she said, pushing the book away. The Court of Shadows is mentioned as a mythical gathering place for firstborn night walkers and their vassals. It's not a location, more a state of being. A confluence of ley lines in a place that exists, sideways to the sun. Getting an invitation, or making an entrance, is supposedly a trial of power and blood. She bit her lip. The Harbinger was right. Other creatures are mentioned. Scions, lesser vampires gone feral without a progenitor's guiding will. Shroud stalkers, beings that feed on magical fear. They'd be drawn to a power vacuum, or to a new source of power like a beacon. So, we prepare for a siege, Harry said quietly. We can't stay besieged forever, Harry. Hermione stood, facing him. The fear was still there, but it was now welded to a fierce determination. We need to understand what you are. Fully. Not just to control the thirst, but to understand your abilities, your weaknesses. Your politics. She said the last word with distaste. I don't want politics, Hermione. You don't have a choice. She burst out, then lowered her voice, glancing at the door. That thing at the window, that was politics. You deferred, you set a boundary, that was politics. This is your world now, like it or not. And if Voldemort finds out, if he realizes what you've become, he'll either see you as the ultimate threat or the ultimate weapon to covet. We need to be ahead of him. We need to be ahead of everyone. She was right. He knew she was right. The weight of it was immense. Where do we start? He asked, surrendering to her relentless logic. She took a deep breath. With the basics. We test your limits. Not with magic, with what you are. Speed, strength, senses, control. We need data, Harry. We need to know what we're working with. It was so quintessentially Hermione that, for the first time since his awakening, Harry felt a ghost of a real smile touch his lips. Okay, Professor. She blushed, but her eyes were serious. Don't joke. This is serious. And we need Luna. She sees things we don't. She understood the string, the resonance. Her perspective is invaluable. They found Luna in the top floor bedroom that had been Sirius's. She was not unpacking or reading. She was standing in the middle of the room, her eyes closed, swaying slightly. The house is dreaming, she said without opening her eyes. Bad dreams. Full of shouting and sorrow. But underneath, there's a older dream. Of hunting under a red moon. Of pack bond and howling victories. That part of the dream, it's reaching for you, Harry. It wants to be part of your new story. Harry felt it too, now that she mentioned it. A subterranean pulse in the house, a primal, predatory memory woven into the Black family's affinity for the dark arts. Ron joined them, looking between their solemn faces. Right. So, spooky house is spooky. What's the plan? Training, Harry said. And so, in the deep, forgotten ballroom of Grimmauld Place, under chandeliers shrouded in cobwebs, they began. Hermione, with clinical precision, set up tests. She had Ron throw heavy debris from a cleared pile, timing how fast Harry could cross the vast room to catch it. The answer was, faster than they could perceive. He was just there, the object in his hand, the air behind him stirring with a soft whump of displaced air. Strength was tested against the thick marble pillars. A focused push from Harry's palm left a web of cracks in the stone. He pulled the punch, afraid to bring the ceiling down. His senses were the hardest to quantify. He could describe the exact composition of the dust in the curtains: wool, silk, skin cells, a specific type of London soot. He could hear the nervous flutter of a spider's heart 3 rooms away. He could track the individual scent trails of each of them through the house, hours after they'd passed. But the control, that was the key. Hermione had him focus on a single candle flame across the room. The task, to make it gutter and die using only his will, his affinity for the dark, without moving. He struggled. His power was a broad wave, not a scalpel. The first few attempts snuffed out every light source in the ballroom, plunging them into a dark so total even Ron yelped. Focus, Harry, Hermione urged, her voice a guide in the blackness. It's not about brute force. It's about intention. You control the shadow, you don't become it. He tried again, breathing, a habit, not a need, slowly. He imagined a single hand of darkness, reaching only for that one flame. He willed the light around it to deepen, to thicken, to suffocate it. The candle flame danced, shrank to a blue ember, and went out. The other lights in the room remained, if slightly dimmed. A small victory. But a victory. As the night wore on, a rhythm developed. Ron, the practical strategist, began devising defensive applications for each ability. Hermione, the theorist, cross-referenced his displays with cryptic passages in the Black Library's darker volumes. Luna, the seer, observed the effects on the strings in the house's dream, offering cryptic corrections. You're pulling too hard on the sadness string when you do that, Harry. Try the determination string. It's knotted over by the wall where Sirius drew that angry dog. It was bizarre, exhausting, and profoundly intimate. They were mapping his monstrosity, not with revulsion, but with the dedicated focus of friends building a weapons system for a war they didn't fully understand. Dawn was a gray smear at the edge of the heavy curtains when they finally stopped, weary but buzzing with a strange, shared purpose. They had a list: strengths, probable limits, areas needing work. They had the beginnings of a defense plan for the house. They also had an unspoken agreement: this was their secret. Their mission. Harry was not a problem to be solved, but an ally to be equipped. The shift was subtle, but it changed everything. As Ron and Hermione drifted off to sleep in transfigured sleeping bags, and Luna meditated in a circle of her own making, Harry stood watch at a second-floor window. The thirst was a distant murmur, held firmly at bay by the consumed essence. The power was a quiet, settled pool within him. He looked out at the sleeping, mundane street. Somewhere out there, a fragmented Dark Lord plotted his return. A bureaucratic ministry hunted anomalies. Ancient creatures stirred in their hidden places. And here, in this grim, dark house, something new was being forged. Not just a vampire learning control, but a bond being tempered in secret, trust being reforged in the crucible of the impossible. He felt a presence beside him. Hermione, unable to sleep. She stood a foot away, not looking at him, her arms wrapped around herself against the chill. I'm scared, Harry, she confessed to the windowpane, her voice very small. I know, he said. But I'm not scared of you, she clarified, finally turning her head. Her eyes were exhausted, but clear. Not anymore. I'm scared for you. Of what's coming. Of what you'll have to become to face it. I'm scared of that too, he admitted. A long silence stretched between them, comfortable in its shared dread. We'll figure it out, Hermione said, with a conviction that seemed to draw from a well deeper than logic. We always do. She reached out then, not to touch him, but to place her hand on the windowsill beside his. An inch of polished wood between their fingers. A gesture of solidarity. Of alliance. Harry looked from her hand to the first, weak rays of the sun beginning to bleach the night sky. The light held no warmth for him now, only a dull, oppressive energy. The sun was rising on a new day. And in the dark house, the vampire progenitor and the brightest witch of her age stood side by side, watching it come, their silent pact holding back the dawn. Chapter 7 *. The dawn light was a blunt instrument, pounding against the shuttered windows of Grimmauld Place. Harry felt it as a low, constant pressure against his awareness, a dull roar that muffled the sharper edges of his nocturnal senses. The house, however, seemed to exhale in the gloom, its darker energies settling like dust in the corners, content with the dimness. Hermione had finally succumbed to exhaustion, curled in an armchair with a book open on her lap. Ron snored softly on a transfigured couch, his face slack with sleep. Luna was nowhere to be seen, but a faint, humming vibration from the upper floors suggested she was communing with the house's older dream. Harry stood sentinel at the drawing-room window, peering through a crack in the boards. The mundane world of London carried on, early traffic, the distant shout of a milkman, the smell of rain on pavement. It all felt impossibly distant, a play performed on a stage he could no longer step onto. The thirst was a quiet, manageable whisper. The progenitor's essence sustained him, but it did more than that. It sharpened his connection to the darkness around him. He could feel the ancient wards of the Black family like a spiderweb of cold silver threads embedded in the walls. He could feel the life signatures of his friends, Hermione's a bright, tangled knot of intellect and worry, Ron's a steady, warm flame of loyalty, Luna's a diffuse, moonlit pool. And he could feel the house itself, a slumbering beast of stone and spite and memory. It was through that connection he felt the intrusion. Not at the wards. Not at the doors. This was subtler. A wrongness seeping up from below. The cellar. A cold, greasy sensation dripped into his awareness, like oil spreading on water. It was hunger, but not his own. This was a ravenous, mindless hunger, stripped of any control or legacy. It carried the faint, foul echo of the progenitor's bloodline, but degraded, corrupted. A photocopy of a photocopy, fading into animalistic need. Scion. Asterisk. The word surfaced from the inherited memory. A lesser child of the blood, turned by bite or born from diluted power, lacking the sovereignty of the source. Feral. Territorial. And drawn, like a shark to blood, to the resonant power he had unleashed. It was already inside. It hadn't breached the wards, it had oozed through some forgotten crack in the foundation, a path used by rats and dark things. The Black House's defenses were geared towards wizards, towards intent. This thing was all instinct, a worm in the stone. Harry moved. He didn't wake the others. The sound of his passage was nothing. He was a shadow dislodged from the wall, flowing soundlessly into the hallway, down the stairs toward the kitchen and the cellar door. His own predatory nature rose to meet the challenge, not with fear, but with a cold, focused clarity. This was his territory. This thing was vermin. The cellar door was slightly ajar. A mistake. Or had creature left it so? From within wafted a smell that made Harry's nostrils flare, damp rot, old blood, and a sickly sweet decay. He pushed the door open. The cellar was darker than the house above, a pit of shadows. His eyes adjusted instantly, painting the scene in shades of gray. Old barrels, broken furniture, a faint glint of discarded silver. And in the far corner, hunched over something small and feathered, a pigeon that had strayed in through a grating, was the scion. It was vaguely humanoid, but its spine was curved like a question mark, its limbs too long and thin. It was naked, its skin a mottled, grayish-white, stretched tight over a rack of bones. Matted hair hung in clumps. Its head snapped up as Harry entered, revealing a face that was all mouth and eyes. The mouth was a lipless gash filled with needle-like teeth, dripping with the pigeon's blood. The eyes were solid black, like chips of obsidian, devoid of anything but a bottomless, starving void. It dropped the limp bird with a wet thud. A low, guttural hiss slithered from its throat. It didn't speak. It recognized. In Harry, it sensed the font, the origin of its own cursed existence. The reaction was not reverence. It was a madness of envy and want. If it consumed the source, perhaps its own hunger would be stilled, perhaps it could become something more. It launched itself. There was no strategy, only a blur of rabid speed. It crossed the cellar in a heartbeat, claws like shards of glass aimed for Harry's throat. Harry's body reacted before his mind could command. He didn't dodge. He stepped into the attack. His hand shot up, not to block, but to intercept. His fingers closed around the scion's bony wrist an inch from his neck. The force of the creature's lurch should have smashed him into the wall. He didn't budge. He stood rooted, the scion's momentum dying against his unmovable grip. The thing hissed in surprise and pain. Harry's grip was cold iron. He could feel the brittle bones grinding, the frantic, sickly pulse of corrupted blood beneath the gray skin. Up close, the scent of it was overwhelming, a garbage heap version of his own thirst. Revulsion, clean and sharp, cut through him. This was what he could become without control. This was the end of the road his hunger threatened. The scion thrashed, its other claw raking toward his face. Harry's free hand came up, catching that wrist too. He held the creature at arm's length, its feet kicking uselessly in the air, its black eyes wide with feral rage. It was strong, terrifyingly so for a human, but against the progenitor's potency, it was a child. A cold fury settled over Harry. This thing had defiled his sanctuary. It was a walking testament to everything he feared in himself. The dark power within him rose, not in a wave, but in a focused point. He didn't think of a spell. He thought of silence, of erasure. He looked into those black, empty eyes and willed it. The scion's struggles ceased. Its hissing choked off. The greasy, invasive presence of it in Harry's senses began to unravel. From the point of contact where Harry's hands gripped its wrists, a darkness deeper than the cellar's shadows spread, crawling up the creature's arms like fast-growing frost. It wasn't freezing it. It was unmaking it. The mottled skin turned to ash, the bones beneath becoming brittle, then granular, then nothing. The scion didn't scream. It simply dissolved. In seconds, Harry was holding nothing but empty air and a few drifting motes of gray dust that settled silently on the stone floor. He stood there, his hands still outstretched, his breath a useless habit coming in a slow, controlled rhythm. The cold fury evaporated, leaving a hollow chill in its wake. He had just annihilated a living thing. A monstrous thing, yes, but a thing nonetheless. He felt no thrill of victory. Only a profound, weary solemnity. This was his power. To protect, but also to erase. A small sound made him turn. Hermione stood in the cellar doorway, one hand over her mouth, her wand held limply in the other. Her eyes were huge, taking in the scene. Harry, standing untouched, the pile of dust at his feet, the dead pigeon in the corner. She had heard the commotion, the hissing. Harry, her voice trembled. It was a scion, he said, his own voice flat. A feral vampire. It got in through the foundations. And you, what did you do? What I had to. He finally lowered his hands, flexing his fingers. There was no residue, no stain. It wasn't a person, Hermione. It was hunger wearing a skin. She stepped into the cellar, her scholarly mind warring with her horror. She approached the small pile of dust, crouching down but not touching it. Disintegration, but not magical combustion. There's no heat signature, no lingering spell residue. It's like, it was negated. I gave its darkness back to the dark, Harry said, the words coming from that place of inherited instinct. Hermione looked up at him, her face pale. That's not a spell. That's a concept. She swallowed. That's power on a level we don't have words for. Footsteps on the stairs. Ron and Luna appeared. Ron took in the scene, his eyes darting from the dust to Harry. Blimey. What happened? We heard a scuffle. A guest, Luna said softly, her dreamy eyes seeing past the physical. An unwelcome one. It's gone now. Harry put it back in the box. She walked over to the dust pile and gently blew on it. The mote swirled and vanished into the general gloom. There. Now the house can stop holding its breath. Ron's face was grim. So they're here. The hungry ones. He looked at Harry with new respect, and a touch of awe. You took it down fast. It was weak. Confused. Harry didn't want their awe. The next one might not be. Or there might be 10. The harbinger said they'd come. It wasn't lying. He looked around the cellar, his senses probing. The point of entry is there. He pointed to a dark, damp corner where the stone met earth. A hole, no wider than a fist, breathed a faint, foul air. We need to seal it. Not just physically. Magically. Hermione stood, her fear hardening into resolve. We need to ward the entire perimeter against creatures of that nature. Blood wards, spirit wards, I've read about them in * most potenti protections. They're brutal, and they require a blood anchor. Use mine, Harry said immediately. If it's keyed to the progenitor's blood, nothing lesser should be able to cross. It could also act like a beacon, Ron pointed out, ever practical. It already is a beacon, Harry countered. Let's at least make it a beacon with walls. The next few hours were a crash course in advanced, esoteric ward making. Hermione, with the book levitated beside her, directed operations. Ron used his raw magical strength to etch runes of banishment and repulsion into the stone of the foundations, his face slick with effort. Luna gathered ingredients, soot from the oldest chimney, rust from the family dagger, a tear shed willingly of her own, which she said held lunatic clarity to confuse the simple-minded hunger. Harry provided the anchor. At Hermione's instruction, he pricked his own fingertip with a silver knife creature provided, muttering about proper blood for proper wards. The blood that welled up was dark, almost black, and it didn't bead like normal blood. It flowed thick and slow, like molasses. It held a faint, silvery sheen. He let a single drop fall onto the central rune Ron had carved at the heart of the cellar floor. The effect was instantaneous. The drop didn't soak in. It spread, like ink in water, tracing the lines of every rune in the room with impossible speed, flooding them with a dark, gleaming light. The air hummed, a deep, sub-audible note that vibrated in their teeth. The greasy, wrong feeling left by the cyan was scrubbed away, replaced by a cool, formidable emptiness. It felt like the house had just bared its teeth. Merlin's beard, Ron whispered, staring at the glowing, blood-black runes. The house accepts the protection, Luna said, nodding. The old dream is pleased. It likes having sharp teeth again. As they finished, a new problem presented itself. Creature, who had been watching sullenly from the stairs, shuffled forward. His large eyes were fixed on Harry with a mixture of terror and a dawning, fanatical zeal. The master's blood, he croaked. The true black blood. It sings the old songs. Creature hears them. He approached Harry, his head bowed low. The house is yours, master of the dark blood. Creature is yours. To protect the sanctuary is Creature's honor. It wasn't loyalty to Harry Potter. It was reverence for the power in his veins, a power that resonated with the darkest corners of the Black family legacy. Harry felt a twist of disgust, but also a cold pragmatism. They needed every advantage. Thank you, Creature, he said, his voice cool. Keep watch on the foundations. Report anything unusual. The elf trembled with gratification. Creature lives to serve the true Dark Master. He popped away with a sound like a sucked-in breath. Hermione looked like she'd swallowed something sour, but she held her tongue. The rules had changed. Exhausted, they retreated to the kitchen. The first true test had come and gone. They had survived. The wards were up, but the victory felt fragile. It knew where to find you, Hermione said quietly, stirring a cup of tea she wouldn't drink. Which means others will too. We can't stay on the defensive forever. We need to understand the Court of Shadows. If they're the only ones with any semblance of order, maybe they're a potential ally. Or at least a source of information. The Harbinger said the offering was still available, Harry mused. But going to them, it's a risk. It's walking into their world on their terms. We need a guide, Ron said. Someone who knows about sideways places and old courts. He looked pointedly at Luna. Luna was gazing into the middle distance, as if listening to a distant melody. The path to the court isn't on a map. It's in the bends. Places where the world is thin. Where memories bleed through. She focused on Harry. You have a memory now. Of the progenitor with his queens. That memory is a landmark. If you focus on it, and I look for the bend in the string, we might find a door. It was a mad plan. A dangerously mad plan. And if we walk through that door and they decide not to be polite? Ron asked. Harry met his gaze. Then we show them why the progenitor is feared. The statement hung in the air, stark and terrifying. It wasn't a boast. It was a simple assessment of capability. He had felt the power to unmake. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that there was more where that came from. Hermione shivered, not from cold. We need to prepare. We need every advantage if we're going to parley with ancient nightmares. She stood up, her tiredness shed like a cloak. Ron, we're inventorying the Black Library for anything on dimensional theory, psychic navigation, and vampire physiology. Luna, you're with Harry. Help him refine that memory. Find the details. A door needs a keyhole. The group split, a machine clicking into gear. Luna led Harry back to the quiet drawing room. She had him sit on the floor, facing her. Close your eyes, she instructed. Don't remember the vision. Be in it. The ground under your feet. The smell of the air. The weight of the crown you weren't wearing yet. Harry tried. He pushed past the horror and the awe of the memory, sinking into the sensory details. The ground was not soil, but a hard, polished stone that felt like frozen midnight. The air smelled of ozone and something else, a perfume of crushed nightshade and cold stone. And there was a pressure on his temples, not a physical crown, but the weight of immense, silent attention from the two figures beside him. Good, Luna's voice floated to him. Now look at the queens. Don't see them as visions. See their function. What did they do? Harry focused. The Queen of Shadows, to his right. Her intellect wasn't just knowledge, it was a tangible force. He saw faint lines of dark light connecting her to everything around her, to the progenitor, to the other queen, to the very stars above, as if she understood and could manipulate the connections between all things. The Weaver of Fate, the Queen of Moonlight, to his left. Her chaos wasn't madness, it was pure, untamed potential. Where the Shadow Queen saw lines, she saw swirling, beautiful patterns of possibility. She was the breaker of chains, the opener of doors, the one for whom reality was a suggestion. They complete him, Harry murmured, understanding dawning. The progenitor is the will, the hunger, the endurance. The Shadow Queen gives it direction, strategy, understanding. The Moon Queen gives it freedom, possibility, the power to change the rules. A trinity, Luna whispered. Mind, soul, and body. Past, future, and present. You have the body, the present, the will. You are the anchor. But to walk into a court of ancient power, you need more than brute force. You need a mind to navigate it. And a soul to dare the impossible. Harry opened his eyes. You're saying I need them. The queens. I'm saying the memory is a blueprint, Luna corrected. The progenitor didn't rule alone. You can't either. Not if you want to be more than a very powerful monster. She leaned forward, her silvery eyes intense. The strings are there, Harry. I've seen them on you and Hermione since we got here. A thick, brilliant cord of shared purpose and intellect. And I feel, a potential. A string waiting to be woven from me to you. Not as bright as hers, but deeper. A connection to the unreal. Harry stared at her, the implications crashing over him. She wasn't talking about romance. She was talking about sovereignty. About completing the circuit of power as it was meant to be. You can't be serious, he breathed. The court will expect a sovereign, Luna said, as if discussing the weather. A lone progenitor is a force of nature. A progenitor with his queens is a ruler. It changes the negotiation. It shows you understand your own legacy. It shows strength. Hermione would never. She already is, Luna said simply. She is your strategist, your librarian, your conscience. She is binding her soul to your cause with every ward she casts, every book she reads. She just doesn't call it a crown. She placed a hand over her own heart. And I see the unseen. I walk in the bends. I could be your guide through the impossible. If you'll have me. It was too much. The idea was grandiose, terrifying. Yet, in the deep, cold logic of the power within him, it made perfect, dreadful sense. He was about to answer when a sudden, violent shockwave tore through the house. It wasn't physical. It was magical. A psychic screech of alarm from the newly laid wards. The runes in the cellar were screaming. They all came running back to the kitchen. The air crackled with defensive magic. Through the kitchen window, they saw the source. Not a scion. Not a harbinger. 3 figures in the distinctive, severe robes of the magical law enforcement patrol stood on the sidewalk, wands out. They were pointing complex devices at the house, a seismic revealer, a aura dissector. They looked confused and alarmed. The blood wards weren't attacking them, but they were repelling their probing magic with vicious, silent efficiency. One of them, a witch with a sharp face, raised a magically magnified voice. By order of the Ministry of Magic, we have detected unregistered, Class A dark wards and an anomalous magical signature at this location. You are ordered to lower your protections and submit to inspection immediately. They had been found, not by the ancient dark, but by the bureaucratic one. Harry looked at Hermione's horrified face, at Ron's clenched fists, at Luna's serene acceptance. The hungry ones were at the door. And now, so was the ministry. The fragile sanctuary was surrounded. Chapter 8 *. The amplified voice of the ministry which shattered the tense quiet of the kitchen. The sharp, bureaucratic demand hung in the air, so different from the guttural hiss of the scion or the whispered omens of the harbinger. This was a threat from the sunlit world, one that carried the weight of law and legitimacy. Ron's face drained of color. They can't come in. They can't. They know something's here, Hermione said, her voice tight. She was already at the window, peering through a slat in the shutters. The wards are reacting to their probes. It's like poking a bear with a very dark, very complicated stick. They're not breaking through, but they're not going away either. Harry stood perfectly still, his senses extended. 3 wizards. Their heartbeats were elevated with professional tension, not fear. Their magic smelled of bureaucracy, parchment, ozone, and a faint, sterilized lemon scent. They were obstacles, not prey. The progenitor power within him regarded them with cool contempt, but the hairy part felt a spike of alarm. If they saw him, if they documented what he was. The Fidelius is broken, but the property still has privacy charms, Hermione muttered, thinking aloud. They can't just blast their way in without cause. But those detection devices, if they get a clear enough reading. They will report a fortified dark arts enclave, Luna said, still sitting at the table as if discussing a curious bird outside. They will call for reinforcements. Orders. Special containment. They will keep poking until the bear swats back, and then they will have all the cause they need. Harry made a decision. He couldn't fight the ministry. Not here, not now. It would validate every fear, turn him into the dark warlord they probably already suspected lived here. He needed them gone, and he needed to vanish. Creature, he said, his voice low. The elf appeared with a crack, his head bowed. Master of the dark blood calls. The house. Can it hide more than it already is? Not from ancient things, but from those. He gestured toward the window. Creature's large eyes gleamed with a dark pride. The house has many secrets. One is a misdirection. A forgetting. For when the ministry men came prying in the old days. It makes the eyes slide away. Makes the instruments argue with themselves. But it is powered by the house's own heart. It cannot hold forever against a determined siege. How long? Harry asked. A day. Perhaps 2. If they are stubborn. It was enough. Maybe. Do it. Creature bowed so low his nose touched the floor. He snapped his fingers. A deep, almost inaudible thrum pulsed through the walls, like a great engine engaging. The light in the room dimmed a fraction. Outside, Harry heard the lead witch's voice again, now tinged with frustration. Readings are fluctuating. Dissector is giving contradictory data. Johnson, check your calibrations. The house was making itself uninteresting. A glamour of profound, boring normalcy woven over its dark heart. We need to leave, Harry said, turning to the others. If they camp out there, we're trapped. And when their patience runs out, they'll bring in people who can break through. We need to be gone before that. Go where? Ron asked. The Lovegood house is compromised. Here is compromised. We can't exactly check into the leaky cauldron. Hermione's eyes were darting, her mind racing through possibilities. We need somewhere unplottable. Somewhere with its own magical ecosystem that could mask Harry's signature, a place of such inherent power that his presence would be a drop in the ocean. Luna looked up, a faint smile on her lips. The room of requirement. Ron scoffed. It's at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's there. McGonagall. We'd be sneaking a progenitor into a school. Precisely, Hermione said, a spark of desperate genius in her eyes. It's the last place anyone would look. The room can provide anything. It could create an environment for him, a sealed space. And the castle's own ancient, chaotic magic is so dense it could smother his specific signature from any external detection. It's a needle in a haystack the size of a mountain. Harry considered it. Hogwarts. The thought sent a pang of longing so sharp it was physical. The Great Hall, the Gryffindor common room, Quidditch, all forever out of reach. But a hidden room within it. A secret within a secret. Dumbledore would feel it, Harry said quietly. If I got too close. He's attuned to the castle. Not if the castle itself is helping you hide, Luna said. Hogwarts likes secrets. It likes helping students in need. And you are a student in very great need. It might find your new song interesting. It was a mad, terrifying risk. But all their options were. How do we get in? Ron asked, the practicalities taking over. Terminals not for weeks. The gates are warded. The same way we left in second year, Hermione said. The flying car. Ron groaned. Dad'll kill me. He'll kill you more if you get arrested for harboring a dark entity in a historical home, Hermione shot back. We need to move. Now. While the houses, forgetting, is confusing them. They packed with frantic speed, essentials only. Hermione shrunk books and supplies. Ron pocketed a stash of Fred and George's Peruvian instant darkness powder, for diversions. Luna simply picked up her radish earrings from the table and put them on. Harry took one last look around the drawing room. It had been a sanctuary, however brief. A place where he'd been tested, and where his friends had chosen to stand with him. He felt the house's wards humming, a protective shell growing brittle under the ministry's persistent tapping. Creature, he said, when we're gone, when they finally get in, let them find nothing. Can you do that? The elf's eyes gleamed. Creature can make it a very boring nothing, master. Dust and echoes. They will find only the ghosts they expect. 5 minutes later, they stood in the overgrown back garden, shrouded by the thick, distorting enchantment of the house. The angry Fort Anglia, hidden under a powerful disillusionment charm, looked like a shimmer of heat haze. Ron muttered the ignition charm, and the engine purred to life, a sound swallowed by the garden's gloom. Everyone in, Ron whispered. And pray this old lump still remembers how to fly. They piled in, Harry taking the passenger seat. As the car lifted silently off the ground, Harry looked down. The 3 ministry figures were gathered around their devices, arguing. One pointed a wand at the house, casting a standard revelio. The spell splashed against the facade and dissipated like water on oilskin. The witch threw up her hands in exasperation. The car rose above the roof line, London spreading out below them in a tapestry of mundane light and life. Harry felt the sun's presence like a weight on his shoulders, even through the enchanted roof. It was mid-morning. The flight to Scotland would be long, exposed. They flew in tense silence for an hour, the city giving way to countryside. Hermione had a map spread out, navigating. Luna hummed quietly in the back. It was Luna who broke the silence first. The strings are stretching, she said, her voice dreamy. But they're not breaking. They're getting thinner, but stronger. Like spider silk. Harry knew what she meant. The bond between them, forged in the dark of Grimmauld Place, felt strained by the open air, the sunlight, the enormity of what they were attempting, but it held. What happens when we get there? Ron asked, eyes glued to the horizon. We can't just land on the grounds. Even with disillusionment, Filcher misses. Norris might sense something. Or Peeves. The Whomping Willow, Hermione said, not looking up from her map. We land in the Forbidden Forest, approach from the side. The willow guards the passage to the Shrieking Shack. If we can immobilize it, we can enter the tunnel. It comes out near the foundations. From there, it's a matter of sneaking through the lower levels to the 7th floor. Immobilize the Whomping Willow. Ron echoed. Easy. Why didn't I think of that? We have a secret weapon, Hermione said, finally looking at Harry. He understood. His strength, his speed. The plan was forming, audacious and desperate. The flight took the rest of the day. They landed as dusk painted the Scottish Highlands in shades of purple and gold, setting down in a deep thicket in the Forbidden Forest, a mile from the castle. The trees closed around them, and for the first time since leaving London, Harry felt the oppressive pressure of the sun lift. The forest was alive with 1,000 nocturnal scents and sounds, a welcome cacophony that soothed his strained senses. They moved on foot, Harry leading the way. His vision cut through the deepening twilight as if it were day. He could smell the damp earth, the pheromones of centaurs miles away, the rich, fungal decay of the forest floor. He could also smell the castle itself, a distant, complex perfume of stone, magic, potions, and the 1,000 lives within it. They reached the edge of the clearing. There it stood, the Whomping Willow, massive and dormant in the evening calm, its branches still. It only attacks when something disturbs the knot at its roots, Hermione whispered. We need something to press it. I'll do it, Harry said. Harry, no, it'll crush you. It'll try. Before she could protest further, he was moving. He didn't run, he flowed across the clearing, a silent, gray ghost. He reached the base of the tree. The protective knot was clearly visible to his enhanced sight. He took a deep breath of forest air, then slammed his foot down on the knot. The Whomping Willow exploded into motion. A huge branch, thicker than his torso, whistled through the air, aiming to smash him into paste. Harry didn't dodge away. He dropped into a crouch and leapt, not backward, but up. He soared 15 feet into the air, the branch passing harmlessly beneath him. He landed on the branch as it recoiled, his balance perfect, his feet finding purchase on the rough bark. The tree seemed to hesitate, confused. Another branch, this one whip-like and fast, snapped toward him. Harry's hand shot out and caught it mid-strike. The force should have torn his arm from its socket. He held it, his grip unbreakable, and with a wrenching pull, he redirected its momentum, tangling it with a third branch. He was a tempest in its limbs, not fighting it with force, but redirecting, confusing, using its own strength against it. He was a bat among the branches, a shadow it couldn't catch. All the while, he kept his foot, or a strategically placed hand, pressed firmly on the knot at the base. After a minute of furious, futile thrashing, the great tree went still. Not immobilized by magic, but by sheer, bewildered exhaustion. Its branches sagged. A low, creaking groan emanated from its trunk. Harry dropped lightly to the ground beside the knot, which remained depressed. The secret entrance at the roots was exposed. Ron, Hermione, and Luna sprinted across the clearing, staring at him with a mixture of terror and awe. "You just wrestled a whomping willow," Ron said, his voice full of stunned disbelief. "It was easier than Vernon with a rolling pin," Harry said, a flicker of dark humor in his tone. "Go. Quickly." They scrambled into the dark tunnel. Harry followed last, releasing the knot. As he vanished into the earth, he heard the willow begin to stir again, creaking in aggrieved confusion. The tunnel was damp and smelled of earth and, faintly, of werewolf. They moved silently, their way lit by the soft glow of Hermione's wand. Harry didn't need it. The dark was his element. They emerged into the dusty, wretched silence of the shrieking shack. The place held echoes of pain and loneliness that resonated with something in Harry's own soul. He pushed the feeling aside. "Now the hard part," Hermione whispered. Getting across the grounds and into the castle without being seen. They exited through the broken door, sticking to the deep shadows. Hogwarts loomed ahead, its windows glittering with friendly, inviting light. The sight was a fist around Harry's heart. So close, yet impossibly far. They skirted the edge of the forbidden forest, heading for a side entrance Hermione knew of, an old oak door used by groundskeepers, often left unlocked. They were 50 yards from it, slinking past the greenhouses, when a familiar, drawling voice cut through the night. Well, what do we have here? Students out of bed before term even begins. How enterprising. Snape. He materialized from the shadows near the greenhouse wall, his black robes making him part of the night. His dark eyes swept over them, lingering on Ron and Hermione's guilty faces, on Luna's dreamy calm, and finally, on Harry. Harry saw the exact moment Snape's brilliant, paranoid mind processed the inconsistencies. The unnatural paleness. The stillness. The way the moonlight seemed to avoid detailing his features too clearly. The lack of a reflected glint in his glasses. Snape's wand was in his hand in an instant, pointed directly at Harry's heart. His face, usually a mask of disdain, showed a flicker of something else, shock, recognition, and a dawning, horrified comprehension. "Potter," he breathed. "What have you done?" The game was up. They were caught, feet from sanctuary, by the one teacher whose knowledge of the dark arts was deep enough to recognize a vampire, and whose loyalty was a tangled, thorny question. Snape's black eyes narrowed, calculating the threat. "All of you. Inside. Now. To the headmaster's office." His gaze never left Harry. "And you, Potter, make one move I deem threatening, and I will reduce you to ash where you stand. The school is protected against your kind." Harry stood frozen, the predator in him assessing the danger. Snape was powerful, fast, and prepared. The others were vulnerable. He couldn't fight, not without risking them. He slowly raised his hands, a gesture of surrender. But his eyes met Snape's, and in them, he let a fraction of the progenitor's cold, ancient power show, not a challenge, but a reminder. "I am not just a student to be disciplined." Asterisk. He saw Snape's knuckles whiten on his wand. The professor had seen it too. "Move," Snape hissed, the word trembling with barely restrained power. They were herded toward the castle, not as returning students, but as prisoners. The lighted windows of Hogwarts, which had promised a fleeting hope of refuge, now felt like the eyes of a gilded cage. As they crossed the threshold into the stone entrance hall, The familiar smells of polish, candles, and magic washing over him. Harry knew one thing for certain. Their desperate gamble had failed. And now, he would have to face Dumbledore. Chapter 9 *. The entrance hall of Hogwarts had never felt so vast, or so much like a trap. The towering walls, usually thrumming with the comforting chaos of student life, were silent sentinels in the night. The torchlight, which had always spelled warmth and wonder, now felt like interrogation lamps, exposing every flaw, every unnatural stillness in Harry's frame. Snape herded them forward, his wand a steady, inspoken threat aimed at the center of Harry's back. The scent of the potion's master, dried herbs, bitter chemicals, and a cold, sharp intellect, was a stark contrast to the castle's older, stone dust and magic aroma. Harry walked, his movements deliberately human slow, every instinct screaming to melt into the shadows, to disarm the threat, to flee. But he kept his hands visible, his head bowed slightly. For Ron, Hermione, and Luna, shuffling ahead with pale, terrified faces, he had to be calm. The headmaster, Snape said, his voice a silken whip in the quiet. You will explain this, regression, Potter. In detail. They ascended the moving staircases, which seemed to sense the tension, moving with jerky, reluctant slowness. Portraits whispered as they passed, their subjects roused by the unusual nighttime procession. A knight in one painting drew his sword, peering at Harry with suspicion. They reached the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. Snape didn't offer a password. He simply glared at it, and with a grinding shiver, the gargoyle leapt aside. The spiral staircase unfolded before them. Wait here, Snape commanded Ron, Hermione, and Luna, his tone brooking no argument. He gripped Harry's shoulder, a contact that sent a jolt of revulsion through both of them, and propelled him forward onto the moving steps. You first, Potter. I will be directly behind you. A single twitch. Harry said nothing. The stairs carried them up, sealing Ron, Hermione, and Luna away below. The door to the headmaster's study swung open silently before they reached it. The office was as Harry remembered, cluttered, warm, whirring with delicate silver instruments, and dominated by the vast, claw-footed desk. But the figure behind the desk was not the twinkling-eyed, benign wizard of his memories. Albus Dumbledore stood as they entered. He was not wearing garish robes, but simple midnight blue. His face, usually etched with kindly lines, was grave, stripped of its customary warmth. His eyes, a piercing, impossible blue, did not twinkle. They took in Harry's entrance, his pallor, the way the firelight from the hearth seemed to shy away from his skin, leaving him in a pocket of cooler air. They saw the absence of a reflection in the glass of a nearby instrument case. Dumbledore did not gasp. He did not flinch. He simply grew very, very still. The air in the room thickened. Severus, Dumbledore said, his voice quiet but filling the space. Thank you. You may wait outside. Headmaster, Snape began, his own voice tight. I will speak with Harry alone. It was not a request. The power in the old wizard's voice was a gentle, immovable force. Snape's jaw clenched. He shot a last, searing look at Harry, a look that promised swift retribution should any harm come to the headmaster, and retreated, closing the door with a soft but definitive click. Silence descended, broken only by the whirring of a celestial globe and the soft pop of the fire. Harry stood before the desk, feeling more exposed than he had in the ministry's gaze. This was the man who had guided him, protected him, schemed for him. The man who might now see only a dangerous dark creature. Harry, Dumbledore said. He did not sit. He came around the desk, moving with a weary grace. He stopped a few feet away, his eyes searching Harry's face. My boy, what has happened? The compassion in the question, the use of, my boy, nearly undid him. Harry's carefully constructed control wavered. He looked at the floor, unable to bear the weight of that blue gaze. I woke up, he said, his voice rough. In the cupboard. And I was, different. The Dementors on the train, Dumbledore murmured, more to himself. The repeated exposure to a force that consumes joy, that feeds on life, acting as a catalyst on a soul already touched by profound, sacrificial love and housed in a body that had endured untold neglect. The pressure seeking an equal and opposite reaction. He sighed, a sound of infinite sadness. A latent inheritance, perhaps from a far distant ancestor, lying dormant until the soul was pushed to the very brink of annihilation. It sought a new shape to survive. Harry looked up, startled. You you understand. I understand the mechanics, in theory, Dumbledore said. He gestured to a pair of armchairs by the fire. Shall we sit? You must be tired. Though I suspect not in the conventional sense. They sat. Dumbledore steepled his fingers, his eyes never leaving Harry. The question is not what you are, Harry. The question is, who are you, now? I'm still me, Harry said, desperation edging his voice. I don't hurt people. I haven't. I almost did, but I didn't. Luna's been helping. Hermione and Ron, they know. They're still with me. The last part was a plea. I can see that, Dumbledore said softly. Their loyalty is a light even this new darkness cannot extinguish. It tells me more than any diagnostic spell ever could. He leaned forward. But you must know, Harry, what you represent to the world. To the Ministry, you are a class XXXXX beast to be contained or destroyed. To Voldemort, you would be either the ultimate rival or a weapon beyond his darkest dreams. And to other, older things, you are a king returned, or a usurper to be challenged. The Harbinger, Harry whispered. And the Scion, I've met them. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. So soon. Then the awakening was potent indeed. He paused. You are in grave danger, Harry. From all sides. Hogwarts cannot hide you forever. Severus already knows. Others will sense it. I have to learn, Harry said, fists clenching in his lap. To control it. To use it. Not to be a monster, but to protect. It's the only weapon I have now. A weapon that craves the life force of others, Dumbledore said, not unkindly. A perilous path. The power you now hold is sovereign. It does not like to be denied its nature. There are alternatives, Harry argued. Essences. Memories of power. I consumed one. It sustains me. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. From where? A sarcophagus. In the Lovegood house. For the first time, true surprise flickered across Dumbledore's face. Xenophilius's anchor. I had wondered at its true nature. He fell silent for a long moment, the firelight playing over his lined face. Harry, may I see? Not with my eyes. With magic. A simple, non-invasive probe. I must understand the state of your magical core, the integration. It was a request, but Harry knew it was also a test. Trust. He nodded, stiffly. Dumbledore drew his wand, not pointing it, but holding it loosely. He whispered an incantation Harry didn't know. A thread of gentle, golden light, warm as a summer morning, flowed from the tip and enveloped Harry. The moment it touched him, it changed. The gold darkened, not to black, but to a deep, velvety purple shot through with silver threads. It swirled around him, not probing aggressively, but interacting. Harry felt the headmaster's magic, vast, complex, and profoundly good, brush against the cool, deep well of the progenitor's power within him. There was no conflict. A strange, respectful distance was maintained. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. He let the spell fade. Fascinating, he breathed. Not a corruption. A transformation. Complete. Your life force is inverted. It draws in, rather than radiates out. And the power, it is immense, Harry. Dormant, but deep as an ocean trench. And it is yours. It is not a parasite. It is your soul's new architecture. He looked both awed and terribly worried. You are, for all intents and purposes, a new species. The first of your kind in this age. This presents a unique problem, and a unique opportunity. What opportunity? Harry asked, a flicker of hope daring to ignite. Voldemort fears death above all else, Dumbledore said, his voice dropping. He has fractured his soul to avoid it. He understands power only as domination, as a bulwark against the inevitable. You have passed through a kind of death. You have been remade. Your power is not about defying an end, but about existing in a different state of being. He cannot comprehend that. It may be a blind spot. You want to use me against him, Harry said, the hope curdling into something colder. I want you to survive him, Dumbledore corrected gently. And to ensure he does not claim this world. Your new nature, if you master it, could be pivotal. But mastery is the key. Without it, you are a danger to everyone, including yourself. He stood, pacing slowly before the fire. You cannot stay at Hogwarts openly. The risk is too great. But, the castle has always helped those in need. There is a place, a room you know well. The room of requirement, Harry said. Indeed. It can become a perfect sanctuary for you, a place without sunlight, with whatever you need to study, to train. You can access it through a passage from the Chamber of Secrets, which you alone can open. It will be your haven within these walls. But you must never leave it during daylight hours. And you must have absolute control before you interact with any other student or staff. It was a reprieve. A gilded cage, but a cage within the only place that had ever felt like home. Harry's head swam with relief and new anxiety. And my friends, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Lovegood have demonstrated extraordinary loyalty and discretion, Dumbledore said. They may visit you, assist you. But they, too, must be circumspect. Professor Snape will have to be informed of the broader situation, for security's sake. His knowledge of the dark arts may even be useful. The idea of Snape knowing, of being in any way indebted to him, was galling. But Harry nodded. He had no choice. There is one more thing, Dumbledore said, his tone shifting, becoming even more grave. The Harbinger spoke of a court. You deferred. That was wise. But a sovereign cannot rule alone, Harry. Not in the world of such beings. The lore, what little exists, speaks of the progenitor not as a solitary ruler, but as the heart of a triad. A balance of forces. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Luna's words echoed in his mind. A trinity. Asterisk. You're talking about the queens, Harry said. Dumbledore studied him. So the memory blood showed you. The intellectual and the intuitive. The strategist and the seer. The power to comprehend the game, and the power to change the rules. To face what is coming, to truly master your legacy and not be mastered by it, you may need to forge such bonds. Not out of ambition, but out of necessity. To be whole. He was speaking of Hermione and Luna. Giving a name, a cosmic weight, to the roles they had already begun to fill. They would have to choose it, Harry whispered, horrified and mesmerized. It can't be forced. Nothing so profound ever is, Dumbledore agreed. But the potential is there. I have seen Miss Granger's devotion to your cause become the central pillar of her life. I have seen Miss Lovegood's unique perception align with your strange destiny. The threads are woven. The choice, when it comes, must be theirs. He returned to his desk, looking suddenly older, burdened by the weight of the paths he was outlining. For now, rest. The room will be ready. You will begin your education anew tomorrow, an education in what it means to be what you are. We have little time. Voldemort grows stronger. The world grows darker. And you, Harry, are now a wild card in a game where all the other cards are marked. He paused, his eyes finding Harry's once more. Remember this, the power you hold is neither good nor evil. It simply is. What defines you is not the thirst, but what you choose to do with the strength it gives you. You have already chosen, in a kitchen in Privet Drive, and again in a cellar in London. Keep choosing, Harry. Every moment, every day. He gestured to the door. Send your friends in on your way out. And have Severus show you to the entrance of the chamber. The castle will guide you from there. Harry stood, feeling unsteady. The meeting had been nothing like he'd expected. No condemnation. No fear. Only a terrifying, clear-eyed acceptance and a roadmap into an even deeper unknown. He walked to the door, pausing with his hand on the handle. Professor, he said, not turning. Thank you. Thank me when you have mastered the night, Harry, Dumbledore's voice came softly from behind him. And when you have used it to bring back the dawn. Harry stepped out. Snape was waiting, a silent, bat-like shadow. Ron, Hermione, and Luna rushed forward, their faces etched with fear. It's okay, Harry said, his voice surprisingly steady. We're staying. In secret. He quickly explained the plan, the room, the chamber, the conditions. Relief washed over them, tinged with the daunting reality of their new, hidden life. Snape listened, his expression unreadable. When Harry finished, Snape simply said, "Follow me, Potter. The rest of you, to your common rooms. Do not speak of this to anyone." Snape led Harry down through the castle, down to the damp, deserted corridor where Moaning Myrtle's bathroom waited. He pointed to the sink with the serpent faucet. You know the way. The headmaster believes the castle will provide an egress from the chamber to your new quarters. Do not wander. Do not feed. If you become a threat to any student in this school, I will end you, Dumbledore's plans notwithstanding. Am I understood? Harry met his gaze, letting a sliver of the progenitor's cold authority show. I am not a threat to the innocent, Professor. I never have been. Snape held his gaze for a long, tense moment, then sneered and swept away, his robes billowing. Alone, Harry turned to the sink. He hissed in Parseltongue. The sink shuddered and opened, revealing the dark, slimy slide. He took a breath and plunged into the darkness. He landed in the familiar, vast gloom of the Chamber of Secrets. The skeleton of the basilisk lay, like a macabre cathedral beam. The air was thick with ancient magic and decay. He stood, brushing off dust, and looked around. "I need a path," he said aloud, "not to the chamber, but to Hogwarts itself. A path to a room that can be my sanctuary. A place to learn to be what I am." For a moment, nothing. Then, with a sound of grinding stone, a section of the wall near the statue of Salazar Slytherin slid aside, revealing a narrow, ascending staircase hewn from the bedrock. A soft, cool light emanated from within. Harry climbed. The stairs wound up and up, far higher than the chamber's depth should have allowed. They ended at a plain, black door. He pushed it open. The room of requirement had outdone itself. It was not a room, but a sprawling, underground vista. The ceiling was a perfect, enchanted replica of a starry night sky, with a large, silver moon that cast a cool, gentle light. The floor was smooth, black stone. One wall was a cascade of clear, cold water from an underground spring, collecting in a deep, dark pool. Another was lined with bookshelves that seemed to stretch into infinity, filled with volumes on obscure magics, creature lore, philosophy, and defense. There were training dummies made of a strange, resilient shadow stuff. A comfortable sitting area with deep, dark chairs. And in the center, on a dais, a single, throne-like chair of obsidian. It was a lair, a palace, a perfect reflection of his new nature. He walked in, the door closing silently behind him. The thirst was a quiet companion here, soothed by the ambient, potent magic of the room. He could feel the castle's ancient power cradling this space, hiding it from all detection. He was home, but it was a home that came with a price. A life of secrecy, a journey of terrifying self-mastery, and the looming prospect of asking the two most important people in his life to bind their souls to his dark destiny. He sat on the edge of the dark pool, trailing his fingers in the icy water. The moon above shimmered on its surface. For the first time, he saw no reflection there either. Only the endless, starry sky above, and the endless, waiting dark within. The choice was before him. To become the king his blood demanded, with all the terrifying responsibility that entailed. Or to remain a hidden, starving refugee in the walls of his old home. As he sat there in the perfect, manufactured night, Harry Potter knew, in his bones, that the path of hiding was already closed to him. The bell had tolled. The court awaited. The hungry ones were coming. And he would need a queen, 2 queens, by his side to face them. Chapter 10 *. The silence of the room of requirement was not empty. It was a held breath. The enchanted night sky above seemed to pulse in time with some slow, celestial heartbeat, and the moon's glow cast everything in monochrome, a world rendered in shades of silver, charcoal, and deepest black. Harry sat by the dark pool for what felt like hours, watching the non-reflection of the false stars. The water was cold, a sensation he noted with detached interest. His body didn't register temperature as a discomfort anymore, only as data. The immensity of Dumbledore's acceptance, and the staggering responsibility that came with it, settled on him like a mantle of lead. He wasn't just hiding, he was being groomed. Studied. Potentially weaponized. The old wizard's words echoed. A wild card in a game where all the other cards are marked. He felt like a card still being printed, the ink wet and uncertain. The heavy black door slid open without a sound. Hermione entered first, her arms laden with books, her face a mask of determined focus. Ron followed, looking around the cavernous room with open-mouthed awe. Luna drifted in last, her head tilted back to gaze at the manufactured sky, a small smile on her lips. "This is thorough," Hermione said, her voice echoing slightly. She marched to the infinite bookshelves and began depositing her own volumes into a vacant section, organizing them with brisk efficiency. "I've brought the essential texts from the Black Library, plus some things I borrowed from the restricted section. Sanguinis Aeternum was a copy, but it's a start. We need to establish a research protocol." Ron was poking one of the shadow stuff dummies. His finger sank into it slightly, and it felt, he reported, like cold porridge. He looked at Harry. "You all right, mate? Dumbledore didn't, you know." He didn't try to stake me, if that's what you mean, Harry said, a wry twist to his mouth that felt strange on his new, still face. He understands. Or thinks he does. He says I have to learn control. That this, he gestured to the room, is my classroom now. Makes sense, Ron said, though he sounded unsure. Better than a dungeon. Luna had wandered to the pool. She knelt and traced a pattern on the stone rim. The castle is dreaming of deep roots and underground rivers here. It's pleased it could help. It thinks you're a very interesting new seedling. Hermione finished her sorting and approached Harry, her manner clinical, though her eyes were soft with worry. First, we need a baseline. We know you're strong, fast, have enhanced senses. We know you don't cast a reflection and sunlight is problematic. We know you consumed an ancient essence that sustains you. We need to know for how long. We need to know the limits of your abilities. We need to catalog everything. It was a return to form. Hermione, building a framework of knowledge in the face of chaos. Harry felt a surge of gratitude so strong it momentarily silenced the ever-present hum of the thirst. Okay, he said, standing. Where do we start? They started with the thirst. Hermione had theorized that the consumed essence wasn't just fuel, it was a buffer. They needed to measure its decay. Using a complex series of monitoring charms she'd adapted from nutritional curses, she created a magical gauge that hovered around Harry's wrist, a shimmering, ethereal band that glowed a steady, cool blue. The blue represents the ambient power from the sarcophagus, she explained, frowning at her notes. As you use your abilities, or as time passes, it should diminish. If it dips into green, it's waning. Yellow is caution. Red is crisis. What happens in a crisis? Ron asked, eyeing the band. The primal thirst reasserts itself. With potentially catastrophic lack of control, Hermione said, not looking up. We need to find a renewable, ethical source of essence before we ever see yellow. The next days fell into a strange, subterranean rhythm. Their world was the room. Harry's classes were brutal, intensive sessions of focused control. Hermione drilled him on precision. She would hang a single, tiny crystal bell from the ceiling across the room. His task, to extinguish the candle flame directly beneath it without making the bell chime. It required a needle thread of will, a manipulation of shadow so fine it felt like performing surgery with a sledgehammer. He failed, repeatedly. The first attempt snuffed out every light in the room and sent the bell clattering to the floor. But slowly, painstakingly, he learned to narrow the focus. The dark power was like a muscle he'd never known he had, clumsy at first, but trainable. Ron focused on the practical. He devised combat scenarios, using the shadow dummies that reformed after each kill. He taught Harry to think tactically with his new abilities. Don't just speed blitz, Ron would say, panting after a particularly intense session where Harry had moved too fast for him to follow. Feint. Use the dark. Disappear from one spot and reappear behind them. You're not just a bruiser, you're a ghost. Luna's lessons were the most abstract, and in some ways, the most profound. She taught him to listen to the music of magic around him. Not just to see with enhanced sight, but to perceive the emotional and magical resonance of people and places. She had him sit in the center of the room and describe not the physical space, but the texture of their auras. Ron's was a warm, braided cord of loyalty and nervous energy. Hermione's was a dense, swirling nebula of intellect and fierce devotion, shot through with threads of anxiety. Luna's own was a diffuse, silver mist, connected to everything and nothing. You need to be able to sense intent before it becomes action, Luna explained in her airy tone. A hungry scion feels like a sour note. A harbinger feels like a cold, clear chord. A lying wizard feels like a jangling discord. Your throne won't be just stone, it will be built on understanding this symphony. It was during one of these sensory lessons that the first true test of their isolation came. Harry was learning to filter the overwhelming input. He could hear the hundreds of students in the castle above, a distant roar of heartbeats, laughter, scrapes of chairs. He was learning to tune it out, to focus only on the immediate vicinity. But one sound, one particular heart, kept snagging his attention. It was slow, steady as a funeral drum, and it was moving along the 7th floor corridor, right outside the magical confines of the room. Snape. The potion's master's unique, bitter scent of wormwood and dark intent seeped through the very stones. He was pacing, not patrolling. Pacing with a purpose, right outside the wall that hid them. He's there, Harry whispered, his eyes snapping open. The others fell silent. He can't know, Hermione whispered back, her face pale. The room is unplottable. He shouldn't even remember this wall is here unless he needs it. He doesn't need a room, Luna murmured. He needs to know if the monster is still contained. He's listening for the beat of its heart. And Snape, Harry realized, with his occlumency shields and his mastery of the subtle arts, might just be sensitive enough to feel the faint, unnatural chill, the whisper of ancient power bleeding through the castle's stone. The pacing stopped. Right outside. A long, tense minute passed. Harry held himself utterly still, willing the dark power within him to be silent, to be a stone at the bottom of a cold lake. Then, they heard it. A low, deliberate tap on the wall. Not a search. A signal. Tap, 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 asterisk. Snape's voice, barely a whisper, but magically amplified to penetrate the barrier, slithered into the room. Potter. A word. Hermione shook her head frantically. Ron's hand went to his wand. Harry looked at them, then at the wall. Snape wasn't trying to break in. He was establishing contact. On his terms. To ignore him was to invite greater suspicion. Stay here, Harry mouthed. He walked to the wall, focusing on the spot where the tapping came from. He willed a small, discreet opening to form, not a door, but a narrow, vertical slit in the stone, like an arrow loop in a castle battlement. On the other side, in the dim torchlight of the corridor, stood Severus Snape. His black eyes gleamed as he saw the slit appear. He didn't try to peer in, he stood back, his expression unreadable. "Professor," Harry said, his voice flat. "I trust your accommodations are adequate," Snape said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "They'll do. The headmaster is a man of great compassion and greater folly," Snape continued, his voice a low hiss. "He sees a tool where others see a tragedy. Do not mistake his leniency for safety. You are a hazard. My role is to ensure the hazard does not explode." He drew a small, black vial from his robes. "The essence you consumed is potent, but crude. It is a banquet when you require a sustained diet. This," he held up the vial, "is a distillation. An alchemical synthesis derived from non-sentient magical plants and minerals, designed to mimic the life force signature. It will sustain your metabolism without the moral quandary or the energetic peaks and troughs of memory blood." He slid the vial through the slit. It was cold to the touch. Harry took it. "1 vial per week should suffice for baseline function," Snape said. "Do not lose it. Do not ask for more before it's time. This is not kindness, Potter. This is containment. A sated predator is a predictable one." Harry looked at the dark liquid swirling in the glass. It was a leash. A carefully measured one. But it was also a gift, a chance at a semblance of normalcy, of not being a slave to the hunt. "Why?" Harry asked, genuinely baffled. "Why help me at all?" Snape's lip curled. "Because the Dark Lord must fall. And Dumbledore believes you are part of that equation. My motivations are my own. But understand this, the moment you cease to be useful to that end, or the moment you threaten a single hair on any student's head, this supply ends. And I will be the one who ends you." His black eyes bore into Harry's. "We have an understanding." The threat was real. But so was the vial. Harry nodded slowly. "We understand each other. Good." Snape took a step back. "Continue your studies. And keep the noise down. The castle has ears, and so do I." The slit in the wall sealed itself, leaving them in the room's silent night once more. Harry looked at the vial in his hand. It was a paradox, a symbol of both subjugation and salvation. "Blimey," Ron breathed. "Snape, playing nutritionist for a vampire. It's brilliant," Hermione said, her analytical mind seizing on the object. "A synthetic substitute. If we can reverse engineer the formula, we could make you independent." "He said it was derived from plants and minerals," Harry said, handing her the vial. "See what you can find." The encounter left them rattled but oddly bolstered. Even Snape, in his hostile way, was investing in Harry's control. The world wasn't just trying to kill him, parts of it were trying to manage him. Days bled into nights, marked only by the changing phases of the enchanted moon above. Harry's control grew. He could now snuff a single candle from across the room with a thought, leaving the bell silent. He could move in a blur that was near invisible even to Ron's trained eye. He could sense the emotional state of his friends from the fluctuations in their auras. But the price of this focus was a deepening connection to his progenitor nature. The power felt less like an invader and more like a suit of armor he was learning to wear. A cold, beautiful, terrifying armor. One evening, during a break, Hermione was cross-referencing a passage in Sanguinis Aeternum with Snape's notes on the vial. She looked troubled. "Harry," she said, closing the book with a soft thud. "This book, it doesn't just talk about physiology. It talks about sovereignty. It says a true progenitor's power is not just internal. It's relational. It creates a domain, a place where his will subconsciously alters reality to reflect his nature." Luna looked up from weaving a circle of what looked like gossamer and shadow. "The room is already doing that. It's becoming more than a room. It's becoming his heart space." "Exactly," Hermione said, her voice tight with a mix of excitement and dread. "And it says that this domain can be anchored and amplified by bonds with others who complement his essence. Souls that voluntarily tie their fate to his, creating a stable, tripartite structure. The book calls them pillars." She wouldn't meet Harry's eyes. "It says without such bonds, a progenitor's power can become unstable, turning inward, causing a spiritual dissolution or an explosive, uncontrolled externalization." The Queen's, Dumbledore's words, Luna's talk of strings. It was all converging. The silence in the room grew heavy. Ron looked between them, understanding dawning slowly on his face, followed by discomfort. "You're talking about you and Luna," Ron said, his voice uncharacteristically quiet. "Aren't you?" "It's not about romance, Ron," Hermione said quickly, her cheeks flushing. "It's about magical symbiosis. A binding of purposes. He has the will, the core power. I could be the architect. The one who gives it structure, strategy, understanding." She finally looked at Harry, her brown eyes blazing with fearful sincerity. "And Luna could be the conduit. The one who connects it to the intangible, who navigates the impossible." Luna nodded, serene. "The mind and the soul. To his body and will. It feels true. The strings are already there, waiting to be braided." Harry felt the weight of the proposal crush the air from his lungs. You can't just agree to this. It's permanent. It's tying your soul to a dark legacy. It will change you. It might hurt you. We're already changed, Harry, Hermione said softly. "From the moment we followed you into this room. From the moment we chose to see you, not it. This would just be making it official. Giving it a shape we can understand and use." "And what do you get out of it?" Harry asked, his voice raw. "Purpose," Hermione said without hesitation. "A way to protect you, and through you, to protect everything else. A way to use my mind for something that truly, desperately matters." "Adventure," Luna said, smiling. "And a front row seat to the mending of a very old, broken song." Ron cleared his throat, looking awkward but resolute. "I'm not pillar material, I don't think. My string's more of a really strong rope tied around your waist to pull you out of trouble. But if this is what it takes to keep you sane and everyone safe, then I'm for it." Tears glittered in Hermione's eyes, but didn't fall. Luna's smile was beatific. Harry looked at them, his best friend, the brilliant, loyal witch, the strange, truthful seer, the steadfast, brave wizard, all offering to step into the shadows with him, permanently. The enormity of their love was a force more powerful than any progenitor's memory. If we do this," Harry said, each word careful, "it has to be a choice. A free one. And we need to know how. We can't just wish it." Hermione picked up Sanguinis Aeternum. "There's a ritual. A covenant of shadows and stars. It requires a free exchange, a drop of the progenitor's blood, a tear of understanding from the mind, and a laugh of pure acceptance from the soul, all mingled under the light of a full moon and sworn with intent." She looked at the enchanted sky. "We have the moon." The room seemed to hold its breath. The pool's water grew stiller. The shadows deepened. It was here. The precipice. Harry looked at Hermione, then at Luna. He saw no doubt. Only a terrible, wonderful resolve. He nodded, once. They cleared the center of the room. Luna drew an intricate, three-part symbol on the floor with silver powder that gleamed in the moonlight. They each took their place at a point of the triangle. Harry pricked his finger with a sharp edge of stone. The dark, silvery blood welled. He let a single, heavy drop fall into a small, crystal bowl Luna placed in the center. Hermione, thinking of all they'd faced, of the future they were stepping into, of her love for her friend, felt a single, hot tear escape. It traced a clean path down her cheek. She caught it on her finger and let it fall into the bowl, where it mingled with the dark blood. Luna, looking at the two of them, her heart full of the rightness of this mad, beautiful choice, let out a soft, clear, joyous laugh. The sound seemed to crystallize in the air. She guided the essence of it, a shimmer of pure, soundless light, down into the mixture. The three substances swirled together in the bowl. There was no flash of light. Instead, the shadows in the room leaned in. The moonlight brightened. The mixture coalesced into a single, swirling orb of darkness shot through with silver and gold threads. "Do you, Hermione Jean Granger," Harry said, his voice resonating with a formal power he didn't know he possessed, "choose to bind your mind and purpose to mine, to be my strategist, my counsel, my anchor in reason, a queen in the court of shadows?" Hermione took a deep breath. "I do. Do you, Luna Lovegood," he continued, turning to her, "choose to bind your soul and sight to mine, to be my guide through the unseen, my key to the impossible, my anchor in wonder, a queen in the court of shadows?" Luna's smile was radiant. "I do." Then by blood, terror, and laughter, Harry intoned, the words coming from the deep well of his lineage, "The covenant is forged." He reached into the bowl. The orb rose to his touch. It split into 3 tendrils of intertwined light and shadow. One flowed into Harry's chest, over his heart. One spiraled into Hermione's forehead. One settled over Luna's own heart. For a moment, they were connected not just by friendship, but by something vast and new. Harry felt Hermione's brilliant mind not as a separate thing, but as a cool, ordered library now open to him. He felt Luna's boundless perception like a second set of senses, tuning into the music of the world. He felt his own power stabilize, its chaotic edges smoothing, finding channels in their complementary natures. The connection settled, thrumming softly beneath the surface. It was done. They were no longer just Harry, Hermione, and Luna. They were the progenitor and his dark queens. The second the bond clicked into place, a violent shockwave, entirely external, slammed against the wards of the room of requirement. Not a scion's mindless scrabbling. Not Snape's deliberate probe. This was an assault. A targeted, powerful, furious magical strike from somewhere within the castle itself. The enchanted ceiling flickered. The books on the shelves rattled. The bond had sent out a ripple. And someone had felt it. Someone with immense power and a very, very good reason to hate the name Harry Potter. From the corridor outside, now shaking with the force of the attack, a voice roared, magically amplified, shaking dust from the stone. "Potter, I know you're in there. You and your filthy blood traitor friends. Come out and face me." The voice was livid, unhinged, and unmistakable. Bellatrix Lestrange was in Hogwarts. And she had come hunting. Chapter 11 *. Bellatrix's voice was a jagged shard of madness scraping against the stone. The very air in the room of requirement vibrated with her fury. The wards Dumbledore and the castle itself had woven around Harry's sanctuary held, but they groaned under the assault. Dust sifted from the enchanted ceiling, and the starry sky flickered erratically, plunging the chamber into strobes of light and shadow. The newly forged bond between Harry, Hermione, and Luna didn't just hum, it sang a single, clear note of alarm. Harry felt it as a triple pulse in his veins. There was no time to process the profound change they had just enacted. The outside world, in the form of Voldemort's most deranged lieutenant, was breaking down the door. How did she get in? Ron yelled, his wand out, spinning to face the shuddering wall. The castle defenses. She was a student here, Hermione said, her voice clipped, analytical despite the fear flooding through their new connection. Harry could feel her mind racing, sifting through memories of Hogwarts' layout. She knows secret ways. And she's powerful enough to bypass a lot of the standard wards, especially if she's fueled by rage. She felt the bond, Luna stated calmly, though her wide eyes were fixed on the ceiling. It was a loud chord. It called to her madness. Like a dog whistle for hysteria. Another blast, more concentrated. A hairline crack appeared in the stone of the far wall. The scent of ozone and burnt magic seeped through. "We can't stay in here," Harry said. His own voice sounded different to him, calmer, colder, layered with Hermione's quick logic and Luna's detached acceptance. The progenitor's will was no longer a solitary force, it was a council. If she breaches the room, the fight happens here. We lose the advantage of the castle. We lead her away. Lead her where? Ron demanded. Into a corridor full of sleeping students. The chamber, Hermione said immediately. It's below everything. Contained. And you control the entrance. It was the only option. Harry nodded. Stay behind me. Ron, rear guard. Hermione, Luna, be ready. He didn't wait for agreement. He strode to the wall where the hidden door had been, focusing his will. The room, attuned to his need, didn't open a door to the 7th floor corridor. Instead, the wall dissolved directly onto the top of the stone staircase leading back down to the Chamber of Secrets. A shortcut, granted by the castle's sympathy. Go, Harry hissed. They plunged down the dark stairs just as another explosion sounded behind them, followed by the triumphant, screeching laugh of Bellatrix Lestrange as she finally shattered her way into the empty sanctuary. The stairs sealed behind them, stone grinding on stone. They were in the narrow, ancient passage, the only light coming from the tips of Hermione and Ron's wands. Harry led the way, seeing perfectly, his senses stretched back up the tunnel. He could hear Bellatrix's rapid, pounding footsteps, her frantic sniffing, and her crooning voice. Little Harry Potter, hiding in the walls, playing vampire, nastily little creature, he who must not be named will be so pleased when I bring him your fangs. Her magic felt like a wildfire in a oil refinery, volatile, toxic, and utterly uncontrolled. It was the polar opposite of the cold, deep well of Harry's power. They reached the bottom, spilling out into the vast, echoing gloom of the chamber. The skeleton of the basilisk lay like a fallen monument. The air was tomb cold. Spread out, Harry commanded, his voice echoing. Don't let her pin you down. Ron and Hermione ducked behind pillars. Luna simply stood in the open, near the pool of water, looking up at the towering statue of Salazar Slytherin as if seeking advice. Harry stood in the center, waiting. He let the thirst, always present, rise from a whisper to a low hum. But it wasn't aimed at life, it was aimed at threat. The progenitor's power stirred, not as a wild thing, but as a drawn blade. He felt Hermione's mind like a tactical map overlaying his vision, calculating angles, weaknesses. He felt Luna's perception like a sonar, painting the emotional chaos of their approaching enemy in vivid, psychic colors. Bellatrix exploded from the tunnel entrance not with stealth, but with a cyclone of destructive energy. A curse, a sizzling bolt of purple light, shot from her wand before she'd fully taken in the scene. It wasn't aimed at Harry. It was aimed at Hermione's hiding place. Harry didn't move his body. He moved the darkness. With a thought, he pulled the shadows between the curse and Hermione, thickening them into a solid wall of nullity. The purple curse struck the darkness and dissolved with a sound like a sigh. Bellatrix skidded to a halt, her wild black hair a corona around her pale, gaunt face. Her eyes, burning with fanatical rage, locked on Harry. She saw the paleness, the predatory stillness, the silver-ringed eyes. Her fury twisted into something uglier, a kind of ecstatic revulsion. So it's true, she shrieked, her laugh bouncing off the stone. The little hero fell into the gutter. A blood-sucking freak. My master will crucify you for this abomination. He can try, Harry said, his voice echoing with a resonance that made the very stone dust tremble. She attacked in earnest, not with one curse, but with a barrage, slicing hexes, blasting curses, a whip of molten black fire. She was a master of painful, destructive magic, and she wielded it with the precision of a sadistic artist. Harry moved. He was a blur, not just of speed, but of strategic evasion. He didn't just dodge, he flowed to where Hermione's mental map told him the next opening would be. He batted aside a cutting curse with a forearm wrapped in solidified shadow, the spell dissipating against it. He ducked under the whip of fire, feeling its heat singe the air above him. He was playing defense. Assessing. Avada Kedavra. Bellatrix screamed, the green light flooding the chamber. Harry didn't try to block the unblockable. He sidestepped it in a move that defied physics, the killing curse passing so close he felt the vacuum of death it left in its wake. It struck the basilisk skeleton behind him, and one of the giant ribs turned to dust. Ron and Hermione joined the fight from the flanks. Red stunners and blue disarming charms shot from behind pillars. Bellatrix deflected them with contemptuous flicks of her wand, her attention never fully leaving Harry. Insects. She spat, and with a sweeping motion, she transfigured the stone floor around Ron's pillar into grasping, skeletal hands. Reducto. Ron yelled, blasting them to rubble, but he was forced out of cover. Bellatrix pivoted, her wand aiming at his heart. Cruck, asterisk. A laugh, clear and bell-like, cut through the incantation. It was Luna, standing exposed. She wasn't laughing at Bellatrix. She was laughing with pure, unadulterated delight at the swirling patterns of chaos magic in the air, which only she could see. The sound was so incongruous, so utterly wrong for the situation, that it fractured Bellatrix's focus for a split second. Harry used it. He didn't close the distance. He willed the distance closed. One moment he was 20 feet away, the next he was within arm's reach, his hand closing around Bellatrix's wand arm. Her eyes widened. She tried to wrench free, but his grip was iron. She was strong, magically and physically, but against the progenitor's strength, she was a child. "You dare touch me, you filthy," she began to shriek. Harry looked into her mad, hate-filled eyes. He didn't speak. He projected. He sent a pulse of pure, abyssal terror through his touch, not a spell, but the essence of the predator, the ancient fear of the thing that waits in the absolute dark. It was the fear that lived in the marrow of every living creature. Bellatrix's rant died in her throat. Her face went slack with a primal, soul-deep horror that had nothing to do with Lord Voldemort or pure blood ideology. She was a rabbit in the owl's shadow. He could have killed her then. Drained her. Snapped her neck. The thirst approved. But Hermione's voice, cool and firm in the bond, "Not like this. She's a monster, but we are not." Asterisk. And Luna's insight, soft as moonlight, her string as a tangled, screaming knot. Cutting it would spill poison. Asterisk. Harry made a choice. He wrenched the wand from her paralyzed grip, snapping it in two with a casual twist. The broken pieces fell to the stone with a clatter. The physical break of her wand seemed to shatter the psychic hold of his fear. Bellatrix stumbled back, gasping, her hands empty, her eyes wide with a new kind of madness, the madness of being utterly, helplessly powerless. "My master, he will, you are nothing," she babbled, backing towards the tunnel. "Tell him," Harry said, his voice the temperature of deep space. "Tell him the progenitor is awake. And his court is open for business." He didn't chase her. He let her go, scrambling back up the tunnel into the darkness, her whimpers fading. Silence descended, broken only by the drip of water and Ron's heavy breathing. The fight was over. They had won. But as the adrenaline faded, the consequences crashed down. The bond between them was a live wire, buzzing with shared exertion, residual fear, and the dark aftertaste of the power they'd wielded. Harry looked at his hands. He felt strong, in control, but he also felt the hungry void within him yawn a little wider. Using his abilities had burned through some of the synthetic essence Snape had provided. The blue glow on his wristband had dimmed to a pale green. Worse was the damage. The chamber was a wreck. The historic basilisk skeleton partially destroyed. The walls scarred with dark magic. And Bellatrix Lestrange was loose in Hogwarts, wandless but far from harmless, and she had seen everything. "She'll run straight to Voldemort," Hermione said, voicing the dread they all felt. She emerged from behind her pillar, her face ashen. "He'll know. Not just that you're a vampire. That you're something more. That we're with you. The school will be locked down," Ron said, wiping sweat from his brow. "Dumbledore will have felt that fight. So will Snape." As if on cue, a new voice echoed into the chamber, not from the tunnel, but magically projected. "Potter." It was Snape's voice, cold and sharp. "The headmaster requires your presence. Immediately. Bring your companions. Use the tunnel to my office. Do not be seen." The connection severed. The order hung in the air. There was no celebration, no relief, only the grim understanding that the secret was out. The carefully constructed hiding place was blown. Voldemort knew. The Ministry would soon know. The fragile piece of their training was over. Harry looked at Hermione and Luna. The bond thrummed between them, a triangle of unwavering solidarity in the gathering storm. They had chosen this. They were in it together. "All right," Harry said, squaring his shoulders. "Let's go see the headmaster." He led the way, not back up the stairs to the room, but down a side passage he instinctively knew would connect to Snape's office. The castle was guiding him, its magic uneasy but compliant. They walked in silence through the dark, damp passage. The events of the night replayed in Harry's mind, the ritual, the bond, the fight. He had faced a Death Eater and won without casting a single spell. He had wielded shadow and fear as weapons. He was becoming what his blood demanded. And as they climbed a final set of steps towards a sliver of light, Harry realized the most terrifying thing of all. He wasn't afraid of it anymore. He was afraid for them. For Hermione and Luna, bound to him. For Ron, standing by them. For the school that was now a battleground. Snape's office door was ahead. Behind it, Dumbledore waited. Explanations would be demanded. Plans would change. Harry paused, his hand on the cold stone wall. He turned to his friends, his queens. His brother in arms. Their faces were set, resolved. No matter what he says, Harry whispered, we stick together. This is our fight now. Not just mine. Ours. Hermione nodded, her jaw tight. Luna smiled, a trace of otherworldly certainty in her eyes. Ron clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder, a wordless promise. Together, they stepped out of the secret passage and into the fraught light of Snape's office, ready to face the music and the storm that was sure to follow. The night of hiding was over. The war for the night itself had just begun. Chapter 12 *. Snape's office was a cave of simmering potions and suppressed fury. The glow from myriad glass vessels painted the low ceiling in shifting, poisonous hues. The potions master himself stood like a specter beside his desk, his arms crossed, his face a mask of glacial contempt. But the focus of the room, the still point in the storm, was Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster sat in a hard-backed chair usually reserved for miscreant students. He looked old, not weary, but ancient in a way Harry had never seen, as if the weight of centuries had settled on his slender shoulders all at once. His blue eyes, usually bright with hidden knowledge, were dark pools reflecting the eerie light. They took in the four of them as they entered: Harry, radiating a cool, unnatural calm; Hermione, vibrating with nervous intelligence; Luna, dreamily examining a jar of pickled newt brains; Ron, standing guard-like at Harry's flank. No one spoke. The silence was a fourth entity in the room, thick and demanding. It was Snape who broke it, his voice a silken scourge. The Dark Lord's most favored, rabid hound, loose in my school. A duel of catastrophic proportions in a historical chamber. The foundational magical skeleton of a legendary beast, destroyed. And the four of you, at the heart of it. His gaze settled on Harry. Your appetites are proving costly, Potter. She attacked us, Professor, Hermione said, her voice admirably steady despite the tremor Harry could feel through their bond. She breached the room of requirement. We led her to the chamber to minimize collateral damage. A strategic retreat, Dumbledore murmured, his eyes fixed on Harry. And the confrontation itself. Bellatrix left, unharmed, yet markedly altered. Phileas found her wandering near the charms corridor, wandless, muttering about the dark between the stars. She was easily subdued and has been handed over to the Aurors. He leaned forward slightly. How did you achieve that, Harry? Without a wand. Without, I presume, taking her life. All eyes were on him. Harry felt the weight of the question, the judgment, the fear. He also felt, through the bond, Hermione's steadying presence and Luna's quiet confidence. He chose truth. I showed her what I am, he said, his voice low but clear in the quiet room. Not a boy with a curse. Not a vampire from a story. I am the thing the darkest parts of her mind are afraid of. I didn't need a spell. I just let her see it. Snape's lip curled. Psychological predation. A parlor trick. It was a sovereign act, Dumbledore corrected softly, his gaze piercing. You exerted your nature as a fact. Undeniable. You did not fight her magic, you rendered it irrelevant. He sighed, a long, weary exhalation. Which, while impressive, has accelerated our timetable catastrophically. Tom will know by now. He will understand the significance, if not the full scope. He will move against you with everything he has. And the Ministry, now holding a babbling Bellatrix Lestrange, will be tearing the world apart to find what she was raving about. What do we do? Ron asked, the question blunt and necessary. You, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger and Miss Lovegood, will return to your dormitories. Dumbledore said, his tone leaving no room for argument. You will act as if this was a terrifying, but ultimately resolved, security breach. You know nothing of vampires, or progenitors, or bonds. You were studying in the room of requirement when a mad Death Eater attacked. You defended yourselves with standard magic and fled. Harry was not with you. But, Hermione started. It is the only story that keeps you safe, and keeps Harry's true nature contained a little longer, Dumbledore interrupted, not unkindly but with finality. The bond you have forged. His eyes flickered between the three of them, and Harry knew with absolute certainty that the old wizard could see it. A shimmering, tripartite tether in the magical air must remain the best-kept secret in this war. If Tom learns of it, he will understand it makes Harry not a lone monster, but the heart of a movement. He will seek to corrupt it, or sever it, at any cost. The dismissal was clear. Ron looked mutinous, Hermione heartbroken, Luna accepting. They were being sent back into the daylight world, to pretend, while Harry remained in the dark. Go, Harry said to them, his voice firm. He's right. You need to be normal. For now. It's the best defense. Hermione's eyes swam with tears she wouldn't shed. She gave a short, sharp nod. Ron clenched his jaw, but nodded too. Luna simply smiled at Harry, a smile that said I'll be listening to your string. Asterisk. Snape escorted them out, his presence a guarantee they would be seen returning to Gryffindor Tower through conventional, explainable routes. The door closed, leaving Harry alone with Dumbledore. The old wizard stood and moved to a small, blackened kettle, preparing tea with mundane, slow movements. The synthetic essence Severus provides, he said, his back to Harry. How effective is it? It works, Harry said. But the fight, used more. The gauge is in the green. A resource to be managed. As is your power. Dumbledore turned, handing Harry a cup of tea he didn't want or need. The gesture was symbolic, an offer of normality. Bellatrix was a test. One you passed, but which revealed a critical weakness. You think like a defender. A protector reacting to threats. A progenitor, a sovereign, must think like a strategist. You must not merely respond to Tom's moves. You must make moves of your own. I'm not playing chess, Harry said, a flicker of the old anger rising. Aren't you? Dumbledore's eyes were sharp. Tom seeks immortality through shattered soul and domination. You embody a different form of endurance. You represent a paradigm he cannot comprehend and therefore fears. He will try to fit you into a box he understands, a powerful dark creature to be enslaved or destroyed. You must break the box. He sipped his tea. The Court of Shadows. The Harbinger. They offered you a seat of power. It is time to consider accepting. The proposition hung in the air, more dangerous than Bellatrix's killing curse. You want me to go to them. To these, ancient things. I want you to claim your territory, Dumbledore said. Hogwarts cannot be it. It is a bastion of light, however faded. Your presence here is a violation of its nature, a secret it keeps out of love, but one that strains it. You need a place where your power is not a glitch in the system, but the law of the land. The court, whatever it is, represents that possibility. A base of operations. A source of knowledge about your own kind. And a statement to Tom that you are not hiding in the shadows, you are commanding them. Harry's mind reeled. It was one thing to hide, to train, to defend. It was another to march into the heart of some mythical dark realm and declare himself its king. The arrogance of it was staggering. They might just kill me, Harry said. The Harbinger said others would come. The hungry ones. Going to their court might be walking into a nest of them. It might, Dumbledore agreed. Which is why you will not go alone, and you will not go unprepared. He set his cup down. The bond with Miss Granger and Miss Lovegood is your first, best preparation. It stabilizes you, gives you counsel. But you need more. You need a guide. Someone who knows the contours of the world you are entering. A cold suspicion dawned on Harry. Who? The door to Snape's private storeroom opened. But the figure that emerged was not Snape. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in robes that had once been fine but were now travel-stained and patched. His long, white hair was lank, his face etched with a profound, weary sadness that seemed older than the castle stones. His eyes, a pale, watery blue, held a depth of sorrow and knowledge that made Dumbledore's look youthful. Harry's senses screamed. This was no wizard. The man's life force was dim, flickering like a candle in a vast hall, but around it swirled an aura of immense, tranquil power. It was the power of deep forests, of silent moons, of patient, unstoppable growth. It was ancient, but not in the same consuming way as the progenitor's power. This was the ancient of the living world. Harry Potter, the stranger said, his voice like the rustle of leaves. My name is Eldrick. Once, long ago, I was a keeper of the old pacts. A druid of the unseen groves. I have communed with the Court of Shadows, in times when the world was younger and the lines between realms were less firmly drawn. A druid. A being of ancient, natural magic. Harry stared, his thirst quiet in the presence of this creature whose essence was so fundamentally different from his own. Eldrick has agreed to be your emissary, and your tutor, Dumbledore said. He understands the language of such places. The etiquette of power. He can help you navigate the court, and help you understand the ecology of your own nature. You are not just a power, you are part of a balance. He can teach you what that means. Eldrick's sorrowful eyes rested on Harry. I feel the deep cold in you, young king. The endless thirst. I also feel the bond you have forged, two brilliant lights tying you to the world of warmth and wonder. It is a good thing. A brave thing. It suggests the root is not entirely poisoned. He stepped closer, and Harry caught his scent, petrichor, ancient oak, and slow decay. The Court of Shadows exists in a fold of reality, a place where the veil is thin. It is not inherently evil. It is indifferent, a gathering place for powers that reject the sun's tyranny. To rule there, you must first understand its rhythms, its seasons of predation and peace. And you'll teach me? Harry asked, skepticism warring with a desperate need for any guide in this terrifying new world. I will walk with you to the threshold, Eldrick said. And I will speak for you, if you wish, in the old tongue of courts and covenants. The choice to enter, and the power to rule once inside, must be yours alone. Dumbledore looked between them. The process will take time. Eldrick will reside in the room of requirement with you. You will learn from him. And when he deems you ready, and when a suitable conduit to the court can be arranged, you will make your move. A conduit. Harry remembered the Harbinger, appearing at the window. The Black Lily. How do we arrange that? He asked. You have already begun, Eldrick said. By defeating the Scion in London, and by facing Bellatrix with your true nature, you have announced your presence. The Harbinger will be watching. When you are ready, you must simply call. And be prepared for the answer. The plan was insane. Dumbledore was asking him to consciously step into the role of Dark Sovereign, to claim a throne of nightmares, all as a tactical move in a war against a different Dark Lord. But as Harry looked into Dumbledore's weary, determined face, and then into Eldrick's ancient, knowing eyes, he understood the grim calculus. He was already a weapon. The question was whether he would be a weapon wielded by others, or one that chose its own targets. The court offered a chance at the latter. A chance at autonomy. At power with purpose. He thought of Hermione's tear, Luna's laugh, Ron's steadfast loyalty. They had bound their fates to his. He couldn't afford to be a passive victim anymore. He had to become something that could protect them, even from a world that wanted to see them all destroyed. All right, Harry said, the word tasting of frost and resolve. I'll learn. I'll prepare. Dumbledore nodded, a flicker of something like grief in his eyes. Then we begin. Tonight. Eldrick gestured towards the door that led back to the secret passages. Come, young king. Your classroom awaits. We have much to discuss. Starting with the first rule of sovereignty, a throne is not a chair. It is the silence that falls when you enter the room. Harry followed the druid out of Snape's office, leaving Dumbledore standing alone in the shifting, colored dark. As the door closed behind them, plunging them into the cool stone passage, Eldrick spoke softly, his voice echoing oddly in the narrow space. He is using you, you know. The old wizard. He loves you, in his way, but he is a general. You are his new, terrible cavalry. I know, Harry said, his own voice flat. Do not resent him for it, Eldrick said. Instead, use him in return. Use his resources, his protection, to become strong enough that when the time comes, you can choose your own path. That is what a king does. He turns all things to his purpose. They walked in silence for a while, descending deep into the castle's roots. What is the court like? Harry asked finally. Eldrick was quiet for so long Harry thought he hadn't heard. Then, he said, it is like the forest floor at midnight. Beautiful, intricate, and full of things that consume each other. There is politics in the drip of sap, warfare in the spread of mycelium. You will be the tallest tree. All will look to you for shelter, or seek to bring you down for the light you block. Your queens, they will be your canopy and your root system. Vital. Without them, you will fall. The description was unsettling. It made the bond feel less like a magical pact and more like a biological necessity. They reached the wall that would open into the room of requirement. Harry focused, and the door appeared. Inside, the room had changed again. It was no longer a starry cavern. It had become a vast, silent forest under a perpetual moon. Giant, black-barked trees reached up to a canopy of silver leaves that glowed with their own light. A soft moss covered the ground. A chill, fresh air moved through the branches. It was a dark, holy place. Eldrick breathed in deeply, a smile touching his sorrowful face for the first time. Ah, it remembers. Good. He led Harry to a clearing where a flat stone sat, like a natural altar. Sit. We begin with listening, not with your ears, with your blood. The castle sleeps above, a dream of stone and children. Below, the earth dreams older dreams. Listen for the dream of the court. It is a dream of silent halls and waiting crowns. It is calling to its sovereign. I will teach you to hear it. Harry sat on the cold stone. He closed his eyes, reaching not outward with his vampiric senses, but inward, to the deep, cold well of the progenitor's legacy. He listened. At first, there was only the hum of his own power, the steady, reassuring pulse of the bonds to Hermione and Luna, one a chord of brilliant logic, the other a melody of serene madness. But then, underneath it, so faint it was almost imagined, he heard it. A dry, rustling whisper, like pages of a giant book turning in a tomb. The sound of patience wearing thin. The sound of a throne, empty for millennia, gathering dust and yearning for weight. It was distant, but it was there. His eyes snapped open. Eldrick was watching him, his head tilted. You heard it, the druid stated. Yes. Then the connection is alive. The court is waiting. And now, Eldrick said, his pale eyes glinting in the phantom moonlight, you must learn the language of the land you would rule. Starting with the most important word of all. What word? Mine, asterisk, Eldrick whispered, and the forest around them seemed to lean in, acknowledging the truth of it. Harry sat in the enchanted dark, the whisper of the distant court in his veins, and felt the first, terrifying stirrings of ambition. Not for wealth or glory. For survival. For a place where he and his bonded ones could be what they were, without apology, without fear. The path was set. The education had begun. He was no longer just Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He was the progenitor, learning to claim his kingdom. Chapter 13. The forest within the room was not a memory, nor an illusion. It was a conviction. The air held the damp, complex perfume of leaf litter and black soil, of bark and cold stone. The silver light filtering through the canopy above dappled the mossy floor in patterns that seemed to shift when looked at directly. It was a real place, pulled from the world's dreaming into being by the room's magic and, Harry suspected, by Eldrick's profound connection to the deep green. The ancient druid moved through the trees with a soundless grace that rivaled Harry's own. He was not a visitor here, he was an extension of the landscape. He stopped by a still, dark pool that mirrored the silver leaves above. The first lesson, Eldrick said, his voice blending with the gentle sigh of the forest, is not about taking. It is about perceiving the flow. Life is not a thing to be grabbed. It is a river. You have been taught to see a single pulse, a single heart, and to want to dam it for yourself. That is the way of the scion. The desperate, clawing thing. A progenitor does not dam rivers. He becomes the watershed. He knelt by the pool and placed a gnarled hand on the mossy bank. Feel. Not for the mouse, or the student, or the enemy. Feel for the exchange. The tree drinks from the earth and exhales to the sky. The fungus consumes the dead and feeds the living. The predator takes the weak and strengthens the herd. There is a balance. A transaction. Your thirst, it is part of that transaction, but it has been short-circuited. You seek to take without offering anything in return. That is why it burns. That is why it shames you. Harry knelt beside him, placing his own pale hand on the cool earth. He closed his eyes, pushing past the immediate, screaming instincts. He tuned out the distant, tantalizing hum of Hogwarts, thousand living hearts above. He focused downward, into the stone and soil. At first, there was nothing. Then, a slow, vast pulse. The castle's foundational magic, seeping into the earth. The slow decay of millennia-old stone. And beneath that, a fainter, colder current, a ley line, a vein of raw magical power threading through the planet's crust. It was inert, impersonal. It was not life, but it was potential. The world is alive in ways wizards have forgotten, Eldrick murmured. Magic is not just in wands and words. It is in the turn of the seasons, in the patience of stone, in the silence between heartbeats. Your power is of the night, of the absence that defines the shape of things. You can draw from that silence. You can offer protection, order, territory, and in return, the territory itself can sustain you. Harry focused on the cold ley line. He imagined his thirst not as a mouth, but as a root. He reached for the cool, slow power, not to seize it, but to let it flow through him, to let his own nature filter and change it. A thin, silvery trickle of cold energy seeped up from the earth into his palm. It was stark, mineral, utterly devoid of warmth or vitality. But as it entered him, his progenitor essence metabolized it, transforming it into a subtle, sustaining coolness that spread through his veins. It wasn't as potent as the memory blood or Snape's substitute, but it was clean. Limitless. It required concentration, a kind of meditative focus he couldn't maintain in combat, but it was a revelation. He opened his eyes. The blue glow on his wristband, which had been a pale green, brightened slightly back toward a steady blue. A sip from a deeper well, Eldrick said, nodding approvingly. You will not wage war on this alone. But it is a beginning. It teaches you the shape of the transaction. Now, for the second lesson. The druid stood. Your queens. You feel them. Harry nodded. The bonds were a constant, gentle pressure in his awareness, Hermione's a structured, humming grid of light, Luna's a diffuse, whispering melody. They are not just anchors. They are conduits, amplifiers. Through them, you can perceive and interact with realms that are closed to you. The mind can analyze the flow of magic, predict its currents. The soul can perceive the doors in the air. You must learn to open yourself to their senses, as they are opening to your power. Over the next few days, a new routine etched itself into the endless night of the forest room. Harry's education was threefold. With Eldrick, he learned the ecology of power. He practiced drawing sustenance from ley lines, from the passive magic of ancient objects Eldrick produced from his robes, a Neolithic flint, a Roman coin, a vial of water from a glacier's heart. He learned to sense the health of a territory, to feel where magic was stagnant or flowing. He began, haltingly, to understand the progenitor not as a consumer, but as a keystone predator, a being whose presence shaped an ecosystem, demanding balance. Alone, he practiced the raw application of his will. He shaped darkness into shields, into blinding clouds, into grasping tendrils. He refined his speed, learning to move not just in straight blurs, but in complex, unpredictable patterns. He trained against the shadow dummies, which now sometimes moved with startling intelligence, mimicking the fighting styles of Death Eaters, of Horrors, of things with too many limbs. And through the bonds, he practiced connection. He would sit in the clearing, and Hermione would sit across from him in the Gryffindor common room, a book open but unread. He would focus on her bond, and slowly, her perception would overlay his own. He would see the forest not just as a physical space, but as a web of interconnected magical pressures and potentialities. She could sense the weak points in the room's wards, the paths of least resistance. There, her voice would sound in his mind, not as sound, but as pure knowing. The flow is thickest. A shield placed there would be 23% more efficient. Asterisk. With Luna, it was different. She would be in the astronomy tower, or by the lake, and her bond would open like a window. Through her, the world became a tapestry of emotion and meaning. He could see the laughter of the giant squid as it played, a shimmer of gold in the black water. He could see the anxiety of the castle's magic, a prickly, brown static around the damaged chamber of secrets. He could see the potential doors, folds in reality where one could step from here to there, as faint, iridescent tears in the fabric of things. It was exhilarating and exhausting. The bonds deepened, moving from conscious effort to a semi-permanent state of low-level awareness. He could feel Hermione's frustration with a difficult arithmancy equation from across the castle. He could feel Luna's quiet delight at a particularly odd cloud shape. In return, they reported feeling a strange, cool clarity, a heightened focus, and an intuitive understanding of spaces. Hermione now navigated the library with her eyes closed, and Luna could find lost things with uncanny accuracy. The outside world did not stand still. The official story held. Bellatrix Lestrange, insane and seeking to desecrate the school, had launched a lone attack. She had been repelled by the castle's defenses and the brave actions of several quick-thinking students. The prophet hailed it as a victory, though the specifics were vague. The destruction in the chamber was attributed to her fiendish dark magic. But the undercurrents were turbulent. Snape's synthetic essence kept Harry stable, but the potions master's demeanor grew colder, his scrutiny more intense. He would appear at the edge of the forest room without warning, watching a training session with Eldrick, his black eyes missing nothing. He said little, but his silent judgment was a constant pressure. Ron, Hermione, and Luna visited when they could, using the passage from the chamber. Their meetings were fraught with a new intensity. The bond changed the dynamics. With Hermione, conversations were swift, ideas exchanged in half-sentences, entire strategies built in a shared glance. With Luna, words were often unnecessary, a feeling, an image, conveyed all that was needed. Ron, outside the bond, became the essential anchor to normalcy, the one who still cracked jokes, who complained about homework, who needed things explained in plain English. It was during one of these visits, a week after Eldrick's arrival, that the outside world intruded violently once more. Hermione had been mid-sentence, explaining a theory about anchoring the quartz dimension to a stable ley line nexus, when she suddenly gasped, her hand flying to her temple. "Harry," she whispered, her eyes losing focus, seeing through the bond. A torrent of images and sensations flooded into Harry's mind, filtered through Hermione's panic. The headmaster's office. Dumbledore, standing, facing the fireplace. The fire turning emerald. Ahead, grim and scarred, appearing in the flames, Kingsley Shacklebolt. His voice, taut with urgency, "Albus. It's happened. The Ministry. Scrimgeour has authorized it. They're calling it the Dark Entity Containment Initiative. They've mobilized the entire Department of Mysteries. They're not just looking for dark wizards anymore. They're hunting anomalies. And they've started with the Lovegood house." The connection snapped as Hermione was jerked back to her own body in the common room, but the message was seared into Harry's mind. He shot to his feet. Luna, who had been peacefully braiding moss, went very still. Her dreamy eyes clouded over. "Daddy," she said, her voice small. "They've gone to see Daddy." Eldrick was beside her in an instant, his hand on her shoulder. "What do you see, child?" Luna's eyes saw a different world. Men in black robes. Not like the last ones. Quieter. Colder. They have tools that cut silence. They are asking questions. Daddy is showing them his press, but they are walking through the walls. They are in the cellar. Her breath hitched. They are looking at the empty space where the anchor was. They are tasting the air I left behind. And yours, Harry. They have a scent. The unspeakables. The most secretive, ruthless arm of the Ministry. They weren't bureaucrats with detection wands. They were archaeologists of the unnatural. And they were on the trail. They'll connect it, Hermione said, her voice trembling through the bond. The attack here, the residual power at Luna's house, they'll piece it together. They'll know it's you. Ron's face was grim. What do we do? Before Harry could answer, a new presence announced itself. Not through the bond, through the forest itself. The air before them grew cold. The silver light dimmed. From between the trunks of two great, black trees, a figure condensed out of shadow and frost. It was the Harbinger. It looked as it had before, tall, skeletal, robed in faded gray, its eyes glowing silver in the deep sockets. But its demeanor was different. There was no offering in its hand. Its attention was fixed on Eldrick. A long, stiff pause. "Green speaker," the Harbinger intoned, its leaf voice holding a note of cold recognition. "You have been gone a long time from the councils of the sideways places." Eldrick bowed his head slightly. "The groves needed tending, Herald. The world forgets itself. I am here now, as guide to the awakening blood." The Harbinger's skull-like head turned to Harry. "The bell tolls louder, Progenitor. The noisy ants dig at the foundations of your first awakening. The hungry ones gather at the edges of the scent trail. The court grows, impatient. A throne cannot remain a metaphor forever. It must bear weight, or it will be splintered for kindling by those who fear its shadow." It was an ultimatum, wrapped in poetry. The Ministry was closing in. The feral vampires were gathering. The court itself was demanding he step up or be stepped upon. Harry felt the eyes of everyone upon him, Eldrick's sorrowful wisdom, Ron's fierce loyalty, Hermione's terrified resolve, Luna's expectant calm. The bonds thrummed with their combined will. He looked at the Harbinger, and for the first time, he did not feel like a boy facing a monster. He felt like power assessing a messenger. "Tell the court," Harry said, his voice echoing with a certainty that came from the triad within him, "their king is coming." But not as a supplicant. I will arrive at the time of my choosing, and I will bring my court with me." He gestured to Hermione and Luna. The Harbinger's silver gaze flicked to the two girls. It seemed to see the bonds, the brilliant and the luminous threads connecting them to Harry. A slow, almost imperceptible nod. "The Triad reforms," it whispered, a hint of something like awe in its dry voice. "The old song returns. The court will hear of this." It looked back to Harry. "But choosing the time is a luxury crumbling with the sun. The ants will be here soon. The unspeakables have a key that fits many locks, even magical ones. You have until the moon wanes once more. Then, the door to the sideways place will be opened from our side. Be ready to walk through, or be ready to fight what comes out." It didn't wait for a reply. It dissolved into a swirl of cold mist that was sucked into the shadows between the trees, vanishing. The forest was silent again, but the silence now screamed with urgency. "A month," Hermione breathed. "We have a month. To do what?" Ron asked, desperation in his voice. "Turn this forest into an army. To claim a kingdom," Eldrick said, his voice heavy. "To learn enough to not be a guest in the court but its master. And to say our goodbyes to this sunlit world." The words landed like stones. Goodbyes. Leaving Hogwarts. Leaving the world they knew, possibly forever, to step into a realm of ancient shadows. Harry looked at his friends, his pillars. He saw no hesitation in their faces now, only a grim, accepted fate. The training was over. The preparation began in earnest. They were no longer students hiding from a curse. They were a sovereign and his court, preparing for a coronation in the dark. And the clock, measured in waning moons, had just started ticking. Chapter 14. Time, in the forest room, was measured not in hours but in phases. The enchanted moon above cycled from a slender crescent to a bloated, pregnant orb, marking the relentless march toward the Harbinger's deadline. 3 weeks had bled away, and the air in their sanctuary had changed. It was no longer a place of learning, it was a forge. And they were the metal within it, hammered and tempered by necessity. Harry's training with Eldrick had moved beyond theory into brutal, elegant practice. The druid no longer spoke of watersheds and transactions. He spoke of dominion. "A king's power is not what he can take," Eldrick intoned as they stood in a clearing, the silver light casting long, stark shadows. "It is what he can forbid. To command the dark is to say, 'This shadow is mine, and it will hold.' To command the thirst is to say, 'This life is under my protection, and you will not touch it.' Your will must become a law of nature within your territory." He had Harry practice not on ley lines, but on the very fabric of the room. Eldrick would conjure a manifestation of raw, predatory instinct, a phantom scion, a pulsing orb of simulated life force, and Harry's task was to suppress it. Not destroy it, govern it. At first, he failed. The phantom would break through his mental barriers, the simulated pulse would trigger his thirst, and he'd lash out, reducing the construct to nothing. Eldrick would watch, his sorrowful face impassive. Anger is a tool, not a master. You are reacting. You must decree. By the 3rd week, Harry began to succeed. He could stand before the phantom, the gnawing hunger of fire in his gut, and impose stillness. He would wrap it in layers of cool, authoritative shadow, not as a cage, but as a cocoon of enforced peace. The phantom would grow dormant, harmless. It was an exertion that left him mentally drained, but each success made the next one easier. His control was becoming not just a restraint, but an extension of his will. The bonds with Hermione and Luna deepened into something profound and, at times, disorienting. Hermione's mind was now a constant, quiet hum in the back of his own. He didn't just hear her thoughts when they focused, he absorbed her method. When he practiced shaping darkness, he found himself instinctively optimizing for efficiency, calculating the most effective form, discarding wasted energy. He began to see patterns in everything. The fall of leaves hinted at probabilistic models of aggression, the flow of water in the dark pool outlined strategic vulnerabilities. It was like having a relentless, brilliant tactician wired directly into his nervous system. With Luna, the connection was more like sharing a dream. Her perception colored his world. He saw the hidden doors Eldrick spoke of, not just as magical theory, but as tangible, shimmering imperfections in reality, each with its own emotional flavor. A door to a place of sorrow wept slow, gray tears of magic. A door to a place of chaos buzzed with angry, red static. She taught him to feel the intent of a space, to know if it was welcoming or hostile before he stepped foot in it. The bonds were a strength, but they were also a vulnerability. He felt Hermione's anxiety spike every time an owl arrived for her, bearing news from her parents or the ever-watchful ministry. He felt Luna's moments of profound sadness when she thought of her father, alone in his tower, fending off the unspeakables with sheer, bewildering eccentricity. Their fears became his fears. Their pains, a dull ache in his own cool flesh. Ron was the anchor. He couldn't share the bond, but he felt its effects. He became the translator, the stable ground. When Harry and Hermione would lapse into a rapid-fire exchange of concepts that left Luna nodding and Ron baffled, it was Ron who would say, "Right, so in English, that means we should avoid the left corridor because it's feeling grumpy." His pragmatism was a lifeline to the world where things were solid and jokes could still be made. The outside pressure was a constant, suffocating weight. Snape's weekly vial of synthetic essence arrived, but the potion was changing. It grew cloudier, and its efficacy diminished faster. The blue glow on Harry's wristband now lingered in the green-yellow border even after consumption. When confronted, Snape had merely sneered, "The ingredients are becoming scarce. The Ministry's new initiative is interfering with certain imports. Consider it motivation to master your alternatives." It was a stark reminder. Their support structure was brittle. Dumbledore's influence had limits, especially against the paranoid, post-Bellatrix ministry. News trickled in through enchanted coins and secret missives. The unspeakables had indeed connected the dots. The dark entity was now officially linked to the Hogwarts disturbance. While they had no name, they had a profile, a powerful, transformative dark force, likely vampiric in nature but of an unprecedented class. Residing in or near magical population centers. Possibly aided by accomplices. A nationwide, discreet hunt was underway. They were rats in the walls of a house that was now actively being torn apart to find them. The final week arrived. The moon in their forest was a perfect, silver coin. The deadline was upon them. Eldrick called a council in the clearing. Harry, Hermione, Luna, and Ron stood before him. The druid looked older than stone. "The time for subtlety is past," Eldrick said, his voice the rustle of autumn's last leaves. "The court's door will open at the moon's zenith, 3 nights from now. The location is not of our choosing. It will be a place where the veil is thin, a wound in the world. The Harbinger will guide us there, but the journey, and the entry, will be a test." "What kind of test?" Hermione asked, her mind already cataloging possibilities. "The court does not admit beggars or refugees," Eldrick said. "You must arrive as a power. You must cross the threshold not as petitioners, but as claimants. This will draw attention from the court's denizens, and from any external forces that may be watching the same wound in the world." "The unspeakables," Ron said grimly. "Or worse," Luna added, her eyes seeing beyond the clearing. "The hungry ones have been circling the scent. They will be drawn to the open door like moths to a cold flame." Harry felt the weight of it all. The dwindling essence, the hunting ministry, the gathering feral vampires, the unknown court. But beneath the weight, thrumming through the bonds, was a solid core of resolve. He was not alone. "We go," Harry said. It was not a question. "Then we prepare for war," Eldrick replied. "Not with armies, but with a statement. We must craft your arrival." The next 2 days were a frenzy of focused creation. Hermione, with Eldrick's guidance and Harry's innate connection to shadow, worked on attire. Not robes, but raiment. She wove threads of solidified moonlight drawn from the enchanted sky, and strands of conceptual darkness pulled from Harry's own essence into garments. For Harry, a tunic and trousers of deepest black that seemed to drink the light, edged with silver like a starless night's horizon. For herself, a gown of twilight gray, intricate with patterns like interlocking runes and star charts, representing the structured mind. For Luna, a dress of shimmering, pearlescent white that held all colors faintly within it, like mist under the moon. Ron, feeling the odd one out, was given a coat of sturdy, shadow-stitched leather. "My job's to look like I belong to the scary people," he muttered, but he wore it with a squared shoulders. Luna and Eldrick focused on the ritual of transit. They needed to amplify the Harbinger's call, to ensure they stepped through the door together, as one unit. Luna collected echoes, the sound of the forest's breath, the memory of the first drop of Harry's progenitor blood that fell in the ritual, the ghost of Hermione's tear, the after-image of her own laugh. She wove them into a single, complex chord only the three of them could hear. Harry's task was the hardest. He had to gather his power, not for use but for display. To hold it at the ready, a contained storm, to prove he was not coming to feed, but to rule. The night of the zenith arrived. They stood in the forest room for the last time. They had said their silent goodbyes to the castle above, to the life of students they had already left behind. They carried only what they could not live without: a few essential books, Snape's last, half-potent vial, the clothes on their backs. Eldrick raised his hands. The forest around them stilled. The silver moonlight concentrated, pooling around their feet. "It is time," the druid said. "The wound is opening. I can feel its pull. It is, northeast. In a place of old stones and older sorrows." "Where?" Hermione asked. "A place muggles call the Rollright Stones," Eldrick murmured. "A circle where the dance of realms has worn the floor thin." He closed his eyes and began to chant in a language that was not words, but the sound of roots growing and stones cooling. The air in front of them rippled. A tier, not a door, appeared. Through it, they saw not another place, but a dizzying, impossible kaleidoscope of layered realities, a flicker of standing stones under a cloudy English sky, a glimpse of a vast, dark hall lit by cold fire, a smear of howling void. The way was open. It was unstable, treacherous. From within the tear, a familiar, cold blue light coalesced. The Harbinger's form appeared, straddling the worlds. It seemed strained, holding the chaotic passage open. "Progenitor, your court awaits. The path is contested. You must walk, and you must hold your people close. The hungry ones are here. They mass at the edges of the wound, drawn by the light of your passage." As it spoke, Harry's enhanced hearing picked up the sounds from the other side. Not just the Harbinger's voice, but distant, bestial snarls, the skitter of claws on stone. The scions, and things worse than scions, were waiting in the dimensional margins, ready to ambush anyone crossing. This was the test, to walk through a gauntlet of their own kind. Harry looked at Hermione, then Luna. He reached out, not with his hands, but with the bonds. He felt their minds lock with his, their perceptions aligning. Hermione's tactical map superimposed over the chaotic tear, calculating the most stable path. Luna's sight pinpointed the emotional resonance of the predators, clusters of ravenous red amid the swirling colors. "Stay behind me," Harry said to Ron and Eldrick. "Hermione, guide me. Luna, watch for the unseen. We go as one." He drew a deep breath of the forest air, committing its scent to memory. Then, he stepped forward into the tier. The sensation was like being pulled apart and rewoven. Reality screamed around him. He was in the stone circle, wet grass underfoot, a stormy night sky above. In the same instant, he was in a vast, dark antechamber of impossible geometry. And he was also in the howling void between. And they were not alone. Shapes detached from the shadows of the standing stones and the darker corners of the dark hall. Emaciated, slavering forms with eyes of burning hunger. Not just scions. Larger things, with too many joints, with mouths that split their faces. The hungry ones. A dozen of them, maybe more, converging from all directions of the fractured reality. Harry didn't stop walking. He held up a hand. He did not attack. He proclaimed. A wave of sovereign authority erupted from him, amplified through the bonds. It was not fear this time. It was law. It was the decree of the source, the absolute command of the progenitor to his scattered, feral children. Stop. The word was not sound. It was a seismic shift in the very rules of the space. The advancing creatures faltered. The lesser ones whimpered, cringing back as if struck. The larger ones hissed, struggling against the compulsion, but their charge broke. They milled, confused, their hunger fighting the primal, bone-deep instinct to obey the font of their existence. Harry, Hermione, and Luna kept walking, a unit of terrible purpose. Ron and Eldrick followed, wands out, eyes wide at the monstrous gallery held at bay by sheer will. They reached the center of the stone circle, which was also the center of the dark antechamber. The Harbinger stood there, holding open a final, definitive doorway, a grand arch of carved, black stone that led into a profound, silent darkness. The true entrance to the Court of Shadows. "The path is cleared," the Harbinger intoned, its voice holding a new note of respect. "The claim is made. Enter, progenitor. Bring your pillars." Harry turned for one last look at the fractured world behind him, the glimpse of English countryside, the howling void, the snarling, obedient monsters. This was the point of no return. He met Hermione's eyes, saw the fierce, proud tears in them. He met Luna's, saw the serene wonder. He nodded to Ron, who gave him a shaky, determined thumbs up. Together, as one, Harry Potter and his Dark Queen stepped through the black archway, leaving the world of sun and struggle behind. The last thing they heard as the stone door began to grind shut behind them was not the snarl of monsters, but the distant, frantic shout of a magically magnified voice from the English hillside, filled with triumph and fury. There. Containment Team Alpha, go. Seal that rift. The unspeakables had found them. But they were too late. The door to the Court of Shadows closed with a sound like a tomb ceiling, cutting off the light, the shouts, and the world they had known forever. Silence. Not the quiet of the forest room, or the hush of a sleeping castle. This was a silence with weight and texture, a centuries-deep hush that pressed against the eardrums. The air was cool, still, and carried a scent Harry had never encountered, a mineral flatness, like the inside of a geode, undercut by the faint, sweet-wrought perfume of extremely old, dry wood. Light, of a sort, emerged slowly. It did not come from above, but seemed to bleed from the very air, a dim, gray luminescence that revealed shapes without color. They stood in a vast, antechamber. The floor was seamless black stone, polished to a mirror finish that reflected nothing. The walls soared into darkness, their surfaces carved with endless, interlocking patterns that might have been vines, or veins, or script in a language of spirals. The grand archway through which they'd entered was now a solid wall of the same black stone, seamless and unmarked. There was no handle, no keyhole. The way back was gone. Harry's first instinct was to reach for the bonds, to ensure Hermione and Luna were still with him. He found them instantly, thrumming with a new, vibrant intensity in this place. The connection felt clearer here, as if the ambient magic of the court was a solvent that washed away static. He could feel Hermione's mind, a panicked whirlwind of analysis, cataloging dimensions, air pressure, magical density. He could feel Luna's soul-wide wonder, drinking in the alien ambiance. "We're in," Hermione whispered, her voice shockingly loud in the profound quiet. She instinctively moved closer to Harry, her hand brushing his arm. The contact sent a pulse of steadying clarity through the bond. Luna simply turned in a slow circle, her pearlescent dress seeming to emit its own soft light. "It's listening," she breathed. "The whole place. It's been waiting so long it's almost fallen back asleep." A rustle, like dry leaves stirred by a slow breath. From the gloom at the far end of the antechamber, a figure emerged. It was the Harbinger, but its form was more substantial here. The faded gray robes looked richer, the silver light in its eye sockets brighter. It bowed, deeper than before. "Welcome," it rasped, the sound absorbed by the hungry silence. "To the threshold hall of the Court of Shadows. The progenitor has returned to the seat of his lineage. The pillars stand with him. The court observes." As it spoke, Harry became aware of the presences. Not with his eyes, but with his progenitor's senses, amplified by Luna's perception. They were in the walls. In the high, unseen ceiling. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of silent, watching entities. Their auras were variations on a theme of cold patience. Some felt like the Harbinger, ancient and ceremonial, others felt sharper, hungrier, some felt barely sentient, more like elemental forces of gloom and stillness. The court was not empty. It was packed with an audience of shadows. "What now?" Harry asked, forcing his voice to carry the same calm authority he'd used outside. "Now," said a new, different voice. It was a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once, fluid and insidious. "You prove you are not merely an echo of old blood. You prove you can hold this silence." From a different archway, one Harry hadn't noticed, flowed a being of living shade. It had no solid form, just a constantly shifting humanoid silhouette made of thicker darkness, trailing tendrils of night. Its eyes were 2 points of chill, blue-white light. "This is the Shade Steward," the Harbinger introduced. "Keeper of the keep's essence. It finds your light, disruptive." The Harbinger gestured vaguely at Hermione and Luna. The Shade Steward's voice dripped like cold oil. "The seat is for the Night's Sovereign. Not for day-touched minds. Not for chaos-whispering souls. They are dissonance. They must be silenced, or harmonized." A threat, wrapped in aesthetics. The court was testing his commitment to his queens, and their right to be there. Hermione stiffened. Luna tilted her head, curious. Harry didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, placing himself between the steward and the girls. He drew not on his thirst, but on the deep, settled power of his sovereignty, filtered through the bonds. He felt Hermione's intellect structuring it, Luna's perception giving it a subtle, pervasive quality. "They are not day-touched," Harry stated, his voice resonating in the stone hall. "They are my shadow and my moon. Their minds give shape to my will. Their souls open doors my power cannot. They are part of the silence. They define it." He extended a hand, not in attack, but in demonstration. He pulled the ambient gray light towards Hermione, weaving it around her. Under their will, the light didn't dim, it became structured, forming intricate, geometric patterns of shadow that danced around her like a living cloak of calculated night. Then he turned to Luna, and did the opposite. He drew the deepest shadows from the corners of the hall and infused them with the essence of her bond, making them shimmer with a soft, internal luminescence, like bioluminescent fungus in a cave. He wasn't changing them. He was revealing their true nature in the context of this place. The Shadow Queen, who brought order to the dark. The Moon Queen, who brought wonder to the emptiness. The Shade Steward recoiled, its form rippling. The 2 points of light that were its eyes narrowed. It was not used to having its definitions challenged. The watching presences in the walls seemed to lean in, the weight of their attention intensifying. "A novel interpretation," the steward whispered, its voice less certain. "The court has known only the progenitor's solitary might. This triad is untested." "Then test it," Harry challenged, his silver-ringed eyes gleaming in the gloom. "But know this, you do not test me by threatening what is mine. You test us together. Or you acknowledge our sovereignty as it is." A long, tense silence stretched. The Harbinger watched, unmoving. Finally, the Shade Steward flowed backward, melting into the shadows of its archway. "Acknowledged, for now. The deeper tests lie ahead, in the Heart Hall. The throne does not yield to pretty displays." The Harbinger gestured for them to follow. "Come. The court wishes to see you in the place of power." They moved deeper into the keep. The architecture was nonsensical, corridors slanted at impossible angles, stairways led both up and down simultaneously, doors hung in midair. Luna, through the bond, guided Harry instinctively. "This one feels like it leads toward the center of the song," she would murmur, and he would follow her unerring sense. Hermione's analytical mind was working overtime, and through the bond, Harry understood her deductions. The court wasn't built in physical space as humans understood it. It was a manifestation of collective belief, of ancient power, folded into a pocket dimension. Its geometry was psychological, magical. To navigate it required either innate belonging, or a guide who could perceive its underlying logic, like Luna. They entered the Heart Hall. It was a cavern so vast the ceiling was lost in a swirling nebula of dark vapor and tiny, cold stars. The floor was a circular lake of still, black water, so clear and deep it seemed to have no bottom. Spanning the center of this lake was a single, narrow causeway of white stone, glowing with its own faint light. And at the center of the lake, on an island just large enough to hold it, stood the throne. It was carved from a single piece of obsidian, but it was not sharp or jagged. It was fluid, as if the stone had been frozen mid-pour. It radiated a palpable aura of loneliness and command. Around the lake's perimeter, in tiered galleries carved from the living rock, were the gathered court. Harry could see them now, shapes of shadow and subtle light, beings with too many limbs or no limbs at all, figures robed and cowled, eyes glinting from darkness. Thousands of them, silent, watching. The Harbinger stopped at the beginning of the causeway. "The path to the throne is walked alone. The waters are the well of solitude. They reflect the truth of the walker. Many have attempted the crossing. Some see their hunger reflected and are dragged down. Some see their fear and flee. Some see nothing and are lost in the emptiness. To sit upon the throne, you must first reach it." Harry looked at the narrow, glowing path over the infinite black depth. He felt the gaze of the entire court. This was the true test. Not just of power, but of identity. Could the boy who was a monster, the monster who was a king, walk the line between his halves without being consumed by either? He felt a surge of warmth through the bond, not a physical warmth, but an emotional one. Hermione's faith, solid as granite. Luna's certainty, light as a feather. They couldn't walk with him. But they were with him. He stepped onto the causeway. The moment his foot touched the white stone, the world changed. The hall, the court, Hermione, Luna, all vanished. He stood on a narrow path over an abyss of pure, starless black. And in the water below, he saw reflections. Not his face. Scenes. Vernon Dursley, purple-faced, swinging a fist. The thirst raging, his fingers on his uncle's pulsing throat. The reflection of the predator, the uncontrolled hunger. The sickening dissolution of the scion in the Grimmauld cellar, dust in his hands. The reflection of the destroyer. Hermione's horrified face in the tower room, pointing at the empty mirror. The reflection of the monster. Bellatrix Lestrange, broken and babbling at his feet. The reflection of the terror. Each reflection pulled at him, a weight threatening to topple him into the void. The path felt narrower. The emptiness of the water called to the emptiness inside him. "You're this," the whispers seemed to say. "Just this. A hungry thing. A dark thing. Alone." He faltered, a cold sweat breaking out on his skin he didn't think could still sweat. Then, a new reflection surfaced. Not in the water, but in his mind, carried by the bonds. Hermione, her brow furrowed over a book, not in fear, but in determination to understand him. Luna, offering him a bowl of strange essence with a serene smile, seeing not a freak, but a fascinating fact. Ron, standing shoulder to shoulder with him in a kitchen, saying, "You're our mate." The feel of the covenant, the tear and the laugh mingling with his blood, forming something new. He was not just the hunger. He was the choice in the kitchen. He was the protector of his friends. He was the recipient of a tear and a laugh. He was part of a triad. The reflections in the water began to change. The scene with Vernon shifted, he saw himself pulling back, stumbling away in shame and triumph. The dissolving scion was followed by the image of warding the house, protecting. Hermione's horror was overlaid with her later resolve, her fierce loyalty. Bellatrix's defeat was not a moment of terror, but a moment of sovereign choice. The path solidified. The pull of the abyss lessened. He was not one thing. He was a tapestry, woven of dark threads and light, of terrible power and profound love. The progenitor was not his opposite, it was his foundation. And upon that foundation, he had built something more. He walked, step by steady step. The reflections now showed a balanced whole, the predator and the protector, the monster and the friend, the king and the boy. They did not conflict, they coexisted, defined each other. He reached the island. The throne loomed before him, humming with a low, inviting frequency. He did not sit immediately. He turned and looked back across the causeway. At the far end, he could see Hermione and Luna, small and bright in the gloom, their hands clasped tightly together. He gave them a single, slow nod. Then, he sat. The moment he made contact with the obsidian, power slammed into him. Not the memory blood, not the synthetic essence. This was the accumulated authority of the court itself, the stored sovereignty of the lineage, flooding into its rightful vessel. It was vast, cold, and ancient. It threatened to drown the Harry in him, to leave only the progenitor. He gripped the arms of the throne, his knuckles white. He did not fight the tide. He anchored himself. He used the bonds as pylons driven deep into his soul. Hermione's mind provided a structure, channels to direct the flood. Luna's soul provided a connection to the living, changing world, a reminder that this power was to be used, not merely inhabited. He breathed in, and the heart hall returned to his sight. The lake, the causeway, the galleries. The court was on its feet, or whatever passed for feet. A rustling, sighing sound filled the air, a wind of approval or astonishment through a forest of shadows. The throne's power settled within him, a new, deep stratum beneath his own. He felt different, not just stronger, legitimate. This place, these beings, were now his to command, to understand, to rule. From the highest gallery, a figure descended, not walking, but floating down like a falling leaf. It was a creature of exquisite, fragile beauty, with skin like polished willow wood and hair of spun glass. Its eyes were multifaceted, like an insect's, and it held a long staff of crystal. The Lore Seeker, the Harbinger's voice echoed in Harry's mind, now somehow directly linked to him through the throne. Keeper of the court's history and law. It will speak the formalities. The Lore Seeker bowed, its movements producing a faint, chiming sound. Its voice was like glass rods tapping. The progenitor has returned. The throne acknowledges its master. The pillars are recognized. The covenant of the triad is ratified by the old magic. The court of shadows is convened. It raised its crystal staff and brought it down once on the stone of the island. Chime. The sound reverberated through Harry's bones, through the castle, through the very dimension. Chime. A pulse of dark light exploded from the throne, washing over the assembled court in a wave. The watching presences solidified, their forms becoming clearer, their allegiance settling into place. Chime. The sound echoed away, leaving a new, deeper silence, the silence of order restored. Harry sat upon the throne of shadows, the power of an ancient lineage coursing through him, his queen standing vigil at the far shore, a kingdom of night creatures at his feet. He had done it. He had claimed his crown. But as the formalities ended and the lore-seeker began detailing the immediate matters of state, disputes between vampire clans, incursions from light-aligned realms, the grumbling of the Shade Steward, Harry felt a sudden, sharp, discordant twang through the bond. Not from Hermione or Luna. From Ron. A spike of pure, adrenalized panic, followed by a flash of image. Eldrick, bleeding a strange, sap-like substance from a gash on his forehead. A circle of men in black robes, their wands emitting a complex, net-like light. The grinding sound of massive machinery. And over it all, the triumphant yell of an unspeakable. We have the anchor. Seal the dimensional lock. Now. The connection to Ron snapped off as if severed by a blade. Harry's hand clenched on the throne. The newly settled power within him rioted, responding to his surge of fear and fury. The black waters of the Well of Solitude churned. The crown was on his head. But the unspeakables had just captured his best friend and his guide. And they were trying to lock the door to his new kingdom, with him and his queens inside. The silence in the Heart Hall was no longer profound. It was fragile, a thin pane of glass over a roaring furnace. The echo of the lore-seeker's chime still vibrated in the air, but beneath it, thrumming through Harry's very bones via the throne, was a new, discordant frequency, the scream of the severed connection to Ron. The image burned behind his eyes. Eldrick's sap-like blood, the net-like light of the unspeakables, wands, the grinding machinery. Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through the sovereign calm the throne had imposed. It was immediately met and tempered by two other presences. Through the bond, Hermione's mind reacted like a supercomputer hit by a virus, shock, then instant, ruthless. Compartmentalization. Her fear was shunted into a side channel, and a flood of analysis took its place. Dimensional lock. Requires immense power and a spatial anchor. They're using Eldrick. Or the doorway itself. Time differential unknown. Priority. Re-establish contact. Contain emotional cascade. Luna's response was a wave of empathetic pain, feeling Ron's sudden absence like a missing tooth in the world's smile, followed by a serene, terrifying clarity. The door is sick, her perception whispered to him. It's being bandaged with cold metal light. The strings are being cut. Harry's hands gripped the obsidian arms of the throne. The cool power within him surged, responding to his king's distress. The black waters of the Well of Solitude around the island throne churned, sloshing against the white causeway. A murmur rippled through the gathered court in their galleries, a sound like wind through a dead forest. The lore-seeker, glass-rod voice cut through the stirring unease. The throne is disturbed. The new sovereign's peace is broken. This is irregular. Harry stood up. The action was simple, but the throne's power moved with him, a cloak of authority that made the dim light bend around his form. His voice, when he spoke, was not a shout, but it carried to every corner of the vast hall, layered with the potency of the lineage. My guide and my sworn brother have been taken. The door to this realm is being sealed. We do not have time for irregularity. The Shade Steward, who had retreated to the shadows, flowed forward again, its form condensing with disapproval. The door is of no consequence. The court is self-contained. The sovereign's place is here, establishing order. The sunlit world and its conflicts are irrelevant. They are not irrelevant to me, Harry said, and he let a fraction of the throne's power, mixed with his own rising fury, pulse outward. The Shade Steward flinched, its blue-white eyes flickering. The pillars are not just part of my power. They are part of my kingdom. An attack on them is an attack on this court. Or does the Court of Shadows not defend its own? He turned his gaze from the steward, sweeping it across the galleries. He was no longer just Harry Potter pleading his case. He was the progenitor, challenging his subjects' very understanding of their realm. You speak of sovereignty, of the silence we hold. What value is a silence that hears the cries of its allies and does nothing? That is not strength. It is decay. The Harbinger stepped onto the beginning of the causeway. The unspeakables wield tools that touch the fabric of reality. A sealed dimensional lock is permanent. To attempt a breach would be to risk the court's stability. The risk is considerable. The risk of doing nothing is greater. Hermione's voice rang out, clear and logical from the far shore. All eyes turned to her. She stood straight in her gown of structured twilight, every inch the Queen of Shadows. A successful sealing by an external force sets a precedent. It tells the sunlit world that this realm can be quarantined. It invites further incursions. Defense of the realm begins at its borders. Luna floated to the edge of the water, her pearlescent dress glowing. The door isn't dead yet. It's hurting. It remembers the song we used to walk through. We can sing to it again. But we need to be close. We need to touch the wound from both sides. A debate erupted among the court, a cacophony of whispers, clicks, and rustles. Some factions, ancient and cautious, sided with the Shade Steward. Others, more militant or curious, were intrigued by Harry's forceful stance. The Lore Seeker simply watched, its multifaceted eyes reflecting the conflict. Harry felt the throne beneath him, a conduit to the court's collective power. He also felt the bonds, taut with fear and determination. He made a decision. He would not debate. He raised a hand. The murmuring died instantly, not out of obedience yet, but out of stunned attention. He was using the throne's amplification, projecting his will. I am not asking for a consensus, Harry declared. I am informing the Court of Shadows of my first decree. We will reclaim our people. We will repel the invasion of our borders. And we will show the sunlit world that the night is not a place to hide, but a dominion to be reckoned with. He looked at the Harbinger. You brought us here. You know the shape of the door. Can you open it from this side, even if they are trying to lock it? The Harbinger was silent for a long moment. It can be attempted. But the lock is an active, opposing will. To force it would be a direct contest of power. It would be loud. And it would reveal our hand completely. Good, Harry said, a cold smile touching his lips. It felt strange on his face. Let it be loud. He stepped off the throne's dais and onto the causeway. The white stone glowed under his feet. Gather whatever forces are willing. Those who value the court's sovereignty, follow me. Those who prefer to cower in silence, stay and hold the silence. He began walking back across the causeway. Hermione and Luna fell into step behind him as he reached them, their bonds singing with aligned purpose. To Harry's surprise, a sizable portion of the court began to stir. Shadowy forms detached from the galleries, flowing down toward the hall's entrance. Not all, but many. The militant faction, the curious, those swayed by the raw display of decisive will. The Harbinger moved to the front, becoming their guide once more. The Shade Steward hissed its disapproval but melted away, presumably to tend to the essence of the keep. The Lore Seeker watched them go, its crystal staff held thoughtfully. They moved not back through the labyrinthine corridors, but through a more direct route the Harbinger now unveiled, a straight, downward-sloping tunnel that seemed to be carved from solidified fear and old night. The air grew colder. The sense of the court's curated power faded, replaced by a wilder, more chaotic energy, the raw stuff of the borderlands. Finally, they reached a wall that was not a wall. It was a fracture. A jagged, pulsing scar in reality, through which they could see a dizzying, blurred superposition, the standing stones under a stormy sky, and the sleek, metallic gleam of ministry machinery. The view was obscured by a criss-crossing web of molten gold light, the dimensional lock being woven. Through the fracture, they could hear voices. Anchor holding steady. The bleed is contained. The rift is stabilizing. Ready the final seal on my mark. And Ron's voice, raw with anger and pain. Get off him, you gits. He's bleeding tree blood, can't you see that's not normal? Harry's thirst, which had been a background whisper, surged at the sound of Ron's stress, at the scent of Eldric's strange blood leaking through the fracture. He clamped down on it, hard, using Hermione's calm analysis as a choke chain. The Harbinger stood before the fracture. The lock is almost complete. To break it, we must overwhelm the ritual's focus. It will be a beacon. Do it, Harry said. The Harbinger raised its skeletal arms. Around them, the gathered members of the court, a dozen varied beings of shadow, frost, and subtle malice, did the same. A collective power began to build, a low, subsonic hum that made the stone underfoot tremble. Harry joined his will to theirs. He didn't just add his progenitor strength, he used the throne's authority to orchestrate. He became a conductor, channeling the disparate, wild energies of the court into a single, focused point of negation. Hermione's mind helped him find the resonant frequency of the golden web. Luna's soul pointed to the weakest emotional link in the unspeakables, Chain, a young wizard whose aura, through the fracture, shimmered with doubt. Now, Harry whispered. The court unleashed its power. It was not a bolt of lightning. It was a wave of absolute, silent negation. A tide of anti-light and devouring quiet that slammed into the golden web. On the other side, alarms shrieked. The golden web strained, filaments snapping with sounds like breaking glass. The unspeakables shouted in confusion and terror. The fracture stretched, the edges tearing wider against the seal's pressure. "They're breaking through. Reinforce the voice was cut off as the fracture ripped open fully, becoming a gaping, unstable portal between the stone circle and the border tunnel. Chaos. Through the portal, Harry saw a scene of organized pandemonium. Unspeakables in black robes scrambled around large, humming machines. Ron was on his knees, held by two burly wizards, struggling. Eldrick lay nearby, his head wound glistening, one hand pressed to the earth as if drawing strength from it. And standing before the portal, wand raised, face a mask of furious triumph, was a witch Harry recognized from wanted posters, Saul Croaker, head of the Department of Mysteries. His eyes widened as he saw not just Harry, but the phalanx of nightmares gathered behind him. Containment failure. All units, hostile entities emerging. Croaker roared. Harry didn't give the order. He simply moved. He flowed through the portal like smoke, the court's forces pouring out behind him into the stormy English night. The fight was not a duel. It was a collision of worlds. Unspeakables fired complex, binding spells. Members of the court dissipated into shadows, flowed through the ground, or simply absorbed the magic with a hungry indifference. A vampire-like courtier with skin of polished jet moved faster than the eye could follow, disarming wizards with a touch that left their hands numb. A being made of swirling mist enveloped a machine, and it rusted into dust in seconds. Harry went straight for Ron. The two wizards holding him turned, wands rising. Harry looked at them. He didn't snarl. He just let the full, terrifying weight of the progenitor's gaze, backed by the throne's authority, fall upon them. They froze, petrified not by magic, but by an instinctual, mammalian terror. Ron threw off their slackened grips. Harry, blimey, your eyes. Later, Harry snapped, pulling Ron to his feet. Eldrick. The druid was already stirring, the earth itself seeming to push him upright. The anchor, they used my connection to the groves to find the rift. Forgive me. No time, Harry said. He turned to see Croaker, surrounded by a cadre of senior unspeakables, weaving a massive, cooperative spell, a net of solidifying light meant to capture the entire area. Hermione's voice cut through the bond. Harry. The spell's matrix is triangulating. Target the central caster. He saw it. Croaker was the keystone. Luna's perception highlighted him, a knot of determined, furious will amid the chaos. Cover me, Harry said to Ron and the nearest courtiers. He ran, not at Croaker, but parallel to him, a blur of motion. Croaker's eyes tracked him, the net of light beginning to curve. Harry poured speed into his legs, the world slowing down. He saw the individual raindrops hanging in the air, the frantic pulse in Croaker's neck. He changed direction. Not with a step, but with a sheer, impossible wrench of momentum that should have shattered his bones. He was suddenly in front of Croaker, inside his guard. Harry didn't strike him. He placed a hand on the man's chest, over his pounding heart. He didn't drink. He spoke, his voice a whisper that carried the chill of the abyss and the finality of a sealed tomb. This is your only warning. Leave my door alone. He pushed, not with physical force, but with a jolt of sovereign will. Croaker flew backward as if hit by a troll, his spell collapsing into a shower of harmless sparks. He landed in a mud puddle, gasping, his eyes wide with a terror deeper than any curse could inflict. The fight left the remaining unspeakables. Seeing their leader undone by a touch, facing a growing tide of creatures from a nightmare folio, they broke. Portkeys activated. Disapparition cracks filled the air. Within seconds, the stone circle was empty save for the hum of abandoned, dying machinery, the court, and their rescued companions. Silence returned, broken only by the rain and the ragged breathing of Ron and Eldrick. Harry stood amid the stones, the courtiers around him, his queens at his side. The fracture in the world still hung open behind them, a doorway to his new domain. He looked at Croaker's retreating form, then at the terrified ministry faces disappearing into the night. They had seen. They would report. The secret was utterly, completely blown. He turned to the Harbinger. Seal the door. Properly. From our side only. Then he looked at Ron and Eldrick, then to Hermione and Luna. The bonds were whole again, thrumming with relief and the aftershock of violence. "We're going home," Harry said, his voice tired. But as he led them back through the fracture into the tunnel of the Borderlands, he knew the truth. He had no home in the sunlit world anymore. Home was now the throne of shadows, the loyal monsters at his back, and the two brilliant, brave souls bound to his own. The war wasn't coming. It had just begun. The silence in the Borderlands tunnel was different after the fight. It wasn't the deep, waiting hush of the court, nor the empty quiet of a deserted place. This silence was loaded. It hummed with spent power, the ozone tinge of shattered spells, and the low, approving thrum of the courtiers who had followed their new king into battle and witnessed him break a ministry siege with a whisper and a touch. Harry led them back through the fracture, which the Harbinger sealed behind them with a series of intricate, skeletal gestures. The jagged scar in reality knitted itself into a smooth, dark membrane, pulsing gently like a sleeping heart. The way was shut, but it was now a gate, not a wound. Controlled from within. No one spoke during the return trek to the Heart Hall. Ron limped slightly, supported by Eldrick, whose forehead wound had already closed over with a silvery, bark-like scar. Hermione walked beside Harry, her mind a whirlwind he could feel through the bond, already analyzing the tactical implications, the ministry's likely response, the political capital gained and spent. Luna trailed her fingers along the tunnel walls, her expression one of somber fascination, as if listening to the echoes of the violence they'd just unleashed. The courtiers who had followed them moved with a new demeanor. Before, their obedience had been tentative, curious. Now, there was a subtle deference in the way they flowed around Harry, a respect born not just of lineage but of witnessed potency. He had declared a decree and enforced it with devastating efficiency. He had defended what was his. In the economy of the dark, this was the only currency that truly mattered. They re-entered the Heart Hall. The galleries were still full. The Shade Steward was a looming presence of disapproving shadow near the throne island. The Lorry Seeker stood at the foot of the causeway, its crystal staff held upright, waiting. The black waters of the Well of Solitude were calm once more, reflecting the cold starfield above. The white causeway glowed, an accusing path. Harry didn't hesitate. He walked straight onto it, heading for the throne. This time, the waters showed no reflections. They had already been faced, the test was passed. The only ripple was the court's focused attention. He sat. The obsidian welcomed him back, the connection snapping into place with a surge of cool power that soothed the ragged edges of his adrenaline. He was not just Harry returned from a fight. He was the sovereign returned to his seat. He looked across the water to where Hermione, Luna, Ron, and Eldrick stood. Then he turned his gaze to the Lorry Seeker and the shadowy galleries. "The border is secured," Harry announced, his throne-amplified voice filling the hall. "The intrusion has been repelled. Our people are safe." He let the words hang, allowing the court to absorb the simple, monumental fact: the progenitor acted, and the progenitor succeeded. The Lorry Seeker tapped its staff once. Chime. A precedent is set. The court has engaged directly with the sunlit world. The balance is altered. The balance was altered when they tried to lock our door, Harry countered. We have merely corrected it. This court is not a secret to be kept. It is a power to be acknowledged. Let them know. Let them fear the shadow they tried to trap. A susurrus of agreement moved through certain sections of the gallery. The militant faction. The younger, more restless entities. The Shade Steward's voice oozed forward. And what of the cost? You have drawn their eye, their fury. They will return. Not with probing tools, but with fire. With light. They will seek to burn the shadows away. Let them try, Harry said, a cold fire in his own voice now. But they will find that shadows are not burned away by light. They are defined by it. Without light, there is no shadow. Without us, their bravery has no contrast. We are the necessary dark. And we will not be caged. It was a declaration of philosophy as much as policy. He saw some of the older, more contemplative courtiers stir, their forms shifting thoughtfully. He was speaking their language, the language of essence, of metaphysical truth. We will prepare, Harry continued, settling into the role, feeling Hermione's strategic mind feeding him points through the bond. The court will be fortified. Scouts will monitor the borderlands. We will study our enemies, both the Ministry's fear and the hunger of the feral ones who still linger at the edges. He looked at the Harbinger. You will see to it. The Harbinger bowed. It will be done, Sovereign. The formal session of the court dissolved into a quieter, more chaotic buzz of activity. Courtiers began to drift away, some to duties, others to debate in hushed tones. The immediate crisis was over. The work of building a reign had begun. Harry left the throne and rejoined the others on the shore. The moment the formal power receded, exhaustion hit him, not physical, but mental, spiritual. The weight of the choices, the unleashed violence, the stares of 1,000 ancient eyes. Ron clapped him on the back, the gesture familiar and grounding. That was mental. Absolutely mental. You told off the entire ministry and a bunch of nightmares in one go. How are you? Harry asked, examining his friend. And Eldrick. Bruised ego, mostly, Ron said with a weak grin. They got the jump on us. 1 minute we were waiting, the next, these blokes in black appeared out of nowhere with those net things. Eldrick touched his bark scar. They used a geomantic tracer. Keyed to the unique signature of my life force. They are more sophisticated than I credited. I am sorry, Harry. My presence was a vulnerability. You're our guide, Harry said. Not a vulnerability. We'll be more careful. Hermione was already talking, low and fast. We need to inventory the court's resources. Understand its internal factions. The Shade Steward is clearly a traditionalist, possibly an isolationist. The Lore Seeker is neutral, a keeper of records. The Harbinger and the militant faction are loyal to action, to strength. We need to bind them to us, not just to the idea of you. There will be concessions to make, traditions to observe. Luna was looking not at them, but up at the artificial nebula ceiling. They're singing a new song now. It's less lonely. It has a stronger beat. But the old, sad notes are still there, underneath. The Song of the Throne is very heavy. It's going to take a while to learn all the words. Harry listened to them all, Ron's grounding loyalty, Hermione's brilliant scheming, Luna's intuitive poetry. This was his counsel. This was what the throne was for, to have a foundation from which to hear them. We'll learn, he said. Together. But first, we need a place to be. Not just this hall. A headquarters. The Harbinger, as if awaiting the request, glided forward. The Progenitor's spire has been maintained. It adjoins the Heart Hall. It has been empty since the last awakening ended. It led them through an arch behind the throne island they hadn't used before. This opened not into a labyrinth, but into a soaring, cylindrical tower. It was breathtakingly simple after the chaotic geometry of the rest of the court. The walls were smooth, dark stone. A spiral staircase of the same white material as the causeway wound up the interior wall. There were no windows, but the air was fresh, and the same gray, sourceless light illuminated the space. The ground floor was a vast, circular chamber, empty but for a few stone benches and a dormant, central hearth. The next floor held private quarters, Spartan rooms with beds of stone shrouded in soft, dark fabrics. The floor above was a library, its shelves empty and waiting. The top floor, open to the tower's apex, was a wide observatory, though it observed only the swirling, magical firmament of the court's interior sky. It's a start, Hermione said, already mentally arranging furniture, books, potions, labs. It's quiet, Luna said, smiling. The song up here is just the wind and the faraway stars. It's a good place to think. Ron claimed a room immediately, dumping his few belongings on the stone bed. Right. Home sweet creepy home. I call this one. For the next few days, they settled in. The court, it seemed, provided. When Hermione expressed a need for writing materials, a silent, cloaked figure appeared with vellum and ink made from crushed nightshade berries. When Ron mentioned food for himself and Eldrick, simple, hearty fare appeared in the hearth room. Roots, mushrooms, a dark, dense bread. It was unnerving, but efficient. Harry's education shifted from theory to applied sovereignty. Eldrick, now recovered, took him on walks through the less volatile regions of the court. He showed him the gloom gardens, where fungi the size of trees emitted soft, pulsing light, and the whispering vaults, where the memories of the court's long history were stored in crystalline formations that hummed when touched. You must listen to these, in time, Eldrick said, his hand hovering over a smoky crystal. They hold the triumphs and failures of your predecessors. The wars with light walkers. The treaties with the deep dwellers. The reasons the court withdrew from the world. To rule, you must understand why the throne was empty. Meanwhile, Hermione and Luna began their own integrations. Hermione, with the Lore-Seeker's cautious permission, began cataloging the empty library, requesting specific texts from the court's archives. She was building an intelligence network, learning the laws, the lineages, the magical capabilities of their new allies and subjects. Luna simply wandered. The courtiers, who were initially wary of the day-touched ones, found her impossible to distrust. She would ask a shade stalker about the taste of silence, or compliment a moss-gathering sprite on the pattern of its lichen. She began to map the court not by geography, but by emotion and connection, drawing intricate, bewildering charts that somehow made perfect sense to her and, through the bond, to Harry. The bond itself was changing. It was no longer just a link, it was becoming a shared space. When Harry sat on the throne to hear petitions, minor disputes between court factions, reports from the borderlands, he could feel Hermione's mind analyzing the speakers, motivations, and Luna's soul sensing their truth or falsehood. It was like having lie detection and psychological profiling built into his consciousness. One evening, about a week after their arrival, they were all in the spire's hearth room. A low, smokeless fire of blue flame cast shifting shadows. Ron was polishing his wand. Eldrick was meditating, a tiny sprout of glowing moss growing between his clasped hands. Hermione was cross-referencing a scroll on lunar phase magic with a muggle notebook. Luna was weaving what looked like a net from strands of shadow in her own hair. Harry felt a tug through the bond, not from Hermione or Luna, but from the throne itself. A summons. A need for judgment. He stood. The court calls. They all looked up. Without a word, Hermione and Luna set their work aside and fell into step beside him. Ron grabbed his coat. Eldrick opened his eyes and nodded. They descended to the Heart Hall. The scene there was tense. In the center of the causeway, held at bay by two imposing courtiers who looked like living suits of armor made of basalt, was a creature. It was a vampire, but unlike any Harry had seen. It was emaciated, its skin cracked like dry earth, its eyes burning with a frantic, intelligent hunger. It was not a mindless scion. This one had cunning, and it was furious. Before it, on the shore, knelt a younger, trembling courtier, a pale, willowy being with moth's wings. It was bleeding a silvery ichor from a gash on its arm. The Shade Steward was there, its form vibrating with outrage. The Lore-Seeker stood to the side, recording. This feral one, the steward hissed, gesturing to the captured vampire, crossed the border from the sunlit world. It attacked a Glimmerwhite for its essence. It claims it has the right, as it answers the call of the progenitor's blood. It says it comes to serve. The captured vampire snarled, struggling against the basalt guards. Its voice was a scratch of broken glass. I felt the true call. The old blood awakened. I have come to kneel. But I am hungry. The weak should feed the strong. It is the way. Harry approached, the court parting for him. He could feel the creature's hunger, a focused, sharp blade compared to the scion's blunt need. This one had will. A twisted, self-serving will, but will nonetheless. You answer my call, Harry said, his voice cool. Yes, the vampire hissed, its eyes wide with a mix of fanaticism and avarice. The progenitor. I bring you tribute. It gestured with its chin to the wounded Glimmerwhite. Its life. For you. I did not ask for that tribute, Harry said. He walked past the creature and knelt by the Glimmerwhite. The being flinched, its moth wings fluttering. Harry placed a hand over the silvery wound. He thought of healing, not with light, but with stillness. With an imposition of peace upon the injured flesh. He drew a thread of cool power from the throne and pressed it into the wound. The flow of ichor slowed, then stopped, the gash sealing over with a faint, pearlescent scar. The court murmured. Harry stood and faced the captured vampire. You come to serve me. Yes. Let me feed, let me grow strong in your shadow. I will be a sharp claw for your hand. And if I tell you that in my court, the strong protect the weak, that sustenance is taken only from those who offer it, or from the essence of the realm itself. The vampire's face contorted in confusion, then disdain. That is not the way. The way is hunger and power. You are the source. You should understand. Harry looked at it, this bitter, ancient thing, trapped in a cycle of want. It was what he could have become. What part of him still craved to be? He made a decision. I understand hunger, Harry said, his voice dropping so only those nearby could hear. But I am defining a new way. You have two choices. You can learn it. You can submit to the laws of this court, to the balance we are building. You will be fed, but you will not prey on our own. He leaned closer, his progenitor aura pressing down on the creature. Or you can cling to your old way. And I will return you to the borderlands, to the nothing you came from. It was not an offer of death. It was an offer of exile. To a creature that had felt the call of the source, exile was a subtler, more terrifying punishment. The vampire stared at him, its frantic eyes searching Harry's for weakness, for the lie. It found none. It saw only sovereign will, backed by the silent power of the throne and the watching court. Its shoulders slumped. The fight went out of it. I will learn, it whispered, the words clearly tasting of ash. Harry nodded to the basalt guards. Take it to the whispering vaults. Let it listen to the old laws. Let Eldrick begin its education. As the creature was led away, Harry turned to the assembled court. He had just set a precedent more powerful than any battle, mercy with strength. Law over chaos. The Shade Steward was silent, its disapproval momentarily disarmed. The Lorry Seeker tapped its staff, recording the judgment. Harry caught Hermione's eye. She gave a small, proud nod. Luna smiled, her eyes seeing the new, more complex song his choice had added to the court's melody. He returned to the spire that night, the weight of the crown heavier, but the path beneath it a little clearer. He was not just a force of nature. He was a ruler. And rulers made choices that defined their kingdom. As he lay in the dark of his stone room, feeling the gentle pulses of his queen's consciousnesses nearby and the steady, sleeping presence of his friends, he realized something. The thirst was quiet, not gone, never gone, but for the first time since the cupboard under the stairs, it was not the loudest thing in his soul. It had been eclipsed by something more demanding, more vast. The weight of a kingdom. The love of his friends. The promise of a throne he was only beginning to understand. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in his new existence, he felt not like a fugitive, or a weapon, or a monster. He felt like a king, in the quiet dark of his realm, planning for the dawn of a new and treacherous day. The days in the Court of Shadows bled into one another, marked not by sunrises but by the slow, tidal pulse of the realm's inherent magic. Harry's life settled into a rhythm of sovereignty, a strange new normal etched in shades of gray and silver. His mornings, or what passed for them in the eternal twilight, began in the spire's observatory. He would stand at the edge, looking out over the impossible geometry of the keep. Below, the court moved through its ancient routines. Glimmer whites tended to phosphorescent fungi in the gardens. Shadow scribes etched reports onto tablets of slate in lightless script. Basalt guards patrolled the borders in silent, rhythmic marches. It was a society, intricate and functional, and he was its linchpin. Eldrick was his constant shadow during these tours of understanding. The druid pointed out the subtle signs of the court's health, the vibrancy of the gloom moss, the clarity of the whispers in the vaults, the respectful distance maintained between naturally predatory and prey-like courtiers. You are not just a ruler of subjects, Eldrick murmured as they watched a pack of sleek, panther-like shadows bring down a manifested beast of crystallized fear for the court's larder. You are the steward of an ecosystem. Your will regulates the food chain. Your mood affects the growth of the fungi. Your justice, like the judgment of the feral vampire, sets the emotional climate. This is the burden of the progenitor. You are not apart from the court, you are its beating heart. Harry felt the truth of it. Through the throne, he could sense a low-grade contentment humming through the stones after his fair judgment. The Shade Steward's constant disapproval was a cold spot in that warmth, but even that had its place, a counterpoint that kept the court from becoming complacent. His afternoons were for the bonds, and for war. With Hermione, he practiced the art of large-scale will. In a training cavern deep below the spire, they worked on projecting his sovereignty over distance and multiple targets. She would conjure a dozen illusory threats, phantoms of horrors, of dementors, of snarling scions. Harry's task was not to destroy them, but to dominate them all simultaneously, to impose a blanket of authoritative stillness. At first, he could manage 3 or 4 before his focus shattered. But with Hermione's mind acting as a targeting matrix, partitioning his attention, he improved. He learned to let his will flow through her logical frameworks, becoming not a single hammer blow, but a net of precise, crushing pressure. With Luna, the training was inward and outward. She taught him to deepen his perception of the bonds themselves. He learned to distinguish between Hermione's baseline hum of analysis and a spike of genuine alarm. He learned to feel the difference between Luna's everyday serenity and her rare flashes of visionary intensity. In return, he showed her how to draw minute amounts of his power, not for strength, but for clarity. She began to see the strings connecting all things in the court with such vivid detail she could trace the lineage of a stone or the history of a shadow. And there was Ron. Ron, who could not feel the bonds, became the ambassador to the non-magical, the human anchor. He took it upon himself to learn the court's, street-level, politics. He played chess with the basalt guards, using carved pieces of light and dark stone, winning their grudging respect. He sampled the strange food, declaring some of it, not half bad, and some of it, like licking a rusty cauldron. He translated the court's alien concerns into concepts Harry could grasp. So the Glimmerwhites are basically farmers, and they're miffed because the Shade Stalkers are nicking their best gloom shrooms. It's like the gnomes in our garden, but with less screaming and more existential dread. It was through Ron that Harry learned the most valuable lesson of kingship. Sometimes, the king doesn't need to decree. He needs to listen. A delegation of whisper scribes, small, furry beings who recorded history in the scent of their pelts, came to the spire with a complaint. Their traditional nesting grounds in the archives were being chilled by the passing of the Shade Steward, ruining the nuanced olfactory record of the last century. Harry, ready to issue a royal command, was stopped by Ron. "Hang on. Let me talk to Steward Grumpy." Ron returned an hour later. "Sorted. The steward doesn't even know it's doing it. It's just its nature, like sweating. We're going to put up some of those warm fungus lamps the Glimmerwhites use. The scribes get their warm nests, the steward doesn't have to change, and everyone's happy. No decrees needed." It was a small thing. But it showed Harry that ruling wasn't always about the throne's overwhelming power. It was about balance, about solutions. It was, he realized with a start, what Dumbledore had done for years at Hogwarts. The outside world was not silent. Reports from the borderlands, delivered by the Harbinger, were grimly consistent. The Ministry had not attacked again, but their presence was a tightening noose. They had established a permanent perimeter around the Rollright Stones, which they had code-named Site Omega. They'd erected barriers that emitted a frequency painful to dark creatures. They had teams of unspeakables and Aurors working in shifts, studying the anomaly. Croker's report of a Shadow King and his Court of Nightmares had been initially dismissed as trauma, but the consistency of other eyewitness accounts was forcing the Ministry to take it seriously. Worse, according to the Harbinger's scouts, the feral vampires, the Scions and their more intelligent cousins, were growing bolder. The progenitor's call was a beacon, and the ceiling of the court had turned that beacon into a frustrating lure. They couldn't get in, so they lurked, growing hungrier and more desperate in the borderlands. They were becoming a problem for the Ministry too, leading to skirmishes that only reinforced the Ministry's belief in a gathering dark threat. "We are caught between a wall of light and a sea of hunger," the Harbinger reported one evening in the Hart Hall. "The Ministry fortifies. The feral ones multiply. Our borders are secure, but we are besieged in truth." Harry sat on the throne, feeling the court's anxiety through the stone. "Can we communicate with the ferals? Offer them the same choice we gave the one who attacked the Glimmerwhite?" The Harbinger's silver eyes dimmed. "The one you captured had a shred of reason left. Most have burned it away in their thirst. They are impulses with teeth. To speak to them is to offer your throat. Then we defend," Hermione said from her place on the shore. Her gown of structured twilight seemed to absorb the hall's gray light. "But proactively. We can't let the Ministry think we're passive. We need to demonstrate that their barrier is an irrelevance. That our reach extends beyond our walls." "A show of force?" Ron asked, uneasy. "A show of presence," Hermione corrected. "We let them see something they can't explain, can't contain. We shake their confidence." Luna, who had been sketching the emotional resonance of the hall in the air with a finger, looked up. "The veil is thin in other places too. Not just our door. There are wrinkles. We could step through somewhere else. Just for a moment. Say hello." The idea was audacious. Dangerous. But Harry felt the rightness of it through the bond. Passivity was a slow death. The Ministry's fear was based on the unknown. They needed to redefine that unknown, to make it not a lurking monster, but an active, intelligent force. Find a wrinkle, Harry instructed the Harbinger. Somewhere visible. Somewhere it will cause maximum bureaucratic confusion. The Harbinger bowed. There is a place. A repository of sunlit world knowledge they call the British Library. Its foundations cross several minor ley lines. The veil there is, tissue thin in the sub-basement. We could manifest a projection for no more than 60 seconds before their wards would tear it apart. A ghost in the library, Luna said, smiling. How fitting. The plan was set. It was not an attack. It was a haunting. 3 nights later, Harry stood with Hermione and Luna in a small, sealed chamber deep in the court, a ritual space lined with focusing crystals. The Harbinger and 3 other courtiers skilled in dimensional nuance formed a circle around them. Eldrick and Ron watched from the doorway. Remember, Hermione said, her mind linked tightly to Harry's, this is a projection. A magical hologram powered by your will and our bonds. You will feel disembodied. You will not be able to interact physically. The goal is to be seen, to be unmistakably other, and then to vanish. And if something goes wrong? Ron asked, his hand on his wand. The link severs automatically after 60 seconds, Hermione said. Or at the first sign of hostile magic. We snap back here. Harry nodded. He reached for the bonds, feeling Hermione's intricate spellwork and Luna's intuitive navigation wrap around his core of power. The Harbinger began a low, chanting hum. The crystals glowed, and the room seemed to twist. There was a sensation of being pulled through a straw. A riot of blurred images, shelves, streets, pipes, earth. Then, solidity. He was standing, or rather, the projection of him was standing, in a dim, dusty sub-basement. Endless metal shelves stretched into darkness, stacked with boxes. The air smelled of old paper and damp concrete. It was profoundly mundane. Through the bond, Luna's perception guided him. There. The ward is a spiderweb of cautious blue. Step through its largest hole. He willed the projection to move. It glided forward, silent. They found a staircase, ascended to a higher level. Here, there were desks. A night watchman's radio crackled with static from a distant room. Now, Hermione's thought came, crisp and clear. The main reading room. Maximum visibility. They passed through a closed door, a strange, tingling sensation as the projection interacted with solid matter. And then they were in the vast, cavernous space of the British Library's main reading room. Even at night, it was dimly lit, the great round dome hovering overhead, the long reading desks empty. A security wizard, not a muggle, was doing his rounds. A young man, bored, tracing his wand along the shelves in a routine theft detection charm. Harry's projection solidified further, drawing on the ambient fear and silence of the great library. He became more real, paler. The silver rings around his eyes brightened. He stepped into the pool of light from a green-shaded desk lamp. The security wizard turned. He froze. His jaw went slack. Harry looked at him. He didn't speak. He didn't snarl. He simply existed, a statue of impossible pallor and quiet power in the heart of human knowledge. He let the essence of the court, the chill of the abyss, the weight of silent ages, bleed into the projection's aura. The wizard's wand clattered to the floor. He made a small, choked sound. Harry held the gaze for a 5 count. Then, he smiled. It was not a friendly smile. It was the smile of a king who finds a curious insect. He dissolved. Not into mist, but into a contraction of shadow that sucked the light from the desk lamp for an instant before vanishing completely. The snap back to the court's ritual chamber was jarring. Harry staggered, and Hermione caught his arm. The bonds were buzzing with shared adrenaline. 60 seconds exactly, Hermione breathed. He saw you. He definitely saw you. Ron was grinning. A ghost in the library. They'll be talking about that in the break room for centuries. The Harbinger's silver eyes glowed with satisfaction. A message delivered. The sunlit world's sanctuaries are not safe from our gaze. The reaction was swift, and more satisfying than they could have hoped. 2 days later, a frantic, coded message from a still loyal Order member reached Hermione via a secure coin. The Ministry was in an uproar. The Omega entity had breached containment, manifesting inside a Grade -1 secured magical annex of a Muggle institution. The unspeakables were furious, the Auror office was terrified, and the minister was demanding answers no one could give. The official story was a mass hallucination triggered by residual dark magic, but no one believed it. The pressure on Croaker was immense. Resources were being pulled from other projects. The siege around the Rollright Stones tightened, but it was now a siege driven by panic, not confidence. They had successfully turned the Ministry's fear into a weapon against itself. In the Hard Hall, during the next open court, the Shade Steward was noticeably silent. The Lore-Seeker recorded the event with what might have been approval. The court's mood was buoyant, a sense of grim pride permeating the shadows. Their king was not just strong, he was clever. That night, in the Spire's observatory, Harry stood with his council. The false stars above swirled slowly. "We've bought time," Hermione said, leaning against the stone railing. "And we've defined the narrative. We're not a beast in a cave. We're an intelligence. That changes how they have to approach us. But the hungry ones are still out there," Ron reminded them. "Getting hungrier. And now the Ministry's more scared, which makes them more dangerous." Luna pointed a finger at a particular constellation in their artificial sky. "The song is changing faster now. New verses. The one about the lonely throne is almost gone. But I hear a counter melody. From very far away. It's old, too. And it doesn't like our new song." "What kind of counter melody?" Harry asked, a chill that had nothing to do with temperature touching his spine. Luna's eyes were wide, reflecting the tiny stars. "A burning one," she whispered. Before anyone could ask her to elaborate, a sudden, sharp crack echoed through the observatory, foreign and violent in the court's usual silence. A scroll, sealed with black wax stamped with the symbol of a serpent-tongued flame, appeared in midair and dropped at Harry's feet. Not Ministry magic. This magic was older, crueler, and dripped with a familiar, soul-deep malice. Harry bent and picked it up. The wax seal broke under his thumb. The scroll unfurled, revealing spidery, green-inked script that seemed to squirm on the parchment. "To the upstart who wears the night as a borrowed cloak. Your parlor tricks in libraries are amusing. Your reign over pathetic shadows is quaint. You play at sovereignty in a dusty corner of the dark, while true power moves in the world. You have something that belongs to me. A fragment of my soul. You have harbored it, let it grow strong. For that, you have my curiosity. But the night is not yours to claim, child. It is mine to conquer. The sun will be extinguished, and all shadows will become one under my will. Your court of phantoms will be the first to burn when I turn my gaze from the weary light to the waiting dark. Enjoy your throne of dust. I will be coming for it. And for the soul fragment you call a scar. It was ever my destiny to master death. What is a king of shadows but death wearing a crown? I will see you soon, Harry Potter. There is no life in the void you call home. Only a delay." The scroll burst into cold, green fire, leaving not even ash behind. The observatory was silent, the earlier triumph utterly extinguished. Voldemort knew. He knew everything. About the court. About the throne. And he had just declared war on the night itself. Harry looked from the shocked faces of his friends to the swirling, artificial stars, feeling the immense, fragile kingdom he had built around him. The siege from the Ministry was a nuisance. The hunger of the feral ones was a pestilence. But this was an extermination. And the dark Lord's final words hung in the silent air, more terrifying than any prophecy. "I will see you soon." The green fire of Voldemort's missive didn't just vanish, it left a scar in the air, a psychic afterimage of searing malice that hung in the observatory like a poisonous miasma. The silence that followed was absolute, and worse than any noise. It was the silence of a world holding its breath before a detonation. Harry stood frozen, the words "I will see you soon" echoing in the vaults of his mind, resonant with the same terrible certainty as the killing curse's whisper. He felt the bonds to Hermione and Luna go taut as bridge cables in a hurricane, Hermione's vibrating with frantic, calculating horror, Luna's with a deep, mournful recognition. Ron was the first to make a sound, a low, vehement curse. How does he know? Eldrick moved forward, his weathered face grim. He passed a hand through the space where the scroll had burned, his fingers coming away tinged with a spectral, green residue that smelled of graveyard yew and bitter almonds. This magic, it is not just a message. It is a tracer, a fingerprint. He has touched the edges of our realm with his awareness. The act of sending this, it was a probe. He now knows the taste of our shadows. Hermione's hands were clenched at her sides, her mind a torrent of dreadful implications Harry could feel as a pressure behind his own eyes. He knows about the Horcrux. The scar. He's always known it was a connection, but now he understands it's a connection to this. To a power base. He's not just trying to kill you anymore, Harry. He's trying to conquer what you've built. Luna floated to the observatory's edge, looking out not at the false stars, but inward, at the vision only she could see. The burning counter melody, it has lyrics now. They're all about unraveling. He wants to unravel the night stitch by stitch until there's nothing left to hide us. The weight of the throne, which had begun to feel like a part of him, now felt like a millstone. He had been playing at sovereignty, settling disputes over mushrooms, learning to project ghosts into libraries. And while he did, the true Dark Lord had been weaving a net large enough to catch the night itself. He turned from them, his back to his friends, to his queens, to his kingdom. He stared at the stone floor, seeing not rock, but the cupboard under the stairs, the graveyard at Little Hangleton, the Department of Mysteries. A lifetime of being chased, hunted, marked. He had thought becoming the progenitor was an escape, a transformation into the hunter. But he was still prey. Just in a darker forest. A cold, familiar fury began to burn through the shock. It was the same fury that had met Vernon Dursley's cruelty, Umbridge's sadism, Bellatrix's madness. It was the defiance that had always been the core of Harry Potter. The throne in his soul resonated with it, amplifying it from a boy's anger into a king's wrath. He turned back. His eyes, in the dim light, were chips of jade around pits of liquid mercury. Then we stopped playing defense. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the fear in the room. He wants to unravel us. We'll show him how tightly we're woven. He thinks the night is his to conquer. We'll remind him it's ours to command. He began to pace, the ideas coming not in a flood, but in cold, clear streams, filtered through Hermione's logic and Luna's intuition. The connection goes both ways. My scar. If he can probe us through it, maybe we can probe back. Not to attack him. He'd expect that. To understand. To see what he's planning, how he's growing. Hermione's fear sharpened into intense focus. Legilimency through a Horcrux link. It's theoretically possible, but insanely dangerous. You'd be walking directly into his mind. He's the most accomplished Occlumens in the world. He won't be expecting me to come willingly, Harry said. And he won't be expecting me to have guides. He looked at Hermione, then Luna. You two are my anchors. You're my tether to reality. If I go in, you hold the line. You pull me back if I start to fade. Luna nodded, her usual dreaminess replaced by absolute seriousness. We are your roots. You can climb the dark tree, but you must remember where the ground is. And what's the point, mate? Ron asked, practical as ever. So you get a peek inside his rotten head. Then what? Then we stop reacting, Harry said. We find his next move before he makes it. We find his weaknesses, not as a wizard, but as a force. What does a being who fears death above all else think of a king born from a kind of death? What does a man who splintered his soul see when he looks at a triad bound together? His message wasn't just a threat. It was a puzzle. He's obsessed with dominance, with belonging. He sees my court as a rival kingdom. We need to understand the mind of the rival king. It was a gamble of suicidal proportions. But the alternative, waiting for Voldemort to bring his war to the shadows, was untenable. They prepared for 3 days. The court was told the sovereign was entering a deep trance for realm strengthening, a half-truth. The harbinger and a select guard of the most loyal courtiers sealed the spire's lower levels. Eldrick wove wards of living wood and stone around Harry's chamber, spells designed to nourish a fading life force, to act as a magical respirator. Hermione and Luna prepared in their own ways. Hermione researched every scrap of lore on Horcruxes, psychic links, and vampiric resilience. She devised a series of mental anchors, simple, powerful concepts: Weasley's burrow, the smell of the Gryffindor common room, the sound of her own voice reciting arithmancy theorems that she would project through the bond if Harry's consciousness wavered. Luna prepared by unpreparing. She cleared her mind of everything but the bond itself, making herself a perfect, clear pool to reflect Harry's journey, to sense distortions in the link that might mean danger. Ron's job was the hardest, to stand watch in the physical world, to protect their bodies, and to be the final, blunt instrument. If anything comes through that door that isn't you, he told Harry, gripping his shoulder, I'm blasting it to splinters and dragging you out by your ankles. Finally, they were ready. Harry sat in the center of the stone chamber, on the floor, not on a throne. He needed no symbols of power for this. Hermione sat before him, her hands on his, their foreheads almost touching. Luna sat behind him, her palms flat against his back, over his heart. Ron stood by the sealed door, wand out, face set. "Remember," Hermione whispered, her brown eyes locked on his. "You are not going to fight. You are a ghost in his machine. Observe. Listen. The anchors are there. Feel for them." "I will," Harry said. He closed his eyes. He turned his attention inward, away from the cool stone, the scent of ozone and moss, the steady hum of the bonds. He dove deeper, past the quiet pool of his progenitor power, past the memories of the court, past the feel of the obsidian throne. He sought the one piece of himself that was not his own. The scar on his forehead. It had not pained him since his transformation. The piece of Voldemort's soul within him had been silent, perhaps subdued by the overwhelming presence of the older, darker lineage that had awakened. Now, he approached it not as an enemy, but as a door. A back door into the mind of the most dangerous wizard alive. He touched it with his consciousness. A jolt, like plunging into a frozen lake. Then, a sickening, familiar sense of falling through a tube of rushing images and screams. But this time, he was not a passive passenger. He held onto the bonds, Hermione's structured light, Luna's serene depth, like climbing ropes. He landed, not in a place, but in a state. A cosmos of towering, narcissistic rage and bottomless, icy fear. Voldemort's mind was not a landscape, it was a violent weather system of thought. Tornadoes of ambition whipped through canyons of contempt. Rivers of calculated cruelty flowed over bedrock of paranoia. And everywhere, the cold, thin air of a profound, howling loneliness. Harry, a speck of shadow in this psychic maelstrom, willed himself to be small, to be insignificant. He was a mote of dust in the castle of a giant. He let the currents of Voldemort's consciousness flow around him, listening. Images flashed. A snake's eye view of a lavish, dark chamber. Lucius Malfoy, kneeling, trembling. A voice, high and cold, discussing, consolidating the lineages of night. A mention of an ancient vampire clan in the Carpathians, extinct. Voldemort's interest, academic, disdainful. They were mere parasites. The power I seek is antecedent. A memory, sharp and recent, the Rollright stones. Seen through dozens of pairs of eyes, Death Eaters under disillusionment charms, watching the Ministry's perimeter. Feeling the wrongness of the air. Voldemort's own fascination, a scientist dissecting a new species of insect. Then, the psychic backlash of Harry's projection in the library. A spike of pure, incandescent fury that had shattered a crystal ball in a faraway study. Followed by a slow, chilling curiosity. The plan, not a direct assault. Too messy. The court was a reality tumor. It needed to be excised with precision. Discussions with a haggard, terrified wizard Harry recognized as Walden McNair, now heading a theoretical excision division. Talk of dimensional anchors, of soul magnetism, of using the Horcrux link as a surgical blade to sever Harry's connection to his own power. The cruelty of the plan took Harry's breath away. It wasn't about killing him. It was about unmaking him. Isolating him from the throne, from the bonds, leaving him a hollow, starving progenitor adrift in nothingness, a king dethroned into insanity. He felt a tug on the bond. Hermione's warning. He was lingering too long, his emotional distress causing ripples in the psychic static. He prepared to pull back. But then, a new current caught him. The deepest one. The cold, still river at the center of the storm. Fear. Not of death. Of oblivion. Of being nothing, being forgotten. Of the great, silent dark that comes after everything. The fear that had driven a brilliant boy to tear his soul apart. And beneath that, an older, stranger emotion, longing. A twisted, desperate longing for a place to belong. For a lineage. For a throne that was his by more than terror. Voldemort, the half-blood orphan, looked upon Harry, the full-blooded progenitor, and saw not just a rival, but a perverse reflection. A being who had gained a dark birthright without fracturing his soul. A king with a court who followed him not from fear alone, but from something else. And that something else burned him with a jealousy more corrosive than any curse. Harry understood then. This wasn't just a war of power. It was a war of identity. Voldemort wanted to destroy the court not just because it was a threat, but because its existence was an insult to his own, painstakingly built, lonely supremacy. The insight was a lightning bolt. And like lightning, it drew attention. The psychic weather around him changed. The currents stilled. The chaotic thoughts coalesced into a single, focused presence. A vast, cold awareness turned its gaze inward, toward the tiny, foreign shadow in its sanctum. Little king. The thought was not a voice, but the pressure of an entire ocean on a single drop of water. You are bold. And foolish. You trespass in the mind of your god. Harry didn't try to speak. He poured everything into one, clear image, projected not from his mind, but from the bond. He showed Voldemort not the throne, not the power, but the moment in the forest room, Hermione's tear, Luna's laugh, his own blood, mingling. The covenant. The choice. The psychic ocean recoiled. For a fraction of a second, Voldemort's towering consciousness was repelled, not by force, but by utter, incomprehensible revulsion. The idea of such a voluntary, intimate binding was alien to him. It was a weakness, a grotesquerie. In that moment of shocked disgust, the bonds, Hermione's and Luna's, hauled backward with all their combined strength. Harry's consciousness was ripped from the frozen river of Voldemort's fear and flung back through the tunnel of connection. He slammed back into his body with a force that cracked the stone beneath him. He gasped, a raw, animal sound, doubling over. Hermione cried out, falling backward. Luna swayed, a trickle of silver blood, like mercury, escaping her nostril. Ron was at their side in an instant. Harry, talk to me. Harry couldn't speak. He was shaking, cold to the marrow of his newly unbreakable bones. He had seen the architecture of his enemy's soul. He had felt the depth of his loneliness and the scale of his plan. And he had learned the one thing that truly, viscerally repelled the Dark Lord. Not light, not love, connection. He looked up, meeting Hermione's shell-shocked eyes, then Luna's dazed but knowing gaze. The bond between them was frayed, strained from the ordeal, but it held. It had held against the gaze of a god. He's not coming for a battle, Harry rasped, his voice foreign to his own ears. He's coming for a dissection. He wants to cut me off from you. From the throne. From everything. He pushed himself to his feet, the cold fury now a glacier, slow, immense, and inexorable. We need to turn his own plan against him. He wants to use the Horcrux link as a blade. A grim, terrifying smile touched Harry's lips, one that held no humor, only the cold promise of the deep night. Then we'll forge the link into a chain. And we'll use it to drag him into our dark. The stone floor of the chamber was cold against Harry's knees. The psychic aftershocks of his journey into Voldemort's mind felt like fissures in his own soul, tiny hairline cracks through which a chilling wind now blew. He could still feel the echo of that vast, lonely consciousness, the oceanic rage, the glacial fear, the revolted incomprehension at the bond he shared with Hermione and Luna. Hermione was pale, her hands trembling slightly as she pushed herself up. A thin line of blood trickled from her temple where she'd struck the floor. Luna sat very still, the silver droplet under her nose already drying to a faint, metallic smudge. The bonds between them felt raw, abraded, like nerves exposed to open air. But they were intact. More than intact, they were now forged in a new kind of fire. A dissection, Hermione repeated, her voice hoarse. She wiped the blood from her temple, her eyes fixed on Harry with a frightening intensity. He doesn't just want to kill the king. He wants to dismantle the monarchy. Tear it down to its component parts and prove it was never real. He's afraid of it, Luna whispered, her usual dreaminess replaced by a hollowed-out awe. He looked at our bond and saw a monster he couldn't understand. A beautiful, scary monster that isn't lonely. It made him sick. Ron helped Harry to his feet. His grip was solid, grounding. Right, so the most powerful dark wizard in a century is personally creeped out by you. 3 being close. That's our advantage. It's more than that, Harry said, finding his balance. The cold fury was settling, hardening into a diamond-edged resolve. He sees the bond as a vulnerability. A point of entry. That's where he'll attack. So we turn it into a fortress. We make the connection he wants to sever into the very thing that stops him. Eldrick, who had watched the ritual from the edge of the wards, approached slowly. His face was etched with deep concern. To fortify a soul bond against deliberate, malicious unraveling, the magic required is profound. It is not merely defensive. It must be active, living. It must want to stay together. Then we give it a reason to want to, Harry said. He looked at Hermione, then Luna. The raw, abraded feeling in the bonds was already beginning to change, to knit back together with a new, fierce determination. He could feel their agreement, their fear transforming into the same hard resolve. "We need to understand what we are," Hermione said, the scholar in her rising to the surface, using logic to cage her terror. "Not just in theory. In practice. The Covenant made us a triad. What are the practical, magical applications of that? Beyond sharing senses and boosting power. How do we fight as one entity?" For the next week, the Court of Shadows felt the shift in its sovereign. The open petitions in the Heart Hall ceased. The tours of the Gloom Gardens were cancelled. Harry, Hermione, and Luna became ghosts within the spire, their presence felt only as a deepening, thrumming pressure in the magical atmosphere, like a storm gathering underground. Their training changed. It was no longer about Harry learning control, or Hermione and Luna learning to support him. It was about fusion. Eldrick guided them, drawing on druidic lore of symbiosis and ancient texts from the Lore-Seeker's archives that spoke of legendary triumvirates. They worked in the deepest training cavern, a space the Room of Requirement had replicated, now layered with additional wards of silence and secrecy. The first step was synchronization. Not of thought, which they could already share, but of instinct. They would stand back to back to back, a triangle, and Eldrick would unleash a barrage of challenges, illusions of attacking Death Eaters, sudden environmental hazards, psychic whispers meant to distract and divide. Their task was to respond as a single organism. At first, it was chaos. Harry would move to shield against a curse only to find Hermione had already calculated a deflection angle that required him to be 2 feet to the left. Luna would perceive a hidden emotional trap that neither of the others noticed, causing a moment of hesitation that left them open. But slowly, painfully, they began to mesh. Harry's predatory reflexes were guided by Hermione's tactical foresight. Luna's perception of hidden truths became an early warning system they all learned to trust implicitly. They developed a silent, seamless shorthand. A flicker of heat through the bond from Hermione meant magical concentration left. A cool ripple from Luna meant hidden intent. A surge of focused will from Harry meant strike now. They learned to channel power through their triangle. Harry found he could draw not just on the court's ambient magic, but on the specific intellectual and intuitive energies of Hermione and Luna. When he shaped darkness, it could now hold the razor edge of Hermione's logic or the bewildering, dreamlike quality of Luna's sight. A shield wasn't just a wall of black, it could be a fractal pattern that dissipated force, or a mirror that reflected the attacker's own fears back at them. One afternoon, during an intense session, a simulated assault by a dozen phantom Death Eaters pushed them to their limit. Spells flew. Harry moved in a blur, dismantling 3. Hermione's conjured barriers deflected 5 more. Luna calmly disoriented 2 with whispered nonsense that disrupted their spellcasting. But the last 2 got through, their curses aimed at Hermione's undefended flank. Without a word, without a conscious thought, they merged. Harry didn't jump in front of her. He didn't have to. His will, her intellect, and Luna's perception fused in a single, instantaneous reaction. The space around Hermione folded. The curses passed through where she had been and struck the far wall. She reappeared 2 feet away, unharmed, as if she'd simply stepped through a fold in the world. They all stumbled apart, gasping. The effort had been immense, draining. But the look of stunned triumph on their faces was identical. Spatial manipulation, Hermione breathed, her mind already dissecting what had happened. Not apparition. A localized, pleat. Using my understanding of dimensional theory, your power to command the dark as a medium, and Luna's ability to see the seams in reality. We moved the world around me, Luna said, her eyes shining with wonder. Just a little bit. Like adjusting a blanket. It was a breakthrough. The triad wasn't just a support system. It was a new kind of magical entity. Meanwhile, the outside world continued to turn. The Harbinger's reports grew graver. The Ministry's, Site Omega, had been reinforced with towering, rune-carved obelisks that emitted a constant, subsonic thrum designed to destabilize magical constructs. Auror patrols had quadrupled, and there were confirmed sightings of Death Eaters, not attacking, but observing. They were studying the Ministry's siege, learning its patterns. Voldemort was using his enemies as a testing ground, a laboratory to see what hurt the shadows. Worst of all were the whispers from the borderlands. The feral vampires, the scions and their smarter kin, were no longer just lurking. They were organizing. Something, or someone, was hurting them. The Harbinger reported signs of a crude pack structure, coordinated attacks on the Ministry's outermost sensors. They were being used as disposable shock troops, softening up the perimeter. "He's clearing the board," Harry said grimly, studying the reports in the Spire's hearth room. "The Ferals attack the Ministry. The Ministry fights them off, expending resources. Either way, the obstacles between him and us get weaker. He sees it all as a system," Hermione said, pointing at a map of the borderlands they'd conjured. "A problem to be solved. He's not engaging emotionally. He's optimizing." A sharp, sudden pulse from the bond, Luna, from the observatory above. A pulse of alarm, followed by a flood of bewildering, chaotic imagery. They rushed upstairs. Luna was standing at the rail, not looking at the false stars, but at the stone floor, her face pale. "The song," she whispered. "The burning counter melody. It's not just singing anymore. It's building something. I can hear the nails. The hammers." "Where?" Harry asked, kneeling beside her. Luna looked at him, her eyes wide and full of a sorrow that seemed centuries old. "Everywhere. And nowhere. He's not building a place. He's building a key. A key shaped like a scream." Before they could decipher her meaning, a different alarm sounded, a deep, resonant gong that shuddered through the spire's stones. The court was under attack. Not at the sealed main door. From within, they raced down to the Heart Hall. The scene was one of surreal horror. The black waters of the Well of Solitude were boiling. Not with heat, but with a frantic, violent energy. From the depths, shapes were clawing their way out, not courtiers but nightmares given form. They were humanoid, but their features were blurred, shifting, as if made of wet clay that refused to hold a shape. Their eyes were emptied pits that wept a cold, greenish light. And they stank of despair and dark magic. "Projections," Hermione gasped, even as Harry flung a wave of solidified shadow that shattered two of the creatures into splatters of black ooze. "Psychic constructs. He's forcing them through the Horcrux link. Using your connection to the court as a back door." The creatures, soul shards given malicious will, were endless. They poured from the well, scrabbling onto the shore, attacking anything that moved. Courtiers fought back with claws and shadow and frost, but for every one they disintegrated, two more emerged. The Horcrux in his scar was burning, a cold, invasive flame. Voldemort wasn't just sending messages anymore. He was conducting surgery from a distance, using the link as a scalpel to inject a poison directly into the court's heart. Harry clutched his forehead, a snarl tearing from his throat. He could feel the Dark Lord's will, a vast, cruel pressure, drilling down the connection, trying to widen it, to turn it into a gully, then a river, then a flood. "He's trying to open a permanent gate." Harry yelled over the din of battle. Inside the court, "We have to sever the link," Ron shouted, blasting a construct apart with a well-aimed reductor. "No," Harry and Hermione said in unison. They locked eyes. "If we sever it, we lose our only window into his plans," Hermione said, her mind racing. "And he might find another way in. We have to cauterize it. From our side. Control the aperture." Luna, who had been standing very still amidst the chaos, spoke. Her voice was calm, clear, and carried a strange resonance. "The key is a scream. Our silence is the lock." Harry understood. Voldemort, attack was a scream of pure, destructive will. A battering ram of noise. The court's power, his power, was the deep, ancient silence of the night. To fight noise with noise was to lose. They had to become the silence that swallowed the scream. He reached for the bonds, not for power this time, but for essence. For the truth of what they were. "Together," he said. He dropped to his knees at the edge of the boiling well, ignoring the clawing constructs. Hermione knelt on his right, her hand on his shoulder. Luna knelt on his left, her hand over the burning scar on his forehead. Harry closed his eyes. He reached down the searing, invasive line of the Horcrux connection. He didn't push back. He opened. He invited the scream in. Voldemort's will, a torrent of green fire and shattered soul, surged forward, triumphant. It flooded into Harry, seeking to consume, to unravel. And it met the triad. It met Hermione's mind, a vast, ordered library of resilience, where every screaming thought was catalogued, analyzed, and filed away into meaningless data. It met Luna's soul, an endless, serene sky where the screams were just another weather pattern, distant thunder that only made the stars seem brighter. And it met Harry's will, the deep, cold bedrock of the progenitor, upon which the screams broke like waves against a cliff. They did not fight the invasion. They absorbed it. They transmuted it. The screaming constructs emerging from the well faltered. Their forms became less distinct, their movements sluggish. The green light in their eyes guttered and died, replaced by the cool, gray luminescence of the court. The torrent of Voldemort's will didn't stop, but it changed. Forced through the filter of the triad, its malice was diluted, its purpose diffused. It became raw, undirected power that spilled into the well of solitude and was swallowed by the infinite, silent dark. In a distant, snake-haunted chamber, Lord Voldemort screamed, a real, physical scream of furious frustration. The psychic feedback was immense. The connection didn't break, but it calloused over. A thick, permanent scar of shared experience formed around the link. It was still there, but it was no longer a vulnerable wound. It was a hardened channel, and its ownership was now contested. In the Heart Hall, the last construct melted away into harmless shadow. The well's waters grew still, black, and impossibly deep once more. The courtiers, panting and wounded, stared in awe at their sovereign and his queens, kneeling together at the water's edge, whole and unharmed, surrounded by a quiet so profound it felt like a physical force. Harry opened his eyes. The burning in his scar was gone. In its place was a dull, permanent ache, like an old war wound. But it was his ache. A trophy. A testament. He stood, helping Hermione and Luna to their feet. The bond between them was no longer raw. It was forged anew, tempered in the fires of a shared psychic siege. It felt unbreakable. He addressed the stunned court, his voice echoing with a quiet authority that commanded absolute attention. The attack is over. The wound is sealed. The enemy has learned that the shadows do not scream back. We swallow their noise, and we are stronger for it. He turned to the Harbinger. Double the watch on the borderlands. The true assault will come now, in the physical world. He has tested the lock. Now he will bring the key. As the court dispersed to tend to wounds and reinforce defenses, Harry, his queens, and Ron returned to the spire. The victory was palpable, but it was a victory that tasted of ozone and left a metallic fear on the tongue. They had stopped an invasion from within. They had fortified their greatest vulnerability. But Voldemort had achieved something too. He had forced them to reveal a key aspect of their defense. He had seen the triad in action, not as a concept, but as a living weapon. Up in the observatory, as the false stars swirled, Hermione finally put words to the dread uncoiling in all their hearts. He knows how we stopped him. He'll adapt. He won't try psychic invasion again. He'll find a way to attack the bond itself from the outside. To physically separate us. Luna nodded, staring at her hands as if seeing something written on her palms. The key is almost finished. The hammers have stopped. Now, he's turning it in the lock. Harry said nothing. He looked out at the impossible, sculpted night of his kingdom, feeling the deep, steady pulse of the throne below and the vibrant, interwoven threads of the bonds beside him. Voldemort was coming. Not with an army of shadows, but with a key designed to break the most beautiful, terrifying thing Harry had ever built. And for the first time, Harry Potter, the Vampire Progenitor, felt not just resolve, but a king's cold, calculating patience. Let him come, he thought, the silence of the court swelling within him. Let him bring his key. We are the lock, and we are waiting. Silence reclaimed the Heart Hall, but it was a wounded silence. The stones remembered the scream. The air still tasted of ozone and the bitter, green-tinged residue of violated magic. Harry stood at the edge of the now placid well of solitude, the phantom ache in his scar a constant, low-grade reminder of the breach. They had swallowed Voldemort's psychic scream, but the echo lingered in the bones of the court. The cost of their victory was etched in subtle ways. The glimmer whites moved with a brittle quickness, their natural luminescence dimmed. The shadow stuff of the basalt guards seemed less dense, as if part of their substance had been siphoned off to fight the intangible invasion. The court felt drained. In the spire, the mood was grimly focused. The shared trauma of the psychic assault had fused the triad on a level deeper than any ritual. Harry no longer needed to consciously reach for the bond. It was a permanent layer of his awareness, a quiet conference room where three minds continuously murmured. Hermione's thoughts were a relentless stream of analysis, dissecting the attack's mechanics. Luna's perceptions were a gentle, constant scan of the emotional and metaphysical weather. And beneath both, the steady, cold pulse of Harry's will, the progenitor's bedrock. He was probing for structural weaknesses, Hermione said, her fingers tracing invisible diagrams in the air of the observatory. They were reviewing the attack, not to dwell, but to decode. The constructs weren't meant to conquer. They were diagnostics. He was testing the permeability of the realm, the resilience of the courtiers, the tensile strength of our bond. He felt the silence. Luna murmured, her eyes closed. She was listening to the court's song. It hurt his teeth. Now he knows how quiet we can be. He won't scream like that again. He'll try to pick the lock with a whisper. Ron, who had been polishing a charmed dagger he'd bartered from a courtier, looked up. So what's the plan? We just sit here, getting stronger and quieter, while he builds a better key. No, Harry said. He'd been staring at the same patch of swirling, artificial nebula for an hour, his thoughts circulating. He's forced us to reveal a card. The Triad is a defensive unit. He'll now aim to break it. To separate us. Isolate me from the throne, from you too. He finally looked at them, his green and silver eyes hard. So we don't give him a target. We become more than a unit. We become a distributed network, Hermione finished, her own eyes lighting up with a fierce, intellectual fire. If the strength is in the connection, we make the connection impossible to sever by making it ambient. We don't just link when we fight. We saturate the court with our combined signature. The throne, the spire, the very stones become extensions of the bond. To attack one of us is to attack the fabric of the realm itself. It was a radical, terrifying idea. It meant further dissolving the boundaries between themselves and the kingdom they were trying to protect. It meant truly becoming one with the shadows. Eldrick, who had been silently observing, spoke from his place by the hearth. The old tales speak of sovereigns who poured their essence into the land, becoming its genius loci. But it was always a solitary act. A lonely god in the machine. To do this as three, the land would reflect a triune soul. It has never been done. Good, Harry said, a flicker of that cold smile returning. Then he won't expect it. The process was not a spell. It was a slow, deliberate act of being. They started in the Heart Hall. Harry sat upon the throne, not to judge, but to impress. He opened the bonds fully to Hermione and Luna, who stood on the white causeway, hands linked. Together, they pushed their combined consciousness, Harry's sovereign authority, Hermione's structuring intellect, Luna's perceptive soul, down through the throne, into the foundation stones of the court. It felt like bleeding into the architecture. Harry could feel the ancient memories in the stones, the triumphs of long-dead progenitors, the despair of the empty centuries, the cold patience of the court itself. He, Hermione, and Luna didn't overwrite these memories. They wove their own story into the tapestry. The memory of the covenant, the blood, the tear, the laugh, became a new layer in the keep's psychic geology. They moved to the Gloom Gardens. Luna took the lead here, her connection to growing things guiding them. She touched the giant, pulsing fungi, and through the bond, Harry and Hermione felt not just a plant, but a slow, patient consciousness. They imprinted it with a sense of belonging, of being part of a protected whole. The fungi's gentle light brightened, taking on a faint, threefold rhythm. In the whispering vaults, Hermione's mind was in its element. She didn't just listen to the history crystals, she organized them. Her logical frameworks created subtle pathways in the vault's magic, making information retrieval faster, creating associative links between past events and their current situation. The vaults became not just an archive, but an analytical engine. Day by day, the court changed. The light grew more nuanced, holding traces of silver, of structured gray, of pearlescent white. The shadows felt more intelligent, reacting to the emotional state of the courtiers. A basalt guard feeling anxious might find a patch of calming darkness coiling at its feet. A squabbling pair of whisper scribes might suddenly sense the dispassionate, analytical gaze of Hermione's influence, shaming them into quiet resolution. The Triad didn't just rule the court, they began to haunt it. They were in the drip of water in the tunnels, in the sigh of wind through the upper galleries, in the hum of power along the ley lines they'd tapped. They were becoming the kingdom's nervous system. The strain was immense. Harry felt perpetually stretched, his consciousness a vast, thin film over the realm. Hermione fought migraines from processing the constant, low-level data stream of the court's functioning. Luna would sometimes drift into trances for hours, her soul navigating the deep, dreamlike currents they had unleashed. But the effect on the court was transformative. The malaise lifted. A new, quiet confidence took hold. The courtiers moved with a sense of shared purpose. They were no longer just subjects of a king, they were cells in a living organism. The Shade Steward's disapproval didn't vanish, but it was now a note of caution in a harmonious peace, not a discordant shriek. 2 weeks after the psychic attack, the Harbinger brought news that proved the value of their gamble. The borderlands are quiet, it reported, its silver eyes gleaming with something like awe. The feral ones still gather, but they do not attack. They mill at the edges, confused. The ministry's obelisks hum, but their thrum finds no purchase. It is as if the border itself has become a mirror, reflecting their aggression back upon them in a form they cannot grasp. Our scouts move through the edges unseen, as if the shadows themselves hide them. The distributed network was working. The Triad's influence had reinforced the realm's boundaries, creating a defensive field that was not a wall, but a mist, an intelligent obscurity that confounded both brute force and probing magic. But Luna, listening to the song, heard the downside. The counter melody has changed, she said, her voice troubled. It's not building a key anymore. It's composing a silence of its own. A different kind of silence. An empty one. Voldemort had adapted. He'd seen he couldn't break their unity by force, so he was studying it. Mimicking it. Preparing a silence to oppose their own. The reprieve was short-lived. The next attack came not from the border, nor from the psychic link. It came from the sky. Or rather, from the absence of it. Harry was in the observatory, feeling the gentle pulse of the realm through the bond, when the false stars above them winked out. Not all at once. One by one. As each star vanished, a cold, absolute blackness spread in its wake, a blackness that felt hungry. It wasn't the friendly dark of the court. This was a void, a negation. Alarms shrieked through the spire, a raw, psychic scream of violated space. The court's artificial firmament was being unmade. They ran to the Heart Hall. The vast ceiling, usually a swirling nebula, was now a spreading cancer of nothingness. Where the void touched, the stone of the ceiling didn't crumble, it ceased to have ever existed. A silent, erasing annulment was eating the court from above. Dimensional corrosion. Hermione yelled, her mind racing through the bond. He's not attacking the fabric of the realm, he's attacking the idea of the space. Introducing a conceptual null to cancel out our place. The court was in panic. Glimmer whites shrieked, their light guttering. Shadow stalkers melted into formless puddles of fear. Harry didn't look at the void. He looked down, at the black waters of the Well of Solitude. He felt the distributed network of the Triad, the new nervous system of his kingdom, screaming in pain as its sky was deleted. He knew what he had to do. He couldn't fight the void with force. You couldn't punch nothingness. But you could define it. He leapt onto the throne, not sitting, but standing upon it. He raised his arms, and through the bond, he pulled not just on Hermione and Luna, but on every thread of their consciousness they had woven into the court. Give me your silence, he roared, his voice the sound of mountains grinding. Give me your memory. Give me your story. He drew it all in, the patience of the stones, the logic of the archives, the wonder of the gardens, the loyalty of the courtiers, the cold strength of the throne, the brilliant light of Hermione's mind, the deep song of Luna's soul. He drew in the very concept of the Court of Shadows, its history, its purpose, its existence. He focused it into a single, defiant point of meaning, and he projected it upward, not as a shield, but as a definition. He painted the void with their story. Where the hungry nothingness spread, it now encountered a narrative. The emptiness was forced to become a canvas. Images flickered across the dissolving ceiling, not of light, but of deeper, more profound shadows. The silhouette of the first progenitor. The pattern of the Covenant's bond. The geometry of Hermione's wards. The swirling colors of Luna's visions. The steadfast shape of Ron Weasley standing guard. The sorrowful wisdom of Eldrick. The loyal vigilance of the Harbinger. The void recoiled. It could erase matter, but it could not erase a story that was being told with the weight of a kingdom behind it. The conflict was no longer between something and nothing. It was between one story and another. And Voldemort's story of nullification was hollow compared to the rich, terrible, beautiful, bonded story of the court. The erasure halted. The starless patches in the firmament began to swirl, not with returning stars, but with moving inkblots of their shared history. A new sky formed, one of living, shifting shadow pictures, a tapestry of their collective identity. The silence that followed was not the silence of negation. It was the awe-filled silence of a creation story being witnessed. Harry slumped back onto the throne, drained beyond measure. He felt Hermione and Luna collapse on the causeway, spent. But the bonds held. The network held. The court was scarred, its sky forever changed, but it was theirs. More deeply theirs than ever before. The Harbinger floated forward, gazing up at the new, narrative sky with something like reverence. The Sovereign has not just defended the realm, he has reauthored it. They had faced a conceptual attack and had responded not with magic, but with myth. They had defined themselves so fiercely that the universe itself had to acknowledge their existence. But as Harry looked up at the shifting shadows that now told their story across the heavens of his kingdom, he felt no triumph. Only a deepening cold. Voldemort had tried corruption, then erasure. Both had failed. He would not make the same mistake again. The next attack, Harry knew, would be simple. Brutal. Personal. It would not target the kingdom, or the bond, or the concept of their existence. It would target the heart. And as he felt the bonds with his queens, thin and strained but glowing with fierce love in the aftermath, he knew with a certainty that froze his ancient blood. Voldemort was coming for Hermione and Luna. The new sky held the court in a thrall of silent awe. Where there had been a passive, star-studded nebula, now lived an ever-shifting tapestry of their collective memory. Shadows shaped themselves into the stark silhouette of the first progenitor standing against a dead sun, then melted into the intricate, three-part symbol of the Covenant. The angular patterns of Hermione's ward schematics bloomed like night flowers before dissolving into the swirling, watercolor emotions of Luna's visions. It was beautiful, haunting, and profoundly theirs. A declaration etched in the firmament itself. But the cost of that declaration was etched into the three of them. Harry sat on the throne, not to rule, but simply because its solidity was the only thing keeping him upright. The effort of reauthoring reality had scraped him hollow. The deep well of progenitor power felt shallow, the silt at the bottom stirred and muddy. Through the bond, he felt Hermione's brilliant mind as a sputtering candle, her thoughts coming slow and thick with exhaustion. Luna's soul, usually a boundless, calm lake, was choppy and shallow, her perceptions skimming the surface without their usual depth. The distributed network they had built into the court now felt like a phantom limb. They could sense it, feel the court's relief and wonder filtering back, but they lacked the strength to properly interface with it. They were kings without a country, connected to their land but too weak to feel its heartbeat. Ron and Eldrick helped them back to the spire. No words were exchanged. The gong of victory had been struck, but the note it produced was one of profound, trembling fragility. For 3 days, the court of shadows healed around them. The new sky seemed to have a calming effect, its narrative shadows providing a sense of identity and continuity that soothed the trauma of the attack. The glimmer white's light returned, softer, taking cues from the patterns above. The basalt guards stood taller, their forms reflecting snippets of the shadowy battles now immortalized overhead. Harry, Hermione, and Luna did not heal quickly. Their strength was not merely magical, but existential. They had poured the story of their souls into the world, and the refill was achingly slow. They spent the time in the spire's hearth room, a silent, recovering unit. Ron brought them the strange, sustaining food of the court. Eldrick prepared tonics from deep-root fungi that tasted of cold soil and slow time. They slept, not the dead, dreamless sleep of the undead that Harry now experienced, but a fitful, draining stupor. It was during this convalescence that the nature of their bond deepened in a new, quieter way. With the grand, active merging of their powers impossible, they were left with the simple, passive fact of their connection. And in that quiet, something subtle shifted. Harry, sitting with his back against a cold stone wall, found he could distinguish not just Hermione's thoughts from Luna's, but the texture of their silence. Hermione's quiet was a library after hours, full of orderly, resting knowledge. Luna's was a forest glade at dusk, holding the potential of unseen life. He could feel the faint, warm echo of Ron's stubborn loyalty from the next room, a steady, sunlit stone in their dark mosaic. Hermione, her head in his lap as she dozed, began to dream in concepts Harry could perceive, not images, but shapes of argument, geometries of theory, all revolving around the stabilization of distributed magical networks. He found himself understanding, on an instinctual level, things about ley line interweaving that should have taken years of study. Luna, tracing idle patterns on the floor, would sometimes hum a few notes. Through the bond, those notes translated into emotional landscapes. A minor chord was the lingering sadness of the whispering vaults. A rising arpeggio was the defiant joy of the gloom gardens after their touch. She was composing the court's emotional score, and they were all learning to read it. They were not just sharing senses or power. They were sharing context. The very framework through which they experienced the world was becoming a communal space. On the fourth day, as a semblance of strength returned, the harbinger came to them. It brought no crisis, only a report. Its silver eyes observed their worn faces with what might have been pity. The borderlands are stable, it intoned. The corrosive silence has not returned. The ministry's obelisks continue their futile thrum. The feral ones have changed. Harry lifted his head. Changed how? They are no longer milling. They have gathered in one place. A natural stone bridge over a chasm of nothingness, 3 leagues from the main door. They do not attack. They do not even seem to look our way. They simply stand, facing the void, as if waiting. A cold knot formed in Harry's gut. Waiting for what? The harbinger's bony shoulders made a slight, creaking shrug. For a sign. For a door to open elsewhere. For the key to turn. It paused. There is a new taste to them. Not just mindless hunger. There is a purpose. A directed malice. It is faint, but it is there. Hermione pushed herself up, her brow furrowed. He's not controlling them directly. That would be too crude, too easily detectable. He's imprinting them, giving their collective hunger a single, focused target. Us, Ron said flatly. Not just us, Luna whispered. She was looking at her hands again. The song, the burning counter melody is gone from the edges. It's inside the feral one's chorus now. A single, clear note of command hidden within the howl. He's not conducting them. He's written a part for them in his symphony, and they're singing it without knowing the words. The pieces clicked together with a terrible, logical clarity in Harry's mind. Voldemort had tried corruption. He had tried erasure. Both had failed because they attacked the Triad and the court as a unified entity. So he was changing tactics. He was looking for a seam. He's going to try to split us, Harry said, his voice low. Not by attacking the bond magically. By forcing a choice. A situation where protecting the court means endangering each other. Where we have to choose between being sovereigns and being us. The hearth room felt suddenly colder. The distributed network they had built, the very thing that made the court strong, was also a map of their vulnerabilities. To harm the court was to harm them. To threaten one of the Triad was to threaten the kingdom's stability. Voldemort, the supreme tactician, had seen it. He wouldn't attack the fortress. He would force the Guardians to abandon the walls. We can't let him dictate the terms, Hermione said, but her voice lacked its usual steel. She was still too tired. We're not ready for another fight, Ron said, stating the obvious they all felt. Not like that. Harry looked at Luna, who met his gaze with those wide, knowing eyes. She saw the fear, the calculation, the love, all churning within him. He didn't need the bond to know she understood. Then we don't fight, Harry said, a new idea, born of exhaustion and cold necessity, taking shape. We do what we just did on a larger scale. We don't defend. We define. We make the choice he wants to force us to make, relevant. How? Hermione asked. Harry stood, feeling the court's ambient energy, weak but responsive, flow into him through the stones of the spire. We finish what we started. We don't just saturate the court with our bond. We make the bond and the court indistinguishable. We turn the entire realm into a living expression of the Triad. So that an attack on any part of it isn't an attack on our home, it's an attack on us, directly, immediately. There is no choice between protecting the court and protecting each other. They become the same action. Eldrick drew a sharp breath. To blur the line between self and world so completely, it is the path of the ascendant. Or the mad. We're already both, Harry said, a flicker of his old defiance returning. We rewrote the sky. Now we rewrite the rules. The process was not a grand ritual. It was a quiet, desperate act of surrender. They returned to the Heart Hall. The throne awaited, beneath the shifting starry sky. This time, they did not approach it with intent. They approached it with acceptance. Harry sat upon the throne. Hermione sat at its base, her back against the obsidian, her head resting on his knee. Luna lay on the cool stone before them, her hair fanning out like a silver halo, one hand touching the throne's leg, the other reaching to rest on Hermione's ankle. They closed their eyes. They let go. They stopped trying to project their bond into the court. Instead, they invited the court into their bond. It was like removing a dam. The accumulated identity of the Court of Shadows, the patience of its stones, the memory of its vaults, the resilience of its creatures, the cold strength of its ancient magic, flowed into the triad. It was a torrent of otherness, 1,000 years of silent, non-human consciousness. Harry's mind, the progenitor's will, became the channel. He did not direct the flood, he simply was the riverbed. Hermione's intellect, the Queen of Shadows, became the banks, giving the torrent shape, preventing it from becoming formless chaos. Luna's soul, the Queen of Moonlight, became the water itself, accepting, absorbing, giving the foreign memories a reflective surface upon which to see themselves anew. The court experienced them not as rulers on a dais, but as a sudden, profound shift in the nature of its own existence. The Gloom Gardens didn't just feel protected, they felt loved, with the fierce, possessive love Hermione had for knowledge. The Whispering Vaults didn't just feel organized, they felt understood, with the deep, accepting understanding Luna had for the strange and broken. The Basalt Guards didn't just feel loyalty, they felt kinship, the same stubborn, protective kinship Harry felt for his friends. The border between the Triad and the territory dissolved. Harry was no longer just Harry Potter on a throne. He was the spire, feeling Ron's worried footsteps upstairs. He was the chill in the tunnels, the sigh in the archives. Hermione was not just Hermione in a gray gown. She was the logic in the ward stones, the pattern in the growing fungi, the indexed calm of the library. Luna was not just Luna on the floor. She was the melancholy of the deep wells, the unexpected joy in a floating spore, the hidden door in a blank wall. They did not gain new powers. They lost the separation that made powers a meaningful concept. An attack on the court would now feel like a blow to Harry's body, a confusion in Hermione's thoughts, a grief in Luna's heart. Instantly. Directly. When they finally opened their eyes, hours later, the world was the same, yet fundamentally altered. The gray light was their shared vision. The silence was their shared breath. The throne was not beneath Harry, it was an extension of his spine. They stood, moving as one organism. There was no need to speak. A thought from Harry to reinforce the borders was already being implemented by Hermione's intrinsic understanding of the ward matrix, guided by Luna's sense of the borderlands, emotional weak points. They had not just fortified their bond. They had made themselves, and their love for each other, a geographical fact. As they walked back to the spire, moving through a court that now felt as familiar and responsive as their own skin, the Harbinger met them. It did not bow. It simply observed them, its silver gaze seeing the profound change. "It is done," it stated, not a question. "It is done," Harry echoed, his voice carrying the faint rustle of the Gloom Gardens and the solidity of the foundation stones. "The feral ones at the stone bridge," the Harbinger reported. "They have moved. Not toward us. They are digging into the bridge itself, into the nothingness below." A shared jolt of understanding passed through the triad. They didn't need to confer. The knowledge was simultaneous. Voldemort's key wasn't an army. It wasn't a spell. It was a wound. He was going to try to make them choose not between the court and each other, but between the heart of their kingdom and its edges. To force them to tear themselves in two. Harry looked at Hermione, then at Luna. In their eyes, he saw the same unshakable certainty he felt in the stones under his feet. Let him try. They were no longer a king and his queens defending a castle. They were the castle. And a castle does not choose which stone to protect. It stands, or it falls, whole. The unity was absolute. It was a fact, like gravity. Harry didn't just rule the Court of Shadows, he was its silent pulse. Hermione was its intricate, humming logic. Luna was its deep, dreaming soul. The stones knew them. The air moved with their shared breath. The new, story-ridden sky above the Heart Hall was the inside of their own collective mind, projected. For 3 days, they existed in this state of profound, terrifying peace. There were no more petitions. No more debates. The court functioned with the seamless, unconscious efficiency of a body healing from a deep wound. Disputes were resolved before they were voiced, as the shared context of the triad gently nudged perspectives into alignment. The Shade Steward's disapproval had been assimilated, becoming the court's immune system, a low-grade suspicion of external influence that kept their borders sharp. But the piece was a lens, and through it, they saw the threat with horrifying clarity. The feral vampires at the stone bridge were no longer just a pack. They had become a machine. Under the hidden, burning note of Voldemort's will, they worked with a silent, gruesome purpose. They weren't digging through the bridge, they were digging into the concept of the border itself. With claws and teeth and a kind of bleeding, group-focused madness, they were worrying at the seam between the court's dimension and the void of the borderlands. Each scratch didn't just remove stone, it eroded meaning, creating a localized patch of screaming nullity. And it was working. Through the bond, which was now synonymous with the realm's awareness, Harry felt it. A slow, cold ache was spreading inward from that point, like gangrene in a limb he hadn't known he possessed. It was the feeling of the court forgetting itself at the edges. "He's not trying to break in," Hermione said, her voice not coming from her mouth, but from the cool, reasoned silence of the spire's library around them. She was there with Harry and Luna, but she was also everywhere. "He's trying to induce existential decay. To make the court doubt its own reality. If the border unravels, the definition we poured into the realm will leak out. It will become just a place again. A vulnerable place." Luna, her presence a gentle awareness in the scent of the night-blooming moss, added, "The song at the bridge is a single, repeated note of no. It's saying the bridge isn't there, the chasm isn't there, they aren't there. And the nothingness is starting to believe it." Harry, anchored in the deep, cold certainty of the throne, felt the strategic bind. To defend the border physically, they would have to project power, to focus their unified consciousness. But to focus was to contract. To become a fist was to unclench from the rest of the realm, leaving other parts of their shared self feeling numb, abandoned. It was the exact dilemma Voldemort had aimed to create: force the Triad to coalesce, to become a target, or let the realm rot from the edges inward. "We can't fight a conceptual no with a yes," shouted from the center, Harry thought, and the idea resonated through the stone and shadow. "We have to make the no relevant. We have to be the yes everywhere at once." It was Ron, operating outside the bond but deeply embedded in the court's new life as their designated anchor to individuality, who offered the first, blunt solution. He'd been spending time with the Basalt Guards, learning their ways. "Look," he said, standing in the Heart Hall, looking up at the shifting sky with a frown. "This is all brilliant and bloody weird. But if something's chewing on your finger, you don't send your whole brain to the finger. You send the hand. You've got an army of things that live in the walls and the shadows. They're part of you lot now, right? So their fight is your fight, but you don't have to be them to let them fight." It was a decentralization of the self. A horrifying, elegant idea. They couldn't project their unified consciousness to the border without weakening the whole. But they could delegate. Eldrick, the druid whose nature was communion with separate consciousnesses, helped them craft the ritual. It took place not in the Heart Hall, but in the Gloom Gardens, the place of growth and life. The Triad stood together, hand in hand, a closed circuit. Around them stood representatives of the court's major aspects: the Harbinger, Protocol and Borders, a senior Basalt Guard, Strength and Defense, a Glimmer White Elder, Nurturing and Light, and a Whisper Scribe, Historian, Memory and Identity. Harry, Hermione, and Luna didn't pour their power into these champions. That would be the old way. Instead, they shared a context. They opened the bond, just a fraction, and let the essence of the threat at the bridge, the corrosive no, the mindless digging, the strategic aim, flow into the shared space. They let the courtiers feel it, not as an attack on their home, but as an attack on a part of their own extended body. The effect was immediate and visceral. The Basalt Guard's stone fists clenched. The Glimmer White's light pulsed with angry, protective bioluminescence. The Whisper Scribe's fur stood on end, recording the violation in real time. The Harbinger simply drew itself up, its silver eyes burning like cold stars. They understood, not through orders, but through shared existence. The court mobilized, not as subjects following a king's command, but as a body sending antibodies to a wound. A cohort of shadows, led by the Harbinger and the emboldened Basalt Guard, flowed through the secret ways toward the stone bridge. They were not an army of the Triad. They were the Triad's reflex. Harry, Hermione, and Luna remained in the Gloom Gardens, feeling the distant conflict not as a battle they were directing, but as a pain they were enduring. They felt the scrape of claws on knot stone, the cold burn of the nullity, the triumphant snarl of a feral vampire as it tore a chunk of meaning from the border. And they felt, with a fierce, protective joy, the court's response. Shadows thickened around the ferals, not to fight them, but to define them back into existence. The basalt guards, their forms imbued with the court's stubborn sense of self, became living anchors of reality, standing immovable against the unraveling. The Harbinger wove complex wards of belonging, stitching the fraying border back together with threads of ceremonial law. It was a war of definitions. The ferals screamed, "You are nothing." The court, through its agents, whispered back, "We are this." And slowly, painfully, this proved stronger. The localized nullity receded. The ferals, deprived of the dissolving ground beneath their madness, became confused, then vulnerable. The court's forces, fighting on ground that was literally part of their own extended identity, dismantled them. It was not a slaughter, it was a disaggregation. The feral vampires were not killed, they were forgotten back into the formless hunger from which they came. The ache in the border faded, replaced by a sore, stable certainty. The triad, still in the gardens, sagged with shared relief. The delegation had worked. They had defended the realm without having to choose, without having to contract. They had trusted the body to heal itself. But the victory, like all their victories, was a beacon. The very next day, as the court buzzed with a new, confident energy, the assault they had been dreading arrived. Not on the border, not through the sky. It came as a delivery. A single, massive object materialized in the empty air above the well of solitude with a soundless, weighty thud of displaced reality. It was not a weapon. It was a block, a perfect cube of matte, gray metal, 20 feet across, utterly featureless. It hovered there, defying the court's gravity, emitting no magic, no sound, no scent. It was simply an object. An impossible, invasive fact. The entire court fell silent, gazing up at this geometric intruder. It was the antithesis of their story-ridden sky. Where their sky was narrative, this was void of story. Where their realm was alive with subtle meaning, this was inert, final. Harry felt it through the bond, through the stones. It was a stopper, a cork in the mouth of their world. It didn't attack. It imposed a rule. Nothing passes here. It's an interdimensional anchor, Hermione's voice whispered through the cold air, tinged with a horror that was both intellectual and visceral. Incredibly advanced. It's not ministry work. It's colder. It's stabilizing this pocket of space-time, pinning it in place. Making it detectable, mappable. It's a lighthouse, Luna said, her eyes wide as she gazed at the sheer, meaningless faces of the cube. But the light it shines is here. It's telling everyone exactly where we are. The meaning was clear. Voldemort, having failed to corrupt, erase, or unravel them, had called in a favor. He had manipulated or allied with forces that could do what he could not, apply the utterly impersonal, bureaucratic magic of containment. The cube was a tool of the Department of Mysteries at its most ruthless, refined by a mind that understood dimensional theory on a profound level. It was Croker's revenge, weaponized by the Dark Lord. The cube's presence began to have a slow, stifling effect. The starry sky above it grew sluggish, the shadows hesitant to flow near its sterile geometry. The air felt thicker. It was as if the court was being gently but firmly pressed under a sheet of glass. They couldn't attack it. Any magic directed at it would likely be absorbed or reflected by its null field. They couldn't ignore it. Its passive, anchoring presence was a slow poison to their fluid, magical ecosystem. They were trapped, not under siege, but under a microscope, with a giant, gray paperweight holding down the slide. For the first time since the unification, Harry felt a flicker of the old, human despair. They had become so vast, so interconnected. And their enemy had simply dropped a stone into the pond, disrupting everything with its sheer, inert weight. He looked at Hermione, her face pale as she calculated impossibilities. He looked at Luna, who stared at the cube as if trying to hear a song in its silence and failing. He felt the court's newborn confidence wilting into confusion. The bond thrummed with a shared, chilling realization. They had become a kingdom. And now, the outside world had officially served notice. They were no longer a rumor, a ghost, a night terror. They were a problem on a map. And problems on maps, Harry knew with cold certainty, were eventually solved. The gray cube did not hum. It did not glow. It simply was, a monument to absolute, sterile certainty. It hung above the well of solitude like a geometric afterthought from a crueler, more logical universe. The starry sky of the court, which had pulsed with the living history of the Triad, now seemed to shy away from it, the shadows clustering at the edges of the vast ceiling as if repelled by its nullity. The silence in the Heart Hall was no longer profound. It was stifled. The cube's presence was a muffler on the world. Harry could feel it through the bond, which was the bond of the court itself, a dull, constant pressure, like a boot gently but firmly standing on the chest of a sleeping giant. He stood on the white causeway, Hermione and Luna flanking him. They weren't holding hands, they didn't need to. The connection was total. And through that shared consciousness, they each perceived the cube's threat in their own way. To Harry, it felt like a collar. A declaration of ownership from something that saw him not as a king, but as a specimen. The progenitor power within him, the deep cold of the lineage, bristled against it. This was not a challenge to be met with tooth and claw, it was a cage being measured around him. To Hermione, it was an equation with no solution. Her mind, now intertwined with the logical structures of the court's wards and archives, raced along the cube's seamless edges, finding no purchase, no flaw. It represented a form of magic so advanced it bypassed complexity entirely. It was the end of a conversation. A period at the end of a sentence they were still trying to speak. To Luna, it was a hole in the song. Where the court's melody was a complex harmony of shadow, memory, and belonging, the cube was a single, sustained note of absence. It didn't clash. It erased. It made the music around it seem tentative, fictional. "We cannot fight nothing," the harbinger stated, gliding to a halt beside them. Its silver eyes reflected the cube's bland surfaces. It does not attack. It asserts. It is a statement of fact from a power that believes its facts are the only ones that matter. "The Ministry," Ron said, joining them. He alone seemed able to look at the cube with simple, uncomplicated anger. "Croaker's lot. They've finally figured out how to throw a net over the whole madhouse." "It's Voldemort's net," Hermione corrected, her voice thin. "Croaker provided the thread. He's woven it. This isn't containment for study. This is a pin in a map. The next step is," she trailed off, but the thought completed itself in their shared space. "Excision. The song is changing," Luna whispered. She wasn't looking at the cube anymore. She was looking at the courtiers gathered around the hall's perimeter. The glimmer whites, the basalt guards, the scribes. They're hearing the note of absence. They're starting to doubt their own lines. And she was right. Harry could feel it seeping through their connection to the realm. A faint, chilling whisper of unreality. The cube's mere presence was undermining the foundational story they had so fiercely written. If a thing so solid, so undeniable, could simply appear in their heart, then perhaps the shadows were just shadows. Perhaps the throne was just a chair. "We have to remind them," Harry said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, not just his, but layered with the echo of stone and the soft sigh of the gardens. "We have to be more real than that thing." But how? They were reality itself here. To shout louder would be to admit doubt. Eldrick approached, his footsteps silent on the dark stone. His face, always sorrowful, was now etched with a deep foreboding. "The cube is a root. It is sinking tendrils into the substance of this place, aligning its dimensional coordinates with the outside world. It is making the unreal, real, in their terms. To pull it out by force would tear a hole in the world's fabric. A hole they could step through. A siege tower. Not to scale the walls, but to turn the walls into a door." The days that followed were an exercise in silent, collective strain. The court lived under the cube's shadow. The gray light it seemed to emit wasn't light at all, but a suppression of other wavelengths. Colors were muted. Sounds were flat. The bond between the triad, once a vibrant, sprawling network, now felt like a muscle clenched against a constant, draining cold. They tried indirect methods. Hermione, through the court's latent intellect, attempted to weave counter-wards around the cube, complex formulae designed to gently nudge it out of phase. The magic slid off its surfaces like water off glass. Luna tried to perceive its emotional resonance, to find a crack in its sterile intent. There was none. It had no emotion. It was a tool. Harry tried the progenitor's will, the command of the dark. He stood beneath it and ordered it to be gone. The silence that followed was heavier, the cube seeming even more solid, as if his defiance had only confirmed its necessity. The pressure was not just magical, it was psychological. The unity they had achieved, the beautiful, terrifying dissolution of self into realm, was becoming a trap. They couldn't retreat from the cube because they were the space it occupied. Every moment of its presence was a shared, persistent headache, a cold knot of otherness in their gut. Ron and the courtiers who were less enmeshed in the bond became vital. Ron's sheer, stubborn normalcy was a lifeline. He would drag Harry to the Spire's kitchen, force him to focus on the mundane act of reviewing supply lists, roots from the deep fungi, condensate from the cold vents. He'd joke with the basalt guards, his human laughter a shocking, warm sound in the gloom that seemed to momentarily push back the sterile gray. But even Ron couldn't stop the slow, creeping change. The gloom garden's fungi grew slower, their light dimmer. The whispering vault's crystals developed a faint, gray film over their surfaces. The starry sky above grew sluggish, the shadows moving with the lethargy of a fading dream. A week after the cube's appearance, the first true casualty occurred. A young glimmer white, tasked with tending a particularly delicate cluster of light moss near the well, had been staring up at the cube for too long. According to the scribe who found it, the white had simply stopped. Its light had winked out. Its body hadn't dissolved, it had become inert, a statue of pale, fibrous material. It hadn't been killed. It had been convinced it wasn't alive. The death, the undeath, sent a shockwave of terror through the bond. It was one thing to feel a creeping doubt. It was another to see that doubt become a final, gray fact. That night, in the uppermost room of the spire, the Triad faced a crisis of sovereignty. "We can't stay here," Hermione said, her voice hollow. She was wrapped in a blanket, though she felt no physical cold. The bond transmitted her shivering dread. "It's not a war of attrition we can win. It's a logic puzzle where the solution is our non-existence. Every hour it sits there, it rewrites the rules of this place toward a reality that excludes us." "Where would we go?" Harry asked. He was leaning against the wall, feeling the spire's stones like his own tired bones. "The borderlands are watched. The ministry has the door. The moment we try to move the court, to shift the pocket dimension, that cube will act as an anchor and tear us apart." "We don't move the court," Luna said. She was sitting in the center of the floor, drawing patterns in a thin layer of dust. "We move the heart." They both looked at her. She looked up, her eyes clear and terribly sad. "The cube is here because we are here. It's anchored to the progenitor's power, to the Triad's bond. It's a bell jar over a rare insect. If the insect flies away, the jar is just a jar." "You're talking about leaving," Harry stated, the words like ash in his mouth. "Not leaving," Luna corrected. "Distracting. We are the source of the story. If we go to the border, if we make a stand there, a loud, bright, defiant stand, the cube will lose its primary target. Its purpose will blur. The court will just be a place again. A strange, dark place, but not a living story. It might survive that. It might fade, go dormant. But it won't be unmade." It was a sacrifice. To voluntarily sever the deep, beautiful connection they had forged with the realm, to reduce it back to a location, to save it. To choose a mortal, dangerous battle in the borderlands over a slow, existential erasure here. Harry felt the agony of the choice through the bond. Hermione's mind recoiled at the loss of all their work, the library of thought she'd become. Luna's soul ached at the thought of the court's song falling silent. And Harry felt the weight of the throne, not as power, but as responsibility. To abandon it felt like a betrayal. But to stay was to preside over a funeral. "They'll be waiting for us," Hermione said, the tactician rising through the grief. "The moment our consciousness coalesces at the border, focuses away from the court, they'll hit us with everything. The Death Eaters. The Aurors. The feral ones. It's exactly what he wants. Then we give him what he wants," Harry said, a slow, cold fire beginning to burn behind his eyes. "But not in the way he expects. We don't go to fight for our lives. We go to prove a point." The plan was born of desperation and a fierce, stubborn pride. They would not slink away. They would stage a departure so dramatic, so undeniable, that the cube's purpose would be overwhelmed. They would remind the court, and their enemies, what they were. They spent a day preparing, not with weapons, but with meaning. They walked the court together, not as rulers, but as storytellers one last time. Harry went to the throne and laid a hand on it, not to draw power, but to thank it, to imprint a final memory of gratitude. Hermione visited the archives, leaving behind a single, perfect logical construct, a self-sustaining ward of memory, to protect the knowledge they'd gathered. Luna wandered the Gloom Gardens, humming to the fungi, leaving behind a faint, enduring echo of her wonder in their psychic spore. They said goodbye to Ron and Eldrick in the Spire's hearth room. The goodbye was not for forever, but it felt like it. "You're barking mad," Ron said, his eyes bright with unshed tears. "The both of you. All three of you. Which is why it might just work." Eldrick placed a gnarled hand on Harry's shoulder. "The land will remember you. Even asleep, it will dream of its king and queens. Go. Make a noise so loud the silence breaks." At the appointed hour, they stood at the sealed main door of the court, the one that led to the borderlands and the stone bridge. The Harbinger and a guard of honor of basalt guards were arrayed behind them. The entire court had gathered in the tunnels and galleries behind, a silent, fearful audience. Harry turned for one last look at his kingdom, the starry sky, the dark arches, the faces of the creatures who had become his people. He felt the bond with Hermione and Luna, a triple-stranded cord of resolve. "Ready?" he asked silently. A pulse of fierce, clear affirmation came back. Together, they faced the door. Harry didn't open it with a spell or a key. He and his queens redefined it. They focused their combined consciousness, the will of the progenitor, the intellect of the shadow, the soul of the moon, into a single, piercing point of intent. The door didn't open. It celebrated their exit. It vanished. In its place erupted a vast, silent explosion of narrative shadow. Images from their story sky, the covenant, the battles, the quiet moments in the spire, flooded out into the borderlands in a tsunami of living darkness. It was a declaration of identity so loud it was visually deafening. They stepped through, not as three figures, but as the spearhead of a myth. The effect on the borderlands was instantaneous. The perpetual twilight tore like paper. The Ministry's obelisks shattered, their sterile magic overloaded by the sheer, messy, emotional power of the story. The watching Death Eaters and Aurors, hidden in the rocks, were momentarily blinded, not by light, but by meaning. And high above, in the heart hall of the court, the gray cube flickered. Its absolute, sterile certainty wavered for a fraction of a second, confronted with the overwhelming, contradictory, fact of their defiant exit. Its anchoring lock on the progenitor's signature slipped. It was the moment they needed. Harry, Hermione, and Luna stood together on the stone bridge over the chasm. Behind them, the glorious, fading afterimage of their story. Before them, the gathered forces of their enemies, revealed and stunned. They had done it. They had drawn the eye. They had broken the cube's hold. But as the dazzling shadows faded, they saw the full scope of what was arrayed against them. Not just dozens of Death Eaters and Ministry-hid wizards. Not just hordes of drooling, mindless ferals. At the forefront stood a figure they knew, Walden McNair, but his eyes glowed with a familiar, cruel green light. Beside him, a dozen other wizards and witches whose auras were twisted, dominated by the same invasive will. And behind them, shackled with chains of molten silver and struggling against invisible bonds, were a score of courtiers. Glimmer Whites, Shadow Stalkers, even a young basalt guard. Their eyes were wide with terror, but their movements were jerky, compelled. Voldemort hadn't just gathered an army. He had taken prisoners from the one place they thought was safe. He had corrupted the border skirmishes, captured their people, and was now using them as a shield, and a weapon. The cold fire in Harry's heart turned to ice. The cube had been a distraction. A sophisticated, brutal distraction. The real trap was here. On the bridge. Forcing them to choose, not between the court and themselves, but between their own survival and the lives of the subjects they had just sworn to protect. McNair's voice, laced with Voldemort's high, cold tone, rang out across the chasm. "King of Shadows, your reign ends now. Lay down your power, submit to the Ministry's justice, and your creatures will be treated humanely. Fight, a cruel smile stretched McNair's face, and we will see how your noble heart handles being the cause of their extinction." Harry felt Hermione's rage, a white-hot brand of protective fury. He felt Luna's devastating sorrow, a wave of grief for the captured, frightened minds. They stood alone on the bridge, the glorious aftermath of their grand exit dissolving around them, facing an impossible choice engineered by a monster who understood, finally, exactly where their hearts were weakest. The bonds between them thrummed, not with power now, but with a shared, devastating realization. They had walked straight into his hands. The air on the bridge tasted of ozone, despair, and the metallic tang of dominated wills. The glorious eruption of story shadows from their exit was dissipating, leaving behind the grim, gray reality of the borderlands. Before them, McNair's possessed form grinned with Voldemort's cruel amusement. Behind the line of Death Eaters and glassy-eyed hid wizards, the captured courtiers strained against their silver chains, their terror a sharp, sour note in the bond that connected Harry, Hermione, and Luna to the fading echo of their kingdom. Fight, and they die. The ultimatum hung in the air, heavier than the cube still squatting in their distant heart hall. This was the true trap. Not the cage, but the choice within it. Voldemort had studied them, learned their new nature. He knew they weren't just a king and his guards, they were the heart of a living story. And what does a story care about more than its characters? Hermione's mind was a vortex of panicked calculations. Probability of successful disarmament, negligible. Magical signatures indicate advanced imperious variants layered with pain compliance curses. Direct intervention will trigger termination protocols. Her fear wasn't for herself, it was a systems analysis of impending massacre. Luna's soul was a raw wound of empathy. She felt each courtier's individual fear, the Glimmer-White's dread of eternal dark, the young Basalt Guard's shame at capture, the Shadow Stalker's primal terror of binding. Their pain wasn't an abstract, it was a chorus of screams in her quiet world. And Harry felt the cold, calculating gaze of the enemy, not on him, but on the bonds that made him more than just Harry. Voldemort was holding a knife to their newfound identity. "Show me you are a monster," the trap whispered. "Save yourself and let them die. Or show me you are weak. Surrender and be unmade." The old Harry, the boy from the cupboard, might have surged forward in reckless fury. The progenitor alone might have viewed the losses as regrettable but strategically acceptable for a sovereign's survival. But he was neither alone, nor just a sovereign. He was one-third of a triad. And the triad did not think in terms of either or. Through the bond, a decision crystallized, not as a debate but as an emergent truth. It came from all of them at once: Hermione's refusal to accept a logic of sacrifice, Luna's absolute rejection of abandoned suffering, Harry's defiant protection of what was his. They would not choose. They would redefine the question. Harry didn't step forward. He didn't raise his hands. He simply looked at McNair, at Voldemort, and spoke. His voice was quiet, but it carried on the thin air of the borderlands, layered with Hermione's certainty and Luna's depth. "You think you have them," Harry said. "You think they are things you hold. But you don't understand what they are. You only understand possession." He reached out, not with magic, but with the bond. To Hermione. To Luna. And through them, back to the court, not to the physical place, but to the story. To the narrative sky, the memory in the stones, the love in the gardens they had left behind. He focused on the captured courtiers, not on their bodies, but on their place in the story. The young Basalt Guard, who had stood watch as they wove their bond into the spire. The Glimmer-White Elder who had offered its light to Luna's sad song after the psychic attack. The Shadow Stalker who had patrolled the borders with a new, proud purpose. They were not hostages. They were plot points. Beloved characters in the tale of the Court of Shadows. And a story protects its own. Harry, Hermione, and Luna began to remember them. Aloud. His name was Cale, Harry said, his voice gaining the resonance of the throne. He was of the third Basalt generation. He preferred the night watch on the western spire because he liked the pattern the false stars made on the stone. Hermione's voice, logical and clear, added, "The Glimmer-White is Lyra. Her light frequency is tuned to 34.7 on the mystical spectrum. She was instrumental in cross-pollinating the sorrow moss with the resilience fungus after the sealing attack." Luna's voice, dreamy and sure, finished, "The Shadow Stalker dreams of becoming a river of darkness when it sleeps. It once showed me a memory of the first progenitor's shadow, and it tasted like elderberries and thunder." As they spoke, they poured the shared consciousness of the triad, the living myth of their reign, down the bond and over the captured courtiers. They weren't casting a spell on them. They were reasserting their narrative. The silver chains didn't break. They became irrelevant. In the face of this specific, loving, detailed remembrance, the chains were just props in the wrong play. The possessed McNair snarled, "Kill them, now." A Death Eater raised a wand, aiming at Lyra the Glimmer-White. He shouted an incantation. The curse never landed. It wasn't blocked. It was forgotten. In the space between the wand and its target, the very intention of harm dissolved in the overwhelming, defining force of the story being told. The Death Eater blinked, his wand hand lowering, a moment of profound confusion on his face. He had forgotten what he was doing. All along the line, the same thing happened. Spells fizzled. Commands died in throats. The captors stared at their prisoners, then at their own hands, as if unsure how they got there. The captured courtiers felt it. Their terror didn't vanish, but it was submerged in something vaster, a sense of absolute, undeniable belonging. They were being remembered into safety. Their identities, as defined by their king and queens, became armor. Lyra the Glimmer-White's light, which had been guttering in fear, suddenly blazed with a pure, white-silver radiance. The silver chains holding her hissed and turned to smoke where her light touched them. She wasn't breaking free, she was manifesting a truth that chains could not hold. Kale the Basalt Guard straightened. The compelled slouch left his shoulders. His stone skin, dulled by captivity, took on a polished, formidable gleam. He looked at the Death Eater beside him not with fear, but with the impassive judgment of a monument. The Shadow Stalker melted from its shackles, becoming a pool of living darkness that seeped across the ground and reformed behind the enemy line, its form now holding the subtle, threefold signature of the Triad. One by one, the courtiers were liberated, not by force, but by definition. Voldemort's trap was based on the premise of them being vulnerable, separate entities that could be leveraged. The Triad proved they were inseparable chapters in a single book. You cannot threaten a paragraph without threatening the entire story. From McNair's mouth, Voldemort's voice erupted, not in a scream of rage, but in a shriek of pure, metaphysical frustration. No, this is not how it works. Power is domination. Control is isolation. You cannot just love them into defiance. It was the core of his disbelief. The flaw in his worldview. He had split his soul to avoid death, to be the only real thing in a world of temporary, controllable objects. The Triad's power, sovereign, interconnected, rooted in mutual bonds, was an impossibility to him. A cheat code in the game of supremacy. That's where you're wrong, Tom, Harry said, using the name like a weapon. He took a step forward, Hermione and Luna moving in perfect synchrony with him. The liberated courtiers fell in behind them, not as an army, but as an extension of the narrative, their individual lights and shadows weaving together into a tapestry of reclaimed identity. This is exactly how it works. You tried to erase our story. You tried to trap it. Now you're trying to force a bad ending. But you don't get to be the author here. The forces arrayed against them, Death Eaters, Ministry pawns, the few remaining dominated ferals, wavered. They had come for a fight against monsters, a clean containment operation. They were not prepared for an ontological revolt. They were facing beings who fought by remembering each other into existence. McNair's body convulsed. The green light in his eyes flared, then began to recede, as if Voldemort's will was recoiling from the sheer, dissonant reality of what he was witnessing. It was too alien, too antithetical to his every principle. This changes nothing. The voice screeched, diminishing. The cube holds. Your kingdom is pinned. You are adrift. I will find a way to unravel this sentimental noise. Go ahead and try, Hermione said, her voice cutting through the chaos with academic finality. But every time you attack, you'll only remind us of what we are. And we will remember it, together, more fiercely than before. With a final, inarticulate sound of rage, the presence vanished from McNair. The man collapsed, drooling, his mind likely shattered by the violent expulsion. The remaining enemy forces, leaderless and facing a phenomenon they could not combat, broke. Portkeys flashed. Disapparition cracks tore the air. Within moments, the bridge was empty save for the Triad and their rescued, radiant courtiers. The silence returned, but it was different. It was their silence now. The story had reclaimed this ground. But the cost of their victory was immediate and profound. The effort of projecting their defining narrative so completely, of holding the reality of their courtiers against the world's attempt to negate them, had drained the Triad to the point of transparency. The bond felt thin, stretched. Harry could barely feel the distant pulse of the court through the cube's muffling presence. They were free, but they were also cut off. Lyra floated forward, her light gentle. Sovereigns, the Heart Hall. The gray block. It weeps a cold smoke now. It is confused. But it is still there. The cube remained. They had broken the immediate trap, forced Voldemort's retreat, but the anchor held. They were kings without a castle, a story with its book locked shut. Harry looked at his queens. Hermione's face was drawn with exhaustion, but her eyes shone with a fierce, proud light. Luna smiled wearily, her hand finding his. "We bought time," Harry said, his voice rough. "We bought more than that," Luna whispered. "We bought a new ending for them." She gestured to the courtiers, who stood not as defeated refugees but as a living testament. "But we're stuck out here," Ron's voice called out. He and Eldrick emerged from a fold in reality nearby, having watched the entire confrontation from a hidden vantage. Ron was grinning. "That was the most bizarre, brilliant thing I've ever seen. You lot argued a bunch of evil wizards into leaving. The cube is the problem," Eldrick said, his expression grave. "You have asserted your story here, on this bridge. But the source of that story is under quarantine. You cannot sustain this forever. You are a flame cut off from the fuel." Harry knew he was right. They were a glorious, defiant echo. But echoes fade. He looked back the way they had come, towards the sealed, anchored court. Then he looked at his people, standing on the bridge in the middle of nowhere. An idea, desperate and daring, began to form. It wasn't a plan to retake the court. It was a plan to make the court redundant. "If the book is locked," Harry said slowly, feeling the idea take shape through the weary bond, "we don't break the lock." He looked at the rescued courtiers, at their waiting, faithful faces. "We write a new book. Right here." Hermione's exhausted mind sparked. A subsidiary narrative. A colony. Using the bond as a seed crystal. If we can't go home, we make a new home. From the story outwards. Luna's smile returned, full of wonder. A story bridge. Between nowhere and nowhere. It would be very small at first. But it would be ours. And it would be free. It was the next, terrifying step in their evolution. From individuals to a triad. From a triad to a kingdom. From a kingdom trapped under glass, to a story learning to tell itself anywhere. The gray cube could pin a place. But how did you pin a myth? Harry Potter, the vampire progenitor, looked at his dark queens and his loyal, shining subjects on the cold bridge in the unmapped dark. He had no throne. He had no walls. But he had a story. And he had them. "Then let's begin," he said, and his voice was the first sentence of a new chapter, written on the empty air of a world that had tried to erase them. The words hung, not fading, but taking root in the collective belief of all who heard them. Somewhere, in a snake-haunted chamber, a dark lord obsessed with immortality and control felt a new, formless dread. He had failed to contain, corrupt, or force a choice. He had only succeeded in making them homeless. And a story with nothing left to lose, he was beginning to understand, was the most dangerous thing of all. The bridge was not a place. It was a punctuation mark, a dash between one sentence and the next, suspended over a chasm of featureless void. There was no wind, no scent, only the cold, flat light of the borderlands and the after-echo of their defiance. The rescued courtiers, Kale, Lyra, the shadow stalker now named Whisper, and 24 others, stood in a loose, protective circle around the triad. They were not on guard, they were waiting. Their forms still glowed with the residual power of being remembered into freedom, but the light was fading, yielding to the dull, gray pressure of the nowhere they occupied. Harry felt the emptiness like a physical weight. For weeks, his consciousness had been interwoven with the dense, living tapestry of the court, every stone, every shadow, every sigh. Now, there was only this narrow strip of reality and the vast, hungry nothing around it. The bond with Hermione and Luna was the only thing tethering him to existence, and even that felt strained, stretched thin over the void. "A story bridge," Hermione murmured, her voice barely a whisper. She was kneeling, her palms pressed to the cold, gritty stone of the bridge itself. Through their connection, Harry felt her brilliant mind grappling with the problem, not as an archivist now, but as a pioneer. The substrate is thin, almost non-existent. It's not like the court, which had millennia of accumulated belief to build upon. This is raw potential. Unformed. Luna stood at the very edge, looking down into the abyss. "It's not empty," she said, her dreamy tone holding a note of clinical observation. "It's full of questions. It wants to know what it is. It's been, not court, for so long, it forgot it could be anything else." Harry understood. They had to answer the void's question. They had to tell it what it was, starting now. He moved to the center of the bridge, the courtiers parting for him. He didn't sit. He stood, feet planted, and closed his eyes. He reached not for the distant, muted pulse of the anchored court, but inward, to the core of the story they had become. It starts with us, he said, not to the others, but to the space itself. Right here. This is where the king stood, with his queens, when the choice was not between life and death, but between one story and another. This is where we chose to be more than what hunted us. He poured the memory of that choice, not the visual memory, but the feeling of it. The cold fury at the trap, the surge of protective love for their people, the defiant unity of the triad refusing a binary end. He let that emotional truth bleed out of him, through the bond, and into the inert stone of the bridge. The gray rock beneath his feet didn't glow. It resonated. A single, low hum, like a plucked cello string, vibrated through the structure. Hermione joined him, placing a hand on his arm. Her contribution was not emotion, but structure. She gave the resonance a shape. She defined the boundaries of the memory, gave it cause and effect, turned the raw feeling into a narrative event with a beginning, the ultimatum, a middle, the remembrance, and an end, the liberation. She wove the logic of it into the humming stone, creating the first, fragile lines of a plot. The hum gained a harmonic. A second, clearer note. Luna stepped to his other side. She didn't add plot or emotion. She added meaning. She took the event and showed its connection to everything else, to the loneliness of the void, to the captured courtiers, fear, to the distant, stubborn love for their locked-away home. She made the moment on the bridge not an isolated incident, but a necessary chapter in a larger, ongoing tale. She painted the emotional colors of the void around them, giving the emptiness a context of anticipation. A third note joined the harmony, ethereal and deep. The bridge trembled, not violently, but with a sense of settling, as if it had been waiting for a name and had just been given one. The gray light around them softened, not brightening, but deepening into a twilight hue. The featureless void beyond the bridge's railings began to suggest shapes, not solid forms, but hints of depth, like the impression of distant mountains seen through fog. They were not creating matter. They were creating context, a narrative context strong enough to support reality. Kale, the basalt guard, took a step forward. He placed his own stone hand on the bridge's surface. I stood with them, he said, his voice a grating whisper of rock. I was remembered. I am part of the story. He poured his simple, factual memory of the event, the fear, the sudden warmth of belonging, the strength that followed, into the bridge. Lyra floated down, her light touching the stone. I am Lyra. My light is part of the proof. She added her sensation of chains dissolving into her own radiance. One by one, the courtiers added their testimony. Their memories were not powerful, but they were authentic. They were eyewitness accounts to the founding myth of this new place. Each memory was a brick in a foundation of shared experience. The twilight deepened. The bridge was no longer a strip of rock over nothing. It was becoming a place. A very small, very new place. The air acquired a temperature, cool, but not lifeless. A faint scent, like ozone and wet stone after a rain, emerged. The strain was immense. Harry felt as if he were holding up the sky with his bare hands. Hermione's mind was a blade of focused energy, but he could feel it fraying at the edges. Luna's soul was a wide-open portal, and the influx of undefined potential from the void was dizzying, threatening to overwhelm her. They couldn't sustain this for long. They had planted a seed, but they lacked the sustained power to make it grow into a true sanctuary. The anchored court held their primary power source, their history, their throne. Ron's voice cut through the focused silence. It's working, but it's like trying to fill a swimming pool with a teaspoon. You need a reservoir. Eldrick nodded, his druidic senses assessing their work. The story is true. The belief is pure. But it is a seedling in a desert. It needs a root to something deeper. The root was the court. The cube blocked, pinned, quarantined court. The very place they couldn't reach. A new idea flickered in the shared space of the triad. It was Luna's, a product of her connection to the intangible. We don't need the place, she whispered, her eyes seeing the patterns in the new twilight. We need the connection. The story of the court isn't in the stones. It's in us. It's in the bond. The cube can't block a memory that lives in a heartbeat. Hermione seized the concept. A sympathetic link. Not drawing power from the court, but using our memory of it, our emotional resonance with it, as a template. A blueprint to channel raw potential from somewhere else. From the void itself, Harry finished, understanding dawning. The void was full of unanswered questions, of unformed possibility. They had just given it a question: what is this bridge? Now they could offer it an answer, not from their own dwindling strength, but by showing it a pattern to follow, the pattern of home. Together, they shifted focus. They stopped trying to create from nothing. They started to remember, vividly and collectively, the Court of Shadows. Not as it was under the cube, but as it was in its essence. Harry recalled the deep, cool certainty of the throne, the feel of sovereignty like a steady hum in the blood. Hermione recalled the intricate, beautiful logic of the archives, the satisfying click of knowledge fitting together. Luna recalled the gentle, wild spirit of the Gloom Gardens, the silent songs of growing things in the dark. They remembered the Heart Hall, not as a chamber under siege, but as a place of gathering and law. They remembered the spire, not as a prison, but as a home. They remembered the Harbinger's solemnity, the Shade Steward's prickly vigilance, the soft light of the Whites. They poured this memory, this love song for a lost home, into the narrative framework they had built on the bridge. They weren't summoning the court. They were using its ghost as a mold. And the void responded. The unformed potential around them, the questions Luna had sensed, rushed toward the mold. It was like pouring water into a cast. The twilight on the bridge solidified. The stone underfoot became more real, its edges sharper. The suggestive shapes in the void beyond the railings gained definition, not mountains, but the faint, shadowy outlines of walls. Of a black stone floor extending beyond the bridge's limits. A low, vaulted ceiling began to suggest itself overhead, sketched in darkness and starlight. They were not rebuilding the court. They were inspiring the void to dream of the court. To create a reflection, a cousin realm, born from their longing and defined by their memory. A doorway, arched and dark, solidified in the air at one end of the bridge, leading into the newly suggested hall. It was an entrance to a place that was only maybe 5% real, but it was a beginning. The triad staggered back, the effort of such profound conceptual labor finally overwhelming them. The bridge structure held. The new, dreamlike hall persisted, but the act of creation ceased. They were spent. They had done it. They had founded a foothold. A story fortress in the nowhere. But as they stood panting in the now twilight glow of their creation, a new sound reached them. Not from the void, not from their memories. From the other end of the bridge. The end that led back toward the real world. Toward England, toward the Rollright stones and the ministry's perimeter. A sound like tearing canvas. A rip in reality. And through it stepped not Death Eaters, not Horrors. 3 figures in severe, black robes, their faces hidden behind smooth, blank masks of polished white material. They carried no wands. In their hands were instruments, a spinning, gyroscopic orb of crystal, a tuning fork that vibrated silently, a slate tablet on which runes appeared and vanished. The silence they brought with them was different from the void's. It was a professional, interested silence. The silence of auditors arriving at a fascinating, unauthorized construction site. The lead figure tilted its blank mask toward the newly formed, dreamlike hall, then to the triad. A voice, genderless and perfectly calm, issued from behind the mask. Proliferation. The word hung in the air, colder than any curse. They had been so focused on escaping one trap, on building their refuge, they hadn't considered that their very act of creation might be the thing that finally triggered the ministry's most extreme response. These were not hit wizards. These were the cleaners, the problem solvers from the deepest, most theoretical cell of the Department of Mysteries. Their job wasn't containment or combat. It was deletion of irregularities. And the triad had just built the most beautiful, defiant irregularity imaginable. The lead cleaner raised the gyroscopic orb. It began to spin faster, emitting a low, penetrating whine that made the newly formed stones of their dream hall tremble. Cease narrative propagation, the cleaner stated, its tone devoid of threat, merely instructional. Submit to dimensional reintegration protocol. Harry, Hermione, and Luna looked at each other, then at their exhausted courtiers, then at the fragile, glorious dream hall they had just poured their hearts into making. They had escaped the cage, evaded the trap, and built a door to a new future. And now the universe had sent its editors to declare the entire manuscript invalid. Harry straightened, pulling the last dregs of sovereign wool around him like a tattered cloak. He met the blank, white gaze of the cleaner. The bond with his queens tightened, not with power, but with a final, unshakable resolve. They had not come this far to be erased by a footnote. No, said the Vampire Progenitor, and the word was the first line of their next, and possibly last, story. The word hung between them, proliferation, a sterile, bureaucratic term that felt more threatening than any curse. The lead cleaner's blank mask gave nothing away, but the humming gyroscopic orb in its hand spoke of a power that was not destructive but corrective. It didn't seek to kill, it sought to declare that a mistake had been made and would now be unmade. The newly formed dream hall around the bridge terminus quivered. The shadows sketching the walls blurred. The twilight dimmed. The cleaner's whining orb was emitting a frequency of negation, a sonic solvent for unstable realities. Harry's exhaustion was a lead weight in his veins, but the threat to what they had just built, however fragile, ignited a last reserve of cold fury. He stepped forward, placing himself between the cleaners and the hall, and by extension, his spent queens and courtiers. "This is our territory," he said, his voice scraping raw but carrying the echo of the throne he no longer sat upon. "Negative," the lead cleaner replied, its tone unchanged. "This is a dimensional irregularity. A narrative spillover from a contained anomaly. It requires sanitization." The second cleaner raised the silent, vibrating tuning fork. The air pressure changed, becoming thin, papery. The third watched its slate, runes flashing amber. Hermione, leaning against a now fuzzy shadow wall, forced her analytical mind to engage. "They're not attacking us. They're deresing the local reality. Making it non-viable. Standard protocol for rogue pocket dimensions." "It's not rogue," Luna breathed, her face pale as she felt the dream hall's tentative song being flattened by the cleaners, static. "It's just young. And shy." Ron had his wand out, but he looked helplessly from the cleaners to their instruments. "How do you fight a reality janitor?" The answer was, "You didn't. Not directly." The cleaners were the immune system of consensus reality. They operated on a level where magic was a law of physics, and their tools enforced those laws. The Triad's power was profound, but it was personal, rooted in blood, bond, and story. Against this impersonal, algorithmic unmaking, they were poets trying to argue with a calculator. The dream hall's back wall dissolved into swirling gray mist. Lyra let out a soft cry as the light she'd contributed to the memory fabric winked out. Desperation clawed at Harry. They couldn't win a contest of raw power, not here, not now. They had to change the game. Again, he looked at the cleaners, at their perfect, emotionless efficiency. They saw a problem to be solved. An equation to be balanced. What did they not see? They don't see the story, he realized. They see the result, the irregularity, but not the cause. Not the heart. He turned his back on them. A reckless move, but he was counting on their programming. They were here for the place, not the people. Until the people became part of the place. He faced his courtiers, his triad. "Ignore them," he commanded, his voice cutting through the disorienting whine. "Remember why we're here. Not because we're hiding. Because we're building. Tell me why." Kale, the basalt guard, stiffened. "We are building a sanctuary. A place that remembers. Because the first one was taken," Lyra added, her voice gaining strength. "Because the story wasn't finished," Whisper the Shadow Stalker murmured from the deepening gloom. Harry nodded. He looked at Hermione, then Luna. Through the bond, thready but alive, he sent a single, clear concept: don't defend the hall. Define it. Define it through them. He pointed at the cleaners. They are a chapter. A short, boring chapter titled, Interruption. Our story is bigger. Keep telling it. And he began to speak. Not to the cleaners. To his people. He continued the narrative from where they'd left off. The king and his queen stood on the bridge they had named from memory, Harry said, his voice weaving through the cleaners, static. They were weary, but the eyes of their people were on them, full of a faith that was itself a kind of foundation. As he spoke, he poured his remaining will into the words, not as a shield, but as a setting. He was narrating the present, making it part of their ongoing myth. Hermione, understanding instantly, lent the structure. She took his words and gave them causality, turning the cleaners' attack into a narrative obstacle, and then came the men with faces of blank white, who spoke in the dry tongue of oblivion. Luna added the soul. She infused the scene with its emotional truth, the fear, the defiance, the stubborn love for the fragile dream. She made the cleaners not just enemies, but symbols of the formless, uncaring void that always sought to silence unique songs. The courtiers listened, and, as they listened, they believed. Their belief, focused through the triad's telling, became a tangible force. The dissolving dream hall didn't solidify, it became more dreamlike, more fictional. But in this context, fiction was a defense. The cleaners' tools were designed to sanitize reality, to enforce consensus. But what if the thing they were trying to erase openly declared itself as fiction? As a story being told, the winding orb's pitch faltered. The tuning fork's vibration hit a discordant note. The runes on the slate swirled chaotically. The lead cleaner's head tilted. It was processing a paradox. Their protocols were for dealing with unauthorized reality formations, things that pretended to be real. This was a group of entities openly engaged in collaborative myth-making. The hall was less a place and more of a theatrical set. Sanitizing a story wasn't in their programming. Containing an anomaly was. But was a story an anomaly if it didn't claim to be anything else? The cleaners hesitated. Their instruments recalibrated, seeking a classification. Harry pressed the advantage. He took a step toward the fading hall, now more suggestion than substance. "This isn't a throne room," he announced, "for the cleaners' benefit now. It's a prologue. Once upon a time. You can't delete a once upon a time. It only exists when it's being spoken." He reached out a hand toward a shimmering, insubstantial column. "And right now, I'm speaking it." The column, under his touch and the weight of the collective belief, didn't become stone. It became clearer as an idea. It was the column from the heart hall that Kale had polished. Its reality was now 90% memory, 10% matter. And the cleaners' tools struggled to get a purchase on something that was mostly metaphor. The lead cleaner lowered its orb. The wine died. The blank mask regarded Harry for a long, silent moment. Then it spoke, its voice for the first time holding a faint, puzzled inflection. Pattern inconsistent. Entity is utilizing narrative recursion as a defensive paradigm. Unprecedented. Assessment. Not a dimensional anomaly. A cultural one. Outside purview. It made a small, sharp gesture. The other two cleaners lowered their instruments. The tearing in reality behind them began to stitch itself closed. "Observation log will be updated," the lead cleaner stated. "Continued proliferation will be monitored. If narrative activity exceeds aesthetic bounds and attempts to overwrite consensus reality parameters, enforcement protocols will re-engage." They didn't leave in a flash of light or a crack of sound. They simply stepped backward into the mending tear and were gone, as if they'd been a paragraph edited out of the world. The silence that followed was absolute, and utterly different. It was the silence of a stage after a bewildering, unscripted interruption has left. The dream hall was a ghost of itself, a pale sketch on the air. But it was there. It had been deemed, not a problem. Harry's knees buckled. He didn't hit the ground because Kale was there, a solid wall of stone, holding him up. Hermione sank down beside him, her head in her hands. Luna simply lay on the bridge floor, staring up at the now stable twilight sky of their newborn realm, a small, tired smile on her face. They had done it. Not by fighting, but by refusing to be categorized. By weaponizing their own story. But the cost of such a victory was a new kind of vulnerability. The cleaners were gone, but they had left a warning. Monitored. They were now a cultural anomaly on the ministry's radar. They had traded the immediate threat of deletion for the long-term scrutiny of beings who saw them as a fascinating, potentially dangerous piece of performance art. And they were exhausted, their new refuge a wisp of memory and will, with the true source of their power locked away in a cube-anchored vault. Ron helped Hermione up. Eldrick moved among the courtiers, his gentle druidic magic soothing their frayed edges. The bridge, their story bridge, was stable. The dream hall was a fragile possibility. Harry looked around at the exhausted, hopeful faces of his people. They had no throne, no walls, no library. They had a bridge, a story, and each other. "All right," he said, his voice a dry rustle. "Home improvement time. Phase 1. Make the prologue a bit more habitable." A weak laugh went through the group. It was a human sound, utterly out of place, and therefore perfect. They set to work, not with magic, but with the only currency they had left, detail. They couldn't conjure stone, so they described it. They couldn't grow fungi, so they remembered the exact hue of Lyra's light upon it. They couldn't create a hearth, so Hermione, with Ron's help, used wordless magic of the most basic kind. The kind that could spark dried tinder, to light a small, real fire in a circle of stones they gathered from the bridge's edges. A real fire, in this place of half-dreams, was a revolutionary act of defiance. The firelight pushed back the twilight, casting warm, dancing shadows on the faint, imagined walls. It made the dream hall feel cozier, more intentional. As they worked, talking softly, adding shared details to their collective vision, the hall gained substance. It was a feedback loop. Their belief reinforced the fiction, and the strengthening fiction made belief easier. By the time they collapsed around the small fire, the space around the bridgehead was no longer a sketch. It was a room. A vague, shadowy room with undefined corners and a ceiling that seemed to be made of captured night, but a room nonetheless. It had a feeling of permanence, or at least, of stubborn persistence. Harry sat with his back against a wall that felt solid to the touch but seemed to blur when looked at directly. Hermione was curled against his side, a sleeper in a trance of recovery. Luna was on his other side, braiding strands of her own hair with threads of shadow she pulled from the air, humming softly. Ron poked the fire with a stick. So, we're squatters in a story. The Ministry's mad librarians have given us a weird pass. And you know who is still out there, probably even more cheesed off. What's the plan? Harry watched the flames. The plan. For so long, the plan had been survival, then understanding, then sovereignty. Now it was curation. They had to tend this tiny, narrative flame. They had to grow it, not through conquest, but through consistency. They had to make the story so rich, so detailed, so true in its own terms, that it could one day exist alongside the consensus reality, without being erased by it. And they had to do it while the architect of their homelessness watched, and learned, and undoubtedly plotted a way to turn their greatest strength, their bond, their story, against them. We rest, Harry said finally. We build, we remember, and we watch. He looked at the sleeping form of Hermione, then at Luna's peaceful, focused face. The next move isn't ours. It's his. Or the Ministry's. We made ourselves a new kind of target. Now we have to become a new kind of defender. He leaned his head back against the knot wall, feeling the gentle, steady pulse of the bonds with his queens, and the newer, fainter connections to the courtiers sleeping around their fledgling hearth. They were homeless, hunted, and exhausted. But for the first time in a long time, they were not reacting. They were in a place of their own making, however strange. They had a voice. And as the fire crackled, painting the dream walls with light, Harry Potter, the Vampire Progenitor, began to very quietly tell himself the story of what came next, one whispered word at a time, building the future from the inside out. The fire was the only clock in a place that had no time. It burned low, a steady, guttering heart in the center of their dream hall. The shadows it cast on the vague walls were the only things that moved. Harry watched them, his back against the cool, persistent knot stone, feeling the slow, tidal return of sensation to his exhausted being. The bond with Hermione and Luna was like a bruised nerve, present, aching, but fundamentally intact. Through it, he could feel the deep, dreamless sleep Hermione had fallen into, her brilliant mind finally offline. Luna was in a state closer to meditation, her consciousness drifting like a leaf on the slow river of the new realm's potential. Around them, the courtiers rested. Cale stood watch, not because he was ordered to, but because standing watch was what his stone body knew. Lyra's light was dimmed to a soft, sleeping ember glow. Whisper was a pool of living darkness in one corner, indistinguishable from the natural gloom. Ron was asleep, snoring softly, one hand still curled around his wand. Eldrick sat cross-legged by the fire, his eyes open but seeing inward, communing with the nascent spirit of the place. Harry closed his eyes. He listened. Before, in the true court, listening had been an overwhelming symphony, the hum of ancient magic, the whispers of the stones, the pulse of 1,000 lives. Here, it was a single, quiet note. The note of their story. It was a fragile thing, a melody played on a blade of grass. But it was theirs. He could hear its components. The defiant chord of their stand on the bridge, the softer harmony of the courtiers' faith, the deep, resonant bass of the triad's bond. And underneath, the silent, waiting void, no longer just asking, "What are you?" but listening to the answer. They had survived, not by being the strongest, but by being the most specific. The cleaners couldn't delete a story any more than a critic could burn a book by writing a bad review. They had achieved a precarious, bizarre legitimacy. But legitimacy wasn't safety. It was a flag planted in dangerous ground. As the fire burned lower, Harry's enhanced senses, no longer drowned in the court's cacophony, began to pick up distant signals. Not from the void, not from the Ministry's monitored reality. From the bond. Specifically, from the scar. It wasn't pain. The psychic callus they'd formed after swallowing Voldemort's scream held. This was something subtler. A vibration. A sense of intense, focused attention being directed at a point very far away, but along a line that passed directly through him. He was a tuning fork, and someone was striking a matching frequency in another room. He opened his eyes. Eldrick was watching him. "You feel it," the druid said, his voice the rustle of dry leaves. Harry nodded. "He's doing something. Something big. Not aimed at us. But we're in the way." "The connection is a two-way street," Eldrick murmured. "You have used it to see him. He has felt you define yourselves against him. Now he is moving, and the bridge of your linked souls trembles with his footsteps." Harry focused inward, on the scar. He didn't try to push through it, to see. He just listened to the vibration. It was cold, purposeful. There was a grinding quality to it, like immense gears turning. And there was a flavor of excavation. Not of earth, but of something else. Something old and buried. "He's not coming for us," Harry realized with a chill. "He's digging for something he thinks can beat us." A soft sound made him turn. Luna was awake, or her version of awake. She was looking at him, her silvery eyes reflecting the dying firelight. "He's found an older story," she whispered. Her voice was filled with a quiet dread. "In the place where stories go to forget themselves. A sad, angry story. He wants to read it aloud." "What kind of story?" Harry asked, though he feared he knew. Luna's gaze drifted to the faint, shimmering outline of their dream wall. "A story about a sun that went black. About a throne that was melted not by light, but by a deeper dark. A story of anti-kings. Progenitors. Other progenitors. Or something that had risen to fight them. Voldemort, ever the scholar of the darkest arts, wasn't just trying to match their power. He was researching their historical defeats." The vibration in the scar intensified, just for a second. A flicker of cold triumph echoed down the link. He had found something. A clue. A weapon. Harry stood up, the movement stirring Hermione from her shallow sleep. She blinked, disoriented, then her eyes snapped into focus as she felt the alarm through the bond. "What's wrong?" "He's not attacking," Harry said, pacing the small space. The dream hall seemed to contract slightly with his anxiety. "He's researching. He's in some library of lost horrors, looking for the manual on how to break us." Hermione pushed herself up, her mind, even exhausted, clicking into analysis mode. "He's leveraging the connection. Using your shared link as a divining rod. Your progenitor nature is resonating with echoes of similar powers from the past. He's triangulating their graves. He wants to raise a ghost," Luna said, pulling her knees to her chest. "A ghost that knows how to kill kings." The reality of their situation crystallized, colder and harder than the dream stone. They were in a hiding place made of wishes. Their true power was locked away. Their enemy was not launching a frontal assault. He was conducting archival genocide, looking for the specific poison that worked on their bloodline. "We can't just sit here and get studied to death," Ron muttered, rubbing sleep from his eyes. He'd heard enough. "We need to know what he's found." "We can't use the link," Hermione said. "He'll sense us. It's what he's using. It's a tripwire." Harry stopped pacing. He looked at the fire, then at his people. An idea, reckless and dark, formed. "We don't use the link to see him. We use the link to misdirect him. To give him a story he doesn't expect." He turned to Luna. "You said he's in a place where stories go to forget themselves. Can we tell a new story there? One that gets in his way?" Luna's eyes widened. "Like a bookmark in the wrong chapter. A loud, wrong note in the sad song he's listening to." "Exactly." Hermione caught on, her tired face lighting with a fierce, competitive gleam. "Psychological warfare on a metaphysical plane. We can't stop him from reading the old texts. But we can make them unreliable. Corrupt the data with our own narrative noise." It was insane. It was perfect. They gathered around the fire. The courtiers drew close, sensing a new working. Eldrick placed his hands on the floor, linking them to the spirit of the Dream Hall, amplifying their collective will. Ron stood guard, a solid, reassuring presence in the realm of the intangible. Harry, Hermione, and Luna joined hands, completing the triad circuit. They closed their eyes. This time, they didn't reach for power. They reached for narrative. They focused on the vibration in the scar, the cold, digging attention of Voldemort. They didn't fight it. They hijacked it. They poured a story down the line. But not a true story. A decoy. A brilliant, chaotic, confusing decoy. They sent the myth of the Sky Thief. A being of pure possibility who stole the shadows from the first progenitor and wore them as a cloak of madness. They sent the legend of the Weeping Citadel, a fortress built from solidified regret that dissolved in the presence of unwavering purpose. They sent the fable of the Twin Kings, a progenitor who split his own nature in two and was subsequently undone by a simple argument with himself. They made it up. On the spot. Hermione provided convoluted, logical rules for each myth that led to dead ends. Luna gave them haunting, beautiful imagery that was emotionally compelling but strategically useless. Harry imbued them with the cold, authoritative weight of the progenitor's voice, making them feel true. They were seeding the archive with fanfiction. The vibration in Harry's scar changed. The cold, purposeful digging faltered. It became frustrated, confused. The clear signal Voldemort had been following was now awash with static, beautiful, tragic, authoritative static. Which of these whispers was the real history? Which was the key? They pushed harder. They sent the saga of the unhungry vampire, who conquered his thirst through profound boredom. They sent the chronicle of the court of constant applause, where politics was decided by whoever told the best joke. Absurdity, weaponized. For a glorious, exhausting minute, they flooded the connection with nonsense. Then, abruptly, the vibration ceased. The connection didn't break, but it went dead quiet. Voldemort had shut it down. He had realized the signal was compromised. Harry broke the circle, gasping. Hermione was laughing, a breathless, almost hysterical sound of triumph. Luna was smiling serenely. He's very cross now. The book he was reading has silly drawings in the margins. They had bought time. They had poisoned his well of knowledge. But the effort had drained the Dream Hall. The fire flickered dangerously low. The walls became more translucent. Cale's forms seemed less detailed. They had used the essence of their new sanctuary as fuel for the deception. "We can't do that again," Harry said, his voice hollow. "This place, it's tied to us. Using our will like that consumes it." Eldrick nodded, his face grim. "You have traded structural integrity for temporal advantage. A wise, but costly, move. The sanctuary must now be reinforced, or it will fade before your enemy returns with a clearer head." Reinforced. But with what? They had no source of power. They were running on narrative fumes. It was Lyra who floated forward, her light pulsing softly. "We have ourselves," she chimed. "Our stories are small, but they are true. And truth is heavy." She placed her glowing hand on the faintest part of the wall. She didn't pour power. She remembered, aloud, a simple truth. "I was afraid in the dark. Then my king and queens remembered my name, and the dark became a place I knew." As she spoke, the wall where her hand rested gained a subtle, permanent-looking vein of silver, like mother of pearl. It was a tiny thing. But it was real. Cale stepped forward. He placed his hand beside hers. "I am stone. I am slow. I am strong. I stand." The vein of silver thickened, gained a gritty, granitic texture. One by one, the courtiers approached. They touched the walls, the floor, the vague space that was their home. They offered not grand myths, but personal truths. "I like the quiet. I miss the taste of deep earth salt. I dream in shades of gray. I am loyal." Each small, honest declaration was a brick, a nail, a dab of mortar. The dream hall stopped fading. It began, slowly, to become more specific. It wasn't growing. It was curing, hardening from a shared dream into a shared memory of a place that was still being built. Harry, Hermione, and Luna joined them. They didn't add grand proclamations. They added details. Hermione described the exact sound of a page turning in the old archives. Luna recalled the smell of petrichor in the gloom gardens after the psychic rain. Harry remembered the weight of silence in the throne room before a judgment, not oppressive, but full of potential. With each shared detail, the sanctuary gained a layer of reality. It was no longer a story they were telling. It was a story they were living in, and the act of living in it was writing it into existence. The fire steadied, then grew, fed not by wood, but by the warmth of their collective presence. The light no longer guttered, it shone. They were no longer refugees in a dream. They were pioneers in a truth they were building together, one honest moment at a time. As the new, solid light filled the now clearly defined small hall, Harry felt a different kind of vibration. Not from the scar, from the bond with the distant, cube-locked court. It was faint, terribly faint, like a heartbeat heard through a wall of ice. But it was there, a pulse of recognition, as if the original court, in its deep, quarantined sleep, had sensed the emergence of this smaller, fiercer echo. A child realm, born of its essence but walking a different path. The connection wasn't power. It was a whisper, a thread. And a thread, Harry thought, looking around at the determined, weary, hopeful faces lit by their own created fire, could be a lifeline. Or a tripwire, depending on who pulled it first. He had slowed Voldemort's surge. They had strengthened their redoubt. But the game had just expanded again. They were no longer just defending a story. They were living one. And somewhere, in a library of nightmares, a furious Dark Lord was now searching not just for a weapon, but for a way to write a tragedy. The fire crackled, a comforting, real sound in a room made of will and memory. Outside their small circle of light, the void waited, and the scar was silent. But the silence, Harry knew, was the most dangerous part. The silence after their narrative bombardment was profound. The scar was a dormant volcano, its usual, simmering connection to Voldemort gone cold and quiet. But in the sanctuary, a new kind of quiet had taken root, not the void's hungry silence, but the hushed, focused stillness of a workshop after the master craftsmen have left for the night. The space around them was no longer a dream. It was a recollection given form. The walls were low, curved, and the color of remembered granite. The floor was smooth, cool flagstone. A proper hearth, built from properly sooty bricks, held their fire, which now burned with a steady, orange glow on real wood, driftwood from the void's unseen shores, gathered by Whisper and the others. A rough table, hewn from dark wood that smelled of forests that had never seen the sun, stood in the center. It wasn't the Court of Shadows. It was a waystation, a safe house built from the shared memory of home. And it was growing stronger, not through grand magic, but through routine. Each day, marked by the collective need for rest, they fell into a rhythm. Kale and the other basalt tier courtiers would patrol the edges of their defined space, reinforcing the borders not with spells, but with the simple, repeated intent of, here, and no further. Lyra and the light-sensitive beings would tend to the fire and a small, struggling patch of luminous moss they'd cultivated in a corner, singing to it memories of the Gloom Gardens. Hermione, with Ron's help, began cataloging. Not books, but their own experiences. She started a log on sheets of bark-like material that grew on one wall, inscribing it with a sharp stone. Day 1 in the sanctuary, structural stability achieved via consensus reality reinforcement. Day 2, first successful cultivation of extra-dimensional flora, Lumina Moss, variant. It was science applied to miracle, and the act of documenting made the miracles feel more permanent. Luna wandered the boundaries. Not to reinforce, but to explore. She would return with souvenirs, a pebble that hummed a faint, lonely tune, a shard of crystal that showed fleeting, confusing reflections, a handful of dust that tasted of different years. She added them to the sanctuary like curious ornaments, each one expanding the realm's vocabulary of the possible. Harry's role was presence. He was the anchor. He sat by the fire, or walked the small perimeter, and simply was the progenitor. His calm, his will, his acceptance of this new, humble form of sovereignty, seeped into the stones. He was no longer trying to command a kingdom. He was learning to be the heart of a household. The bond between the triad deepened in this quiet space. Without the overwhelming stimuli of the full court or the panic of imminent attack, they learned its subtleties. Harry could feel when Hermione was puzzling over a theoretical problem, a slight, pleasant static in the bond. He could sense when Luna had drifted into a particularly deep reverie, a feeling of spacious distance. In return, they could feel his moments of quiet dread about the future, the cold knot of worry for the trapped court, and his fierce, protective warmth for all of them. They didn't speak of it, they just acknowledged it, and in acknowledging, shared the weight. It was during one of these quiet cycles, As Hermione was updating her log and Luna was teaching Lyra how to hear the color of silence, that the outside world touched them again. Not with violence, but with a plea. It came through Ron. He'd been taking a turn at the watch, which mostly involved staring into the uniform gray mist beyond their sanctified ground. He stiffened, then waved frantically. "Harry, come here. You need to see this." At the very edge of their reality, where their defined here met the formless there, a figure was coalescing. It was faint, translucent, and flickering like a poorly tuned wireless signal. It was a wizard, middle-aged, with a kind, tired face now twisted in concentration and fear. He was wearing robes that were both familiar and strange, decades out of fashion. He saw them and mouthed words. No sound came through, but the shape of the words was clear: "Help. Please." Then, a second figure appeared behind him, spectral but horrifyingly familiar, the outline of a Death Eater mask. A silent, spectral curse shot out. The pleading wizard's form shattered into motes of light that were instantly sucked into the void. The image vanished. Everyone stood frozen. "A memory," Hermione breathed. "A ghost of a memory. Playing out on the border of our reality." "A recent one," Harry said, his voice low. The killing curse had been silent, but he'd felt a phantom chill. "The wizard, I think I've seen his picture. In one of Dumbledore's old albums. A member of the original order. Someone who died in the First War." "The void isn't just empty," Luna said, her eyes wide with a sorrowful understanding. "It's a dumping ground. For lost things. Lost moments. Lost people. The violence of the magical world, the tears in reality, they leave echoes here. That's what the dust tastes like." The implications settled over them, cold and heavy. Their sanctuary was built on the shore of a cosmic graveyard. The driftwood, for their fire, the stone, for their walls, it was all psychic debris. The residual matter of forgotten tragedies. It explained the cleaners' lack of further action. They didn't see a burgeoning kingdom. They saw a group of survivors building a shack on a toxic waste dump. As long as they didn't try to claim the dump itself, they were beneath notice. But it also meant they were surrounded by death. Not active threat, but profound, endless sorrow. The incident changed the atmosphere in the sanctuary. The comfort they'd built felt thinner. The fire's warmth seemed to fight against a deeper, ambient cold. That night, as they sat around the hearth, the stories they told each other were not of the court, but smaller, more personal ones. Ron talked about the ghoul in the attic at the burrow. Hermione shared a memory of her parents reading to her before she knew she was a witch. Luna described the feeling of her mother's magic, like sunlight made of honey. They were reinforcing their own identities, building a levee of self against the sea of forgotten loss outside. And Harry, for the first time, told a story of the Dursleys. Not of the cruelty, but of a single, bizarre moment of near normalcy, a power cut one stormy night, all four of them huddled in the living room by candlelight, Dudley actually quiet for once. The world shrunk to that small, flickering pool of light. It had been awful, but it had been shared. A tiny, miserable piece of common ground. It was their most potent reinforcement yet. The sanctuary walls seemed to drink in these human memories, these fragile, mortal truths. The granite grew warmer to the touch. The fire burned a richer gold. They were no longer just building a refuge from their enemies. They were building a refuge from oblivion itself. A few cycles later, the second contact came. This was no ghost. It was a sound. A distant, rhythmic thud. Like a giant heart beating. Or a hammer on an anvil. It came from the direction of the anchored court. Through the bond, Harry felt it as a deep, troubling vibration in the calloused scar tissue of his connection to Voldemort. The Dark Lord was no longer digging in libraries. He was forging. He's moved from research and development to production, Hermione said, her face pale in the firelight. The hammer fall sound was faint but undeniable, a bass note felt in the teeth. He found what he was looking for. Or enough of it. Luna listened, her head tilted. It's not a happy sound. It's a fixing sound. Like he's trying to repair something broken. Or reforge something that was shattered. The sanctuary, which had begun to feel like a home, now felt like a raft on a dark sea, and something huge was moving in the depths below. They had no way to know what he was making. A weapon. A key for the cube. A rival to the progenitor's lineage. The uncertainty was a poison. It made every moment of peace feel like a lie. Ron took to sharpening his dagger obsessively. Cale stood his watch with a new, grim rigidity. Even the lumina moss seemed to grow slower, its light dimmer. Harry knew they couldn't just wait. The hammer falls were a countdown. But to do what? Another psychic attack was impossible, they'd spent that capital. A physical sortie was suicide. The answer, once again, came from their unique position. They were on the shore of the lost and forgotten. We need intelligence, Harry said, staring into the void where the ghost wizard had appeared. We can't see what he's doing. But maybe, the echoes can. Luna brightened. The memories are pieces of the past. They brush against everything, even his present. If we could find a memory that has touched his new work. It would be like finding a leaf that floated through the smoke of a distant forge, Eldrick mused. Dangerous. The memory would be stained with his purpose. It could be corrosive. We have to risk it, Hermione said. Not knowing is a greater risk. They prepared carefully. They would not venture out. They would cast a net. Using the same principles that built their sanctuary, shared focus, shared intent, they would send a call out into the void, not for power, but for a specific resonance. A memory touched by cold, forging fire and ancient, dark blood. They formed a circle around the hearth, the entire community. Harry, Hermione, and Luna at the center. They joined hands. They focused not on what they feared, but on what they sought, information. Together, they sent a silent, tuned pulse into the psychic waste around them. A request. A classified ad in the newspaper of the dead. Wanted. Memory of recent, powerful dark forging. Apply within. For a long time, nothing. Only the hollow, hungry silence of the void. Then, a stirring, like leaves rustling in an unfelt wind. Shadows at the edge of their light deepened, swirled. Then, it rushed in. Not a single memory. A torrent. Screaming faces of witches and wizards being tortured for secrets. The cold glee of discovering a forbidden ritual text. The crushing weight of centuries of pure blood obsession. The bitter, metallic taste of a Horcrux's creation. And through it all, the recent, sharp, chilling sensation of cold stone under someone else's hands, stone that drank light and whispered of a throne older than language. The hammer falls were there, a percussive counterpoint to visions of a vast, underground chamber where something black and jagged was being raised from a lake of liquid shadow. The memories were fragmented, chaotic, overwhelming. They were not just from Voldemort's present work, they were the psychic runoff of his entire life, his research, his atrocities, all stirred up by his current great work and bleeding into the void. The sanctuary groaned. The warm granite walls sweated a cold, black fluid. The fire turned a sickly green. The courtiers cried out, some collapsing under the onslaught of alien suffering. Harry gritted his teeth, trying to find the specific thread, the memory of the forge itself. It was like trying to find a single star in a supernova. And then, he saw it. Or rather, felt it through the storm. A place. Not a memory of Voldemort's, but a memory belonging to the place itself. An ancient, terrible memory, being awakened by Voldemort's hammer. A vision of a starless sky over a blighted plain. A figure, not the progenitor, but something similarly vast and dark, being dragged down by 1,000 chains of sunlight made solid, screaming as it was imprisoned in the heart of a mountain. Its essence, its kingdom, was sealed away in a vault of time-locked stone. The weapon used to bind it, not a spell of light, but a song of negation, sung by a chorus of beings who were neither human nor vampire, but something of rock and stubborn will. The memory shattered, its final image searing itself into Harry's mind, the symbol carved onto the vault door. A spiral, like a galaxy, but twisted and frozen. The torrent cut off. The connection snapped. The sanctuary was a wreck. The walls were streaked with black tears. The fire was out. Several courtiers were unconscious. Hermione was shaking, tears streaming down her face as she fought off the psychic echoes of torture. Luna was chanting softly to herself, trying to reassemble her own sense of reality. But they had it. The intelligence. Voldemort wasn't building a new weapon. He was excavating an old one. He wasn't trying to become a progenitor. He was trying to unleash the thing that had killed one. Harry stood on trembling legs, the frozen spiral burning behind his eyes. They knew the target now. Not them. Something worse. And Voldemort was the archaeologist, the restorer, preparing to unleash a nightmare from a time before wands, to do what he could not, shatter the concept of a progenitor's reign forever. The hammer falls in the distance took on a new, horrific meaning. He wasn't just forging. He was chiseling open a tomb. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now, because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.